Oh, would you look at that? We're live, everybody. How we doing?
Wow!
Oh,
We're here again.
We're alive.
beautiful.
I just got here.
We are all here. Most excellent. Oh, I also forgot. Damn it. We're we eventually have to switch over to the schmuck side of things because people have from the Patreon and whatnot asking questions of us. So
Shit!
I keep forgetting every time.
We're in the wrong chat.
We keep having the wrong problems with these dives already.
It would have been so funny if Chase was in the right chat. It's like, where is everybody?
Yeah, where the heck is everybody at? Man, it wouldn't. Hey guys, welcome to the last dive of campaign 1. We're already starting off with scuff. We love it. Welcome back.
It wouldn't feel right without it.
It really would.
Exactly.
We'll wait for Chase to join us before we.
For
abandon
all
this
time's
thread.
sake.
Yeah, we'll wait until Chase joins us here, and then we'll make the jump back over there. But
Don't worry, guys. I'll unplug my computer to Cosmos Scuff. Be right back.
Yep. So if anybody is going to be joining us on the Patreon side of things to ask us questions and whatnot in the stream waiting side, feel free to hop in now at this point. But until then, hey everybody, welcome to dive number 8, the final dive of campaign 1. How excited are you all guys? God damn, we finished the campaign. It happened.
Fuck!
Oh
Oh
my
my god!
Holy shush.
Ah!
Hell,
Nice.
That's the first for some
So
of us.
weird.
yeah, it's
genuinely.
pretty massive. So we did it, guys.
I'm the lucky boy here because it was my first campaign and the first campaign that I finished.
Yeah, you don't get to. Unfortunately, Weasel
Damn.
gets the princess treatment on this end of things.
Now you get bad campaigns. That's
You do realize
Double-edged sword.
You do realize that 2 of those campaigns are probably going to be here, right? I don't.
Full Metal
I don't want
Alchemist.
that.
Oh, don't worry, Grim. I'm gonna make sure of it.
Oh no!
It's gonna be so bad. It's
No,
good,
I'm scared.
And then you screw up.
Oh man, but yes,
I'm gonna
everyone.
roll a dice.
Welcome once again to dive number 8, our last bit of time to get questions in when it comes to campaign 1. This is where I get to reveal all, list a couple of things that I wasn't able to do and things like that, ideas that we ended up scrapping or didn't end up going through with just because, you know, the moment happened and passed, etc. And where we can also potentially talk about plans for the future. So, you know, we got that going for us at least. But to start us off, I did want to start us off on a bit of a serious note. Mainly to address, I guess, the elephant in the room, as it were. So I'd like to apologize in advance on this end of things, but we do have to pull some serious stuff for once here. And that is when we looked at the dive submission form this time around, and we were taking a look at some stuff. One, thank you all for all of your submissions. We got over 100 submissions done. Like, you got that many questions submitted for this dive. Over 100 is pretty insane. It's nuts, the amount of support we get from you guys. But in that same regard, there were a few questions that we kind of had to, I guess, remove from the list, as it were. One, because we had a lot of duplicates. We had a lot of duplicate questions. You guys really wanted to know a lot of things in the same vein, which is fine. It's the way that it is. But for 2, there were a lot of questions as well in regards to what happened with Riot and everything along those lines. So I figured I would at least address the elephant in the room when it comes to that end. And specifically, it's this. Because of the fact that Riot's player is not associated with us or affiliated with us anymore, at least on our end of things, I, as a DM, do not feel comfortable with furthering any elaborations on, like, his epilogue, the wrap-up to his story, or anything else along those lines. Simply put, just because he's not here. I would much rather, if it was an NPC, like somebody that I had created and had full creative control over, totally fine by me. But because they were a player with us, I do not want to take autonomy away from them. So for that reason alone, any questions that were related to Riot, we did end up purging as well out of the list of responses. Luckily on that end of things, though, after going through duplicates and those types of questions, we didn't lose a lot of questions. We're still over 90 responses as a result of that.
God.
So, but I figured at the very least, I would address that now, moving forward on things, and just, at least for today, and that we are hopeful that moving forward, we are able to continue to provide some awesome content for you guys and answer all of your other very important questions that you want to ask us. Which, speaking of, I suppose can lead us right into our first set of questions for the dive, if you guys are all ready.
Hell yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Very well. I suppose I should start off with our first donation that came in 2 days ago, which isn't a question, by the way. Our first donation that came in from Mr. Music J408 tipped $5, only to say first.
Well, you win, Mr. Music J.
So congratulations on getting first in on the dive. Proud of you. You did
I
good.
believe that's a token to the DM for his one arc.
Is that how we want to say that?
I mean, that's how I want to say that.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, as someone who's not DM anymore, it's not my call.
Oh shit, whose call is it? Oh no.
I don't know, Red. Is it your call?
Fuck it, I'm taking it.
You better keep track of it, because it's only going to last you so long. Believe you me, they only last so long.
Crap. How did you do this? Did you make it like a DM sheet for yourself?
I just had a notes tab in my phone that I just kept track of.
Oh, Nick, you assume I'm more well put together.
I have an entire notes folder that was related just to Digimon stuff in my phone, and I'm just like, that's where all my stuff is. That's just where I keep my notes.
I, for one, vote that goes to Red for no other reason than I'm not a player character in that game, so none of the problems fall on me.
Completely fair. So yeah. But with that said, let's get to our actual real first question for the dive. We have a lot to go through, guys, so we do need to, like, for real, get through these. And once we get through a good number of them, and we also get to talking to our individuals over on the Patreon side who've been supporting us on that end, I figured as well as a treat, speaking of my phone notes, I could go over some of the notes of things that I had written down that either, yes, did come to fruition, or no, we never got to touch this, and it was just an idea that I had.
I would love to hear those.
So, but yeah, we'll get into that. But our first submission here.
Oh, we have a spook.
Hello, Chase.
Oh, hey, a coffee jockey has joined us.
He lives.
I need to fix his icon. Give me a moment to fix his reaction.
Hello, it's me. I lived.
No, leave it like a mark of shame.
No.
I'll take it. A mark of shame is better than the mark of death.
How you feeling, buddy?
I lived.
We were just about to start.
I heard a little bit of that. I'm
Most
like,
excellent.
And our first submission is, and I'm like, haha.
That'll
Not so
get him.
fast.
But yes,
It's
now,
time.
now that we have the whole crew here, we've gotten through our initial, like, pre-warning of things going into stream. Let's get into our actual first question on things, which comes in from Mythical Things. And their question, in regards to everybody, is for the whole group, what was your favorite holy shit that worked moment?
ER headbutting Metal Edamon.
Yeah, no, for real.
Fucking same.
Yeah, ER doing that, the Cybertron headbutt on Mel Edamon. After I did that, I screamed in surprise, and throughout the rest of the game, I progressively lost my voice until I just didn't have it the next day. Like, that
Oh
scream
my God.
killed my voice the next day, and it was a worthy sacrifice.
Good. Correct.
The Rock.
Beautiful.
Whatever. Right. I'm like, why did that work?
The many times of The Rock working.
Yeah.
And also the many times of me having to be like, okay, I have to put him in an environment where he can't just pick something up off the ground.
I wanted to do it for the finale too, just like Rock. But I'm like, oh no, we're in space.
Yeah, I just added a short with that. That's gonna be in the last shorts.
Yes,
I
thank you.
think Grayson's first explosion, like at the D terminal in the forest, just like I remember being flabbergasted by that one. Like everyone else was screaming, and I was just like, I can't raise my voice, otherwise I might get a noise complaint from my neighbors. And then
that
I never
happened.
got a noise complaint, so I just kept going.
That and Sammy 70 fucking 2.
Okay,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Yeah. I just
Listen, there's a difference between getting a high roll on a check you were already gonna make and getting a check that's mathematically, narratively, straight up impossible, and somehow the 72 broached into the second one. Like,
Yeah.
headbutting Metal Edamon is like, narratively, this simply can't work. The 72 is like, Sammy loses all of her opacity and becomes straight.
Yeah. Yeah, I forced a Digivolution almost,
Yeah.
essentially, in a fight that was meant to be much harder.
Yeah, no, that was, I think, your first attack in that round, if my knowledge is
It
correct.
was.
Or, yeah, one of
It-
them.
Wait, I
Definitely
think it was either round. No, I think it was round 2, maybe.
It was
I'm
early
not-
enough that it was like, oh man, this fight's just not happening, huh?
Sammy's dying.
Yeah.
Can't wait to have my Mimicmon NPC I worked so hard on have so much screen time.
He has so much backstory.
Look at
Oh
this
man,
beautiful-
imagine if you spend money for color art on that. It's like, well, bye.
You know,
That's why I don't do that. That's why I specifically spend Carlo money on things that I know I'm at least gonna get some mileage out of.
you know. Yeah, my brain blue screened at that
Like
moment.
an Edamon.
It's just like I can't do math. I don't understand what happened.
Perfect.
How did this happen?
Yeah, pretty much.
Any other moments that people can think of that were like just, wait a minute, how did that worked?
Storm screaming, cutting out on Discord, and being picked up in my mic. That was incredible.
That's
It
pretty
should be
good.
mentioned, we share a wall between our desks.
Yep. So the fact that your mic just said no and Red's mic was like, actually, let's hear him out.
My mic's heard me scream enough. It's like, I got you. I know what to do.
Weasel forgetting what.
Easy going.
Oh.
I think
That's not
the
really the
opposite of
same
question.
thing.
That's not really a
Exactly.
holy shit that worked. That's more of a oh god damn it moment.
Oh yeah, that was the context, right?
Yeah,
sorry.
no, the
Holy shit,
context
that
was like
worked.
this though.
Sorry.
Wait, what do you mean that worked?
Yeah,
that
unfortunately,
case,
I don't think
yeah.
I don't think I've been around long enough for me to remember any other moment besides the headbutt. That's the thing.
That's fair.
No worries.
The only thing that I can think close to that was the first time that I exploded,
Oh yeah.
and like Floramon like slam Ogremon into the ground.
Dumbass
Oh
shit,
yeah,
right?
the sunbeam's like, Sunflamon's the weakest.
Oh yeah. No, actually, no. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, how did that work?
Fucking Kamehameha's Omega.
Yeah, just said nope. I'm just gonna deal with this. It's fine.
No, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
That's the
man.
thing I love. Everyone has their own standout cool moments within the context of the entire series.
Confines.
Yeah, everybody's got some good moments
Thank
where
you,
they were just like,
Confines.
yeah, like we got to do some cool stuff, and I'm very grateful for that. That everybody got some cool moments of, hey, yes, we did the cool thing. Look at us go. All right, but that said, we'll try and we'll try and move on through these list of questions because, like I said, we've got so many.
I did some math on how many questions we had, and if we did every question within 5 minutes, it would only take us like 5 hours.
Oh fuck!
Oh, excellent.
Oh boy.
I'll
Luckily,
do a few lightning rounds.
fair enough. Let's see what we can try and get through at the very least. Some of these should be pretty quick. In
Yeah,
theory, some of these should
it's
be quick.
really the hey everyone, would you all happen to have a complicated answer for this very long question? That's
If
really
not-
the ones that are gonna slow
I mean,
us
it's
down.
us jumping on like, oh yeah, that thing, and like talking for like 10 minutes. Like
This
we gotta
is
be careful
fair.
about
It's like, so Grim, tell me the entire backstory you had in mind for Umbramon. What was the concept? It's like, well,
fuck.
fuck.
that. When I was a kid,
When I was
I had a
young
concept.
boy.
Grim's like, when I was a child, I was visited by Pennywise the Clown.
When I was 7, I was born without a face.
I heard this thing in Nick, don't worry, I caught
Lucky
you.
bastard.
Oh yeah. So our next question here, unless we've got any other last minute things of like for this moment at least.
I think it's okay. I think
Fair
it's
enough. Then our next question here comes from Lucky Days or not. Actually, our next question comes in from Nicholas Black because they just donated $1.
Ooh.
Oh.
Their question was, "Hey Nick, were you ever planning to kill off any of the friendly NPCs? I mean, is Meteormon not enough? Was Meteormon
we
not
need to
enough?
go back.
I was
Don't
so
you
upset
dare.
at that, I forgot they respawn.
I didn't know they respawned.
Oh, by the way, like a Digimon respawn.
I know that now. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify, Meteormon is not Jesus.
Yeah, no.
They all do that.
Yeah, they all do.
All
I
of them are Jesus.
mean, plans for like other NPCs that I guess I don't really ever have plans to get rid of NPCs. I mean, at least when it comes to long-lasting ones, there absolutely could have been times where Lucy didn't get out. There could have been times where Jordy completely fucking biffed it during a lot of those rolls in the final battle where he didn't make it out very well.
He was supposed to be the smarty. He buffed it, dude.
CJ, I could
Wendy Gomon alone.
I could have used CJ as a sacrificial lamb pretty early on in campaign during like the end of Data City, but I feel like I didn't have anyone to immediately replace him.
Vemon?
Look, Vemon is great. We love him. He is not ready to take over a corporation.
Says
Says
you.
you.
This is
Good
not
teamwork.
this is not Kamen Rider 01, unfortunately.
Campaign 2, Vemon's in a suit.
God damn it.
Agumon logic, he digivolves and suddenly is smart.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Hear me out. Babamon.
Yep. Well.
Hear me out. Lamau.
Hello,
Fair enough.
children. I am
Professor.
CFO Babamon.
CFO.
CFO Vemon. Let's do it.
Oh, shit. But no, I didn't have any other immediate plans for like relevant NPCs and like, you know, kicking them in the dust for the most part. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question for most things. Our next one here comes in from Lucky Days or Not, and this actually was based on a thing we talked about a little bit earlier, which was, hey Nick, what plot stuff have you written but the party never got to explore? And on an unrelated note, I'm currently running a play-by-post Digimon campaign with a different system. So hey, good luck to you, Lucky Days.
Hell yeah.
As for
That's-
plot stuff that I never got to explore, technically speaking, I had 2 other areas that were supposed to exist, but we never got around to because I didn't feel it was relevant given the way the story was going. There was
Really?
technically a holy area and a dark area.
Huh.
Oh,
Huh.
that's
Is that
fucking
where we
cool.
sent High Andromon?
Yeah, we right clicked on Hyandramon.
Oh yeah. But funnily enough, when it comes to that, there was some other plot stuff that I wanted to go into, but I never did, if only because it just didn't feel right at the time. The main thing was when it comes to Devimon, as I was going to try and make a reference back to Adventure Abridged, and say that Devimon is one of the few Digimon that are aware of the past Digi-Destined. As in, like, from the Adventure Squad. However, that never got brought up. That never really became relevant because I turned him into Piedmon's butler. So I was like, well, I guess this is just not happening.
That's always interesting when that happens, like in the moments. Like I had this planned, but yeah.
Do you know what would have gone down in the holy and dark areas?
I mean, I had ideas for who was going to be running those areas, if I recall. Like, let's see.
Now, quick, are those elements that might return in campaign 2? So should we keep those close to the chest?
Probably not, I would say, if only because the stuff that I have planned for campaign 2 is going to be like, it's a much wider digital world, and you'll have like kind of snapshots into different areas of like the true digital world. So my plans for the small scale of the server probably aren't going to become super relevant.
Gotcha.
But for the dark area, I was going to have Lucimon involved, and specifically just have him sealed up in a rock. And if you guys ever met him, he would have just basically been there to exposit lore and not be a problem. But he just would have been like, oh, great, another group of you guys.
Interesting.
As someone who likes loose mod, I actually really liked that idea.
And the other idea that I had was for the Holy Zone, it was going to be obviously the big 3 of Seraphimon, Ophanimon, and Carpemon good version. And essentially I was going to make them very, like, religiously blind. To the point that, like, oh, hey, because of the fact that server and, like, the D-terminals are disconnected, they were going to take it as a sign, as a sign from God / the system that this is all part of the big plan.
It's a Kirbymon or Cherubimon?
Cherubimon.
It's Cherubimon. It's Cherubimon and Kirpymon. Both names
Yeah.
apply.
Yeah, it's Cherubimon the dub.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
The original name is Kirpymon.
I'm just going based off what I wrote down here. Like I said, I'm literally reading my notes word for word here. So
Fair.
Kirbymon is my small spherical pink OC Digimon, who will be consuming the entirety of a server.
What?
but otherwise, only other things that I had really was a lot of stuff that we already mostly went over in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, hopefully that answers the question. Let's see. This is a question that a lot of you can answer, and I don't really have to deal with for the most part, which is a question from the Mystic Dory Cat. And their question is, okay, so what the actual hell did the group say to their parents or to the town when they were gone for like 3 days?
Don't worry about it.
I think Grayson was more like, Mom, I was missing for 3 days and you weren't worried? What the fuck?
Yeah, Grayson's a very extraneous circumstance for the most part.
I think Grayson was more pissed like she didn't send a search party.
Yeah, exactly. As for the rest of you, I mean, I figure Gary can just have, like, I quit my job and I needed some time to figure my shit out. Very easily could have been resolved on that end.
Fucking, I went to a digital world with monsters and I saved the day and became a hero.
Just
Okay,
say
don't
you needed
lie to
therapy.
me about where you went, son.
Just say you went to therapy. It's fine.
I feel like Eeyore told his mom the truth and then was taken to the hospital.
It was just like, did you hit your head again, love? It's like, well.
Do you have another concussion?
Gary's dad, like, I knew I wasn't doing anything about the drug epidemic, but this is really bad. I need to address this.
The fact that my kid is getting exposed to this is not okay.
That Fent got hands, apparently.
Well, clearly he got his hands on some Dilaudid somehow.
Good God. As a medical professional, I hate it. But yeah, I would say for most everybody else, like, most people could word it away via the form of either, like, I was doing a thing, which granted, most of these guys are kids and whatnot, so you can always do the rebellious teenager thing of, like, I ran away from home, I needed some time to figure my shit out. In Reiner and Sammy's case, Reiner could just be like, I took Sammy out and whatnot, we're fine.
Yeah.
Great.
I think the hospital freaked out a bit.
Yeah.
I found a strange witch who offered to heal Sammy, and it worked. Yo, welcome to science.
We can't get sued again.
Just imagining the hospital just being like, this holistic medicine thing is bullshit.
Oh, wait. I think Eeyore got home. His mom was like, where were you? And he was like, I want to take summer classes and tutoring.
Yeah, we need to take you to the hospital. We need to check your head, dude.
My son still hasn't returned. This is
Clearly, this is a joke.
Changeling. Yeah.
I've seen John Carpenter movies. I know what's up.
The fucking fair folk keep taking our kids.
That makes me think that Grayson's grandpa, upon returning home, just wakes up like the grandpa from Rugrats. Like, oh, there you are, sport.
Ah, there you are, Sprout.
I can say Rugrats, but he's being characterized from Hey Arnold.
Oh yeah, the two best Nickelodeon grandpas.
Naturally.
I would say that Diogo would just say he lost his phone.
I mean, yeah, you were at college. You weren't near your parents, so you could...
Exactly, so...
Just like, sorry, I've been busy with classes.
I've been busy with classes and I lost my phone, but I finally got a new one. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, that really kind of works out. Most everybody else kind of got their stuff together. But yeah, we'll move on to the next question here. This one comes in from Zodiac Damien, which was, everyone was focused on defeating him, and he needed to be stopped. But McGeedramon seemed to have had his own pain. I wonder if he'll return, but with a fresh start. Your guys' thoughts?
I was actually thinking about that while I was editing the shorts today, because he seemed to be in a lot of pain and like narrated about that when he was dying.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
What was up with that?
Yeah. I mean, that's the lore for classic McGeedramon too.
Oh, I didn't. I must not be aware of this lore. Then I must do. I must do
Nick can
research.
tell this story.
I mean, I can absolutely just go into like what I had planned for the most part, but basically the idea is that, yeah, McGeedramon is technically a product of the system. So, much like how all Digimon are. So, you guys have to understand, while the system has chosen Digi-Destiny on a constant basis for the most part, the system is not a good thing. It is a neutral party at best. And it made McGeedramon a being whose whole existence is get rid of everything and, like, super delete it. Like, don't let there be a recycle system at all. And it was not really given much options beyond that. And then was told, basically, hey, your existence was a crime, and we fucked up, so into the forever box with you.
It really does suck to
it's wrong.
suck.
So, that said...
so we weren't picked by, like, the Force?
Oh, no, you were essentially picked by, I don't know, the Arbiter.
I mean, the Force is kind of neutral, too.
Yeah, pretty much.
You're telling me that the setting that has an Angemon and a Devimon and they're equally powerful is like a moral gray area? That's ridiculous.
It's either good or bad. You have to pick one.
I was about to make a very bad joke.
Yeah, well, good you say that. But, as for the thoughts on if Magidramon would make a return, I don't know if Magidramon itself will make a return, but, maybe the entity, like, going through the recycle of rebirth, maybe something will change, Who's to say? After all, we know who's in charge of the cycle of rebirth, so look forward to that one-shot weasel.
Don't fuck it up. Anyway.
Wait, what?
Couple of Newbie-mon.
The like lore for the like very very broad strokes basically, but I mean like Magidramon was part of like the Great Dragons for a while, like with Azulongmon, and like that was like they were like a team for a good while. They weren't just like Magidramon shows up, kills everyone. Like they were around. There's like lore established for that, and then eventually Magidramon starts trying to kill everyone. Everyone bands together, takes him out, and then the what the fuck. The like I forget the name of them, but like the little fucking digi babies that like Calamon's like a part of, like that, like fucking the gnomes. In Inception, the idea of Guilmon into Takado's head so that Magidramon can be reborn.
Someone just posted in the comments, this is his origin before Tamus.
Potentially. I mean, I'm not in control of the.
I think
Tamus
Tamus takes place in 2003, so the timeline doesn't match perfectly. But whatever, we can say that.
Hey,
sure.
look, it's fucked. It's digital time.
He died and went back to the past.
Exactly.
Samurai Jack.
Look, he
got
reverse reincarnated himself like that one shitty anime.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, how dare you remind me of that?
But yes, so hopefully that answers the questions when it comes to Magidramon. Our next question here comes from Welsh. And their question is, hey Vandals, first I want to say thank you for the amazing story that has been Digi-Destiny. And now a question for everybody, including Nick. What was your favorite moment of the campaign? So we had our, that worked, but now just your favorite moment, period, from the campaign.
God, I don't know if I can pick one.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's a hard question.
I know I have one, but that's more from like my like the stuff I had planned for Gary from like the beginning on stuff. Was being able to actually like go through with the kind of doing magic route, like making that work out, making it fleshed out. I had like a couple ideas for his arc when we were starting in, and I had a couple of ideas of like, okay, yeah, if there's like not a receptive group and no one really cares about it and it's not really like a thing and it doesn't match like the flow of the narrative, then I'm probably just not gonna incorporate that, I guess. Like if it never comes up and we're never talking about it and like we're just doing murder death kill math rocks for the campaign, then like this just won't come up, I guess. And I'll have like another separate route for Gary in the end game, so to speak. But I had like the quote-unquote best route of things being like his friends are supportive and like his partner helps him grow and like everything works out and he goes for that route and like chooses to go become like a performer and go be like a stage magician. And I'd kind of organized the like plot threads of that around like coming out as gay and like being like LGBT fucking, that was like my general thing on that was I had organized Gary's structure around like that part of my life. So I was really excited we got all the way through all that really cool stuff and got to even have like a thing with the family about it a little bit, so it kind of like further went on for things, and that was really cool. I was really happy that everything worked out for that and that it all fucking like was tied up in a nice bow.
I'm glad we were able to tell that story for the most part on things. And
Yeah.
hell, Gary was a fun character to be able to DM for. I very much enjoyed Gary, from the humble origins of panicking, to quite literally one of the coolest guys.
I used my own fear. Nick, you didn't have to use that against me. I just
I'm
volunteered
sorry,
that.
but Leica's art of like redrawing the office of like, Gary, what's wrong? My life happened at that exact moment.
I was gonna
It's
say,
like
Chase,
the humble origins. Yep.
it was
like,
it was a
we
privilege
get-
to get to be your partner doing that.
we get a lot of comments specifically calling out Gary's developments. And yeah, no, he had a great development. One, I kind of, in a way, have to piggyback off of that because one thing I really wanted to do, and I don't think I did it super well because I've mostly done Mathrock's murder campaigns, so I was kind of nervous to fully commit to this. Was ER grappling with aggression and anger because that's something that I tackled with when I was growing up. That I really wanted Strike Shaman and Savage Shaman to have an issue with that, and I was really satisfied with how that sort of came to fruition when we were in the Big Coastline. With ER realizing that it's like he thinks that the repercussions of like his actions should only fall on him, but like no, everyone else deals with it too. Everyone else deals with. I mean, there's a reason you use the line from Epic the Musical, Nick.
Yeah.
Because when you let a villain live, they come back to hurt your friends.
Yeah.
And just Grim was fucking incredible as Strike Shaman for me, and just fucking brought it with Marjaman's fear of digivolving and just going ballistic with Strike Shaman. It was just everything I could have wanted. So thank you, Grim, for bringing this character to life for me.
No problem. I thought I was fucking it up because like you wanted stuff. I was like, it doesn't feel like he wants this. Like at that time, it's like, can he digivolve? It's like this is what you wanted though. You wanted him to be weird like this, right? Like, it's like yeah, and so we were able to talk through it and all that.
There were moments where I did want him to digivolve, but it kind of, in my opinion, it worked out better the way you were doing it because it was creating this longer narrative that I wish I committed to better. Like I feel as though that I have a commitment issue in D&D sometimes that I'm hoping to do better next campaign.
Yeah, no, we all had that time. Like my first few ones, I was learning how to play the way I want to play without fucking around with other players too much.
Yeah, I'm always kind of second guessing myself. Like, am I taking away from someone else's fun right now? Oh God.
Yeah, I'm a little bit like that too. I have an issue with being emotionally vulnerable in D&D that I'm hoping to get better with in the next campaign.
Oh, you're lucky then, because campaign 2, I am planning on having all of you bare your soul to me.
Oh, fantastic.
Hooray.
Great.
Therapy.
Oh boy.
It means it in a necromancer way, guys. There's no.
Oh shit.
Oh, fuck.
But yeah, I know we want to make sure we get through time for everything, so I'll make mine quick. Like, I didn't develop Grayson's backstory very heavily for this campaign. I just sort of like, I want this, this, and this. And Tyrion being a little gremlin thief obsessed with heisting was just fantastic. That's everything I wanted. And Grayson Grayson served my personal want of always being helpful, always being useful in any situation. And I went into this game thinking to myself, I'm going to build a support class, and Grayson filled that role spectacularly for me. And I was just very happy with getting to play Grayson. It was just super fun.
So your favorite moment was just playing Grayson?
Oh, my favorite moment in general would just be the Digivolution from Rapidmon for Grayson getting more confidence, because I myself have issues with my confidence sometimes. So
But
this
you
is just-
shouldn't. You're fucking awesome. I'm gonna kick the shit out of you. You're my
Thank
best
you.
friend.
Correct.
Go over there, kick his ass.
Deliver
Okay.
the death.
I'm better with my confidence now. Don't get me wrong. But
Proud of you.
Oh no! Wait. What did I do? Oh no! Oh, he has an axe. He has a foam Kratos axe, and he's kicking my ass.
Yeah, well, you earned it, unfortunately. Grim, what would you say is your favorite moment of the campaign?
My mic's on, right? Yeah.
Yep, you're on.
Mission complete.
My favorite moment, I think was the whole thing with Reiner and Dustmon when they digivolved into Umbramon. I got to do something I haven't been able to do with the character and like have that kind of moment for my character to kind of just grow and all that. So I was really happy and proud about how that all turned out. So, you know, definitely my favorite moment personally for me.
I mean, yeah, you got to be like much more emotionally like ranged in that moment, and I could not be more impressed with the way that you pulled it off, because I ripped you from a scene of being Cyberjamon and threw you right into being vulnerable Reiner, and the fact that you were able to like nearly on a dime like switch, God, that's impressive shit.
It was very, very good. I was very happy that we got to kind of go into all that. I just followed your lead on as much of it as I could.
Yeah, no, it was perfect. You were awesome. You know, Nick, you setting it up was awesome. It just, everything was amazing for that. So, yeah, I can't be, I can say thank you all this whole stream for
Of
how
course.
thankful I am for that.
Leica, what would you say is your favorite moment from the campaign?
I've been thinking about it since the question was asked, and I can't think of any specific moment. I think maybe just even when I was introduced to the group, because I was so nervous, like I was so sweaty, and like I was physically shaking the whole time because I was like, oh, what if you guys fucking hate me? And then and then you guys just like took it in stride, and it was such a fun moment, and Sammy became so much more than I intended her to be. Did you know she was originally meant to be well behaved? Shit.
Well, maybe she was well behaved when she,
ruined
you know,
her.
didn't have lungs that worked.
You know, I guess when you can run fast, you become more chaotic.
Become ungovernable. Run.
You have legs that you can kick people with.
You know, exactly. But no, it was I think just like that moment of like feeling accepted and just sort of having that moment of like relief was very exciting for me. And also all the funny parts and rolling really high.
Yeah.
For what's worth, you're super easy to get along with. So it was
Thanks.
you made it real easy to accept you into the group.
Oh yeah.
That's very true.
And capping us off, I guess, Weasel, what would you say was your favorite moment?
Oh God.
Easy going.
No, that was my most embarrassing moment. That's the exact opposite.
I, for one, liked that you hadn't met Reiner and knew that he was fake the second that you saw the fake Reiner in the Piedmon office.
And somehow his closest friends didn't notice. Only the guy that didn't know him
We're
did.
all hanging out like, oh, I know, you're safe. Diogo's just like, that guy doesn't have a shadow. What the fuck?
Dio's like, something's wrong. I'm an empath.
My thing
That guy's being
me,
That guy doesn't have a shadow and is being held by strings. What are you talking about?
Do you guys not see the marionette strings?
Why is he
puppet
speaking French?
with a paper bag over his head labeled Reiner.
Yeah, paper bag of his head.
I'm just imagining it's like the psychic paper from Doctor Who that everyone got hit by it except for Diogo. It's just like, it's literally just a piece of paper that says, I am Reiner. And it's spelled
Oh my
out.
god, it's Reiner. We have to save him.
If this was animated, it'd be so funny. It was like a perfect recreation of Reiner, except he doesn't have like any shading. Like he's just all in flat colors. And Diogo, the artist, is like, wait a minute.
by Piedmon. I'm gonna need your help. Oh my god, Reiner, stay strong.
Yeah, but with Itmon, Itmon pops up, but is very polite and posh and British.
Hello there.
Yeah.
I would have loved it if I had made like a Ipmon sock puppet.
The not Itmon.
Good day, sir.
Me and
It's the narrator the whole time.
We're perfectly fine.
It's Reiner and Itmon tokens, but they both have fake mustaches.
But
Mark has a
yeah,
monocle on top of his eye patch.
Oh God.
I have some fun bullshit play like that for the one arc with the tokens.
Oh, that's gonna be a good time. But yeah, Weasel, what was
but yeah,
what was yours?
but to answer the question, uh, I would probably say Lilymon's Digivolution, to be honest.
Oh yeah, just the wholesome moment of being like, I'm gonna help save your world, and her just being all
Yeah.
teary-eyed.
That was a cool moment.
It's for several reasons. First of all, it was probably the first time that my very little experience of D&D, I actively felt like I was in the moment. I remember I almost cried during that scene while we were making it. But it's also an important scene for me and Diogo, because figuring that whole thing out is what made me finally realize what I actually wanted for Diogo as a character. Because until then, I was just kind of winging it. Diogo, I'm gonna be honest, is just like kind of sort of an imagination of me exaggerated, I would say, from the little that I've made.
I was about to call Diogo an anxiety attack waiting to happen. I'm so sorry.
Oh no.
No.
Oh man, Weasel, don't worry. I'm a medic. I can treat your bullet wound.
But yeah, that's the. But I would say that that's really the moment that at least marked me the most throughout the entirety of the campaign. Yeah.
I'm very glad. I suppose.
Also,
yeah, go ahead.
Also, I need to say, you were amazing as Floramon throughout the entire thing. So that also really helped. If I could say, like, there's also another moment that I really like, but it was outside of the campaign, so I don't know if I should answer that right now.
Fair.
So
yeah, we can hold for now on that end.
Yeah.
But I guess, yeah, to cap things off on my end, because it did include me on this for my favorite moment for the campaign. Mine is technically twofold, and they are kind of back-to-back moments. The first is getting to say the line "engage burst mode."
Oh my god!
Just getting to say that and having most everyone who knows what that is just go, "Ah, fuck."
I love editing that short because it literally has me, Storm, Leica, and Grim going, what? Oh no.
We're not gonna make it. No, we're not gonna make it.
So that was one of my first favorites, and the second favorite is the collaboration between Red and I for ending the stream early.
Yeah, that's
the Purge Protocol video.
That's 100% fair.
That was so fun. You hit me up asking for a 3D model. I was like, if it's a character, I don't know. I was like, no, it's not a character. I was like, cool.
It's gonna be
And
shapes.
he was like, yeah, cool. I just need the digital hazard. I was like, okay, gotcha.
Pause.
What?
Well, I believe you would. So, my character has a D4 in brains. This information is useless. Is useless.
Both my characters have a D4 brains. This information is wasted on me.
Exactly.
I think I have screenshots of it. Let me post in the spoiler chat.
Yes, you do,
Also,
and I'm sure you've sent it in the spoiler chat at least once now.
I've sent it to the group chat. I don't think I've sent it in the spoiler chat. Let me see.
Completely fair.
Also, I just want to say one more thing that was a favorite moment of mine.
Go ahead.
Daipanmon.
Oh, yep.
Excellent. You are a man of.
I'm sorry. Also, Guilemon's reveal.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, no, that's great. That said, we'll move right along to the next couple of questions. Some of these I should be able to rapid fire pretty quickly. Next up is a question from the guy who asks. Very good name, by the way. And their question is Digi-Destiny's Magidramon going to be where Guillemon came from in Digimon Tamers Abridged? Will they have the same voice as a reference to that there? Again, these take place in very different time zones. Tamers takes place in, 2003, to my knowledge, at least in the
2003,
world.
2004.
Give or take, and
And-
Digi-Destiny's take place in 2022. Plus, I'm not the writer for Tamers, so I can't confirm that.
As one of the Tamers writers, I can confirm that at this time there are no plans to rope Megidramon into this narrative.
Yeah, there's no plans to incorporate the Digi-Destiny lore into things right now. Mostly because Tamu's lore is complicated enough purely through the introduction of Rio.
Yep, and let's
Like,
face it, like most
I
of the
plan on actually playing the WonderSwan games just to be like, okay, what the fuck do we do?
to make references to that shit.
Yeah. Storm and I just finished watching 2020, so it's like, excellent. Millennium Mon footage we can use.
Most excellent. But yeah, the main thing being as well is just like when it comes to that, like while it would be fun to have any references to the campaign or to Digi-Destiny stuff in general in any of our abridged content, it's gonna be so fucking niche. We can't make a scene that hinges on a joke related to Digi-Destiny, because for anyone who just comes to watch Digimon Abridged for the sake of Digimon Abridged, it's gonna fly over their head. It will not hit. Like, it's just not gonna work.
It's like if the Team Four Star made a reference to their Xenoverse playthrough.
Yeah.
So yeah, like if we made like a small reference, like a visual edit in a shot, then that's totally fine. That's kind of one of those like, look at that, there it is. But we can't make a full joke.
Something witty. They did a bit in My Hero 4 where they had a bunch of models, and one of the models always showed something different, which was a reference. One of it was an animation of the S&D stuff. Like, that's the kind of thing that works, but there's other jokes happening around it.
We can't make anything
in the
inverse,
background.
basically, so.
Yeah.
It's a small, subtle reference that's fun and for people who get it, but it's not like, this is the plot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Megidramon's kind of an important element.
Oh yeah, very much so. But we'll move right along. Our next question here comes from Zodiac Damien, and their question is, all right, enough sad and spoiler questions, here's a fun one. If the Vandals plus Jordy could bring their Digimon to the human world, but only as a rookie or in training, how do you think their families would react to meeting them?
Poorly.
Grayson has the advantage here, lads.
Grayson's the only one who survives this.
Yup.
I can pull a Henry's thing from Tamers where it's like, it's a stuffed animal.
Look at my ragdoll, it's great.
Hello.
The second.
Ignore my voice. I have a string you can pull.
It's very meta. It was a very meta thing I bought from Japan.
Don't ask why it speaks English.
Arigato, my friends.
Whatever you say, Gary, just...
I'm doing good.
This is part of my magic act. It's a very complicated trick.
I'm
I
also a
couldn't even begin to
ventriloquist.
describe the wire placement.
I didn't know you did ventriloquism. I didn't either until recently. I think Sammy could get away with it with Salomon.
Oh,
little
yeah.
bit.
You know, shows
Heck,
up
so,
a puppy and is like, "What do you mean I can't keep it?"
It's a
That
dog.
dog
It's my
is
favorite
sick.
dog.
Salma could just pretend to also just be a stuffed animal. She's even more stuffed animal shaped than the others, because the others are bigger than her.
Yep. Absolutely. Impmon might have a problem.
Why do you want
Antmon's
to keep
just a kid. He's just a kid.
Rainer, you are 18. You cannot adopt a child.
I
am a
cosplayer.
He's on the that list for the kids that they don't got a lot of time. Like,
Oh my god.
You're gonna make
Yeah,
Impmon
I'm a
a
Make-A-Wish?
Make-A-Wish kid.
I'm a real busy guy. I'm on a list of kids that don't got a lot of time. Yeah.
Impmon just not getting it.
well, I think Reiner and his parents would just shut up because like Sammy, it's like, oh, okay,
Oh.
yeah.
Oh yeah, Sammy, you met
Dude.
this smaller kid.
At the Make-A-Wish, yeah, when I was still a Make-A-Wish.
Yeah,
was
they're
Sammy's
When
name?
I was a makeover.
Reiner's like, this is not a joke.
No, please.
Hold on, I get a wish? I get a wish for stuff? How
Yeah,
many
you
wishes?
You
Can
get
I
to
wish for
one.
infinite wishes?
Make it a good wish.
You can meet John Cena.
Oh,
Who the fuck is
I've
John
never
Cena?
seen him
Where's
before.
Shrek?
And you never will.
Chris
Oh,
will just hide Terrium in his room so he doesn't.
We go to Universal Studios.
Oh
There,
my god!
he's right there.
All the
Oh my
Digimon
God.
go to Universal.
Oh god. Jordy would be fine for the most part. I mean, he's an adult. he has an apartment, so
Behold my pet rock.
Yeah. His name is Rocky. He sounds like King
The
Candy.
landlord. You can't have rocks in your apartment.
Your lease said no pets, Jordan.
It's a rock?
It's a pet
Excuse
rock.
me?
Hey,
I feel King Candy in there.
Yeah, I like Wreck-It Ralph. Get off my case.
I like a flash. I put it on loop. You got a problem with that?
I guess I do.
I put it on in the background of my. I put it on in the background for the most part when I leave to go to work, so that way my pet rock isn't bored.
this is the height of luxury.
I'll have you know I've seen this scene 37 times, and this guy they say that sounds like me sounds nothing like me. Also,
There's
isn't
no
he
way
the
around
bad
it
guy?
that there's no way around it that ER is bringing a fucking dragon home.
Yeah, nope, that's gonna be a fun one to explain. I like to imagine that ER's mom would still just be like, somehow this is the tamest thing that I've had to like learn in regards to things that have happened to you over the course of your small existence.
Your only hope is that you go mega and pretend it's a cosplayer.
Look, he's from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. He's a hero.
Mom, this is Strike Shimon. Can you stay for dinner? Oh my god, it would literally be our bit in Tamers that we did with Guillemon.
Oh, yeah. Just get that dragon out of my house.
It's every like late 90s kid with a pet monster scenario.
Oh, man.
With Floramon, I never really thought a lot about Diogo's parents.
Right.
But what I'm thinking is that they would probably find it very weird and what the fuck is this thing in our house? But then Floramon would very quickly sway them, if you will.
Oh, Floramon would assert dominance immediately.
Diogo,
Exactly.
these people are stupid.
No, I would actually
Did that stupid flower just talk?
I would actually see her being like, "Don't worry, Diogo, I'll take care of this." Hello, Diogo's family. And she would just introduce herself and present herself to being stupid polite.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like
I like the idea that they introduce themselves in Portuguese and Floramon just turns to you, Diogo, why do they sound funny?
Diogo,
Because we don't know if
Diogo,
we
they are
don't know if
making
Floramon
words in
speaks Portuguese.
Diogo, they are making
Diogo, why do I have an
phrases.
accent but not speak the language?
This is very silly.
I do not
Diogo, why did you
understand the
make me
language.
this way?
Why was I made like this?
It's like
I
that
did-
one DBZA joke, like, must use the universal language, English.
Good God. But yeah, I hope that answers the question on that end. God, we are only at question 8 now of 92, man.
Or are.
We are fucking taking our time with these.
We're flying through them.
I'm trying my
We'll
best.
cook.
Our next question comes from Victory, which is actually a question about Season 2. It says, in Season 2, is there going to be a time skip? Because we know the time that like Digi-Destiny original took place. So what's going to happen on that end? Yes, there's going to be a bit of a time skip on things. I'm pretty sure I talked about this. But the plan is for Digi-Destiny Season 2 to take place in 2025. So a good old 3-year time skip. So technically, it's 2 years after the epilogue. But yes.
Who knows what our characters will be up to?
Who's to say, really? Our next question also comes from Zodiac Damien from earlier. Said, if the Vandals' family themselves were able to go to the digital world, by accident, of course, wink wink, would they get a partner of their own? Who would it be? And who of the Vandals would freak out the most?
I think Grayson's grandpa would have a heart attack.
Probably would. Probably would be able to get a partner because he's just like, I am not at home anymore.
Normally I'm in this big comfy armchair, but now I'm not.
As for, let's see.
He
Like
gets a Commandramon.
Weasel had already
He
said,
smells the
like,
war.
Weasel had already said like we didn't really know a whole lot about Diogo's parents, so
Yeah, I'm gonna be
Probably-
honest. I didn't think about them,
Yeah,
unfortunately, and I feel bad
not
now.
enough, not enough to get an answer, which is fine. Hey, sometimes there's just like I don't have an answer for this. Let's see. I guess in the vein of the Takeshi family, it would probably be I probably would have been cruel. I probably would have said the spirit of the uncle is here as a ghost mod or something, or a
Oh
Bakugan.
no.
Brutal.
Break me.
I think Gary would be freaking out the most if his dad Stuart showed up.
His dad and his dad's Digimon partner, Prince Mamemon.
Prince, yeah, it would absolutely be Prince Mamemon.
Or that Gamamon, that money Digimon.
Oh, Ganemon.
Ganemon, thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
What
I have a question for you.
All right.
It's never been really answered.
Fair.
So when you talked about during the scene with the uncle and Sammy, you said there was something in the water that was weird. Was that ever anything related to the digital world, or was that just...
Oh, that was a psychic attack on Reiner. Like that was you full on hallucinating. Because Piedmon was messing with your shit.
No, this was something you explained before that.
Oh, are you talking about in the real world?
Yeah. Like when we discussed the actual events of like the almost drowning thing.
Oh, in that case, I think if my knowledge is correct on this one for the most part, it was just a terrible accident. It was a flash flood that got really fucking bad.
Okay, so I'm just saying because you specified something was in the water.
I think if I'm
And then
recalling that
afterwards,
scene,
Sammy
it
got
was...
sick, and it's like, is it related to digital? It's like, we'll find out. Like, okay.
I don't recall exactly. It's been way too long as well.
Yeah.
So
I figured it was something that was thought of and then just kind of got lost.
a little bit. My assumption.
I was just curious to know.
My assumption for the most part is that a lot of the stuff in relation to Sammy with like this mystery disease is that for one, there is some sort of like scientific grounding as like something was happening, but I also fully believe that Sammy probably exaggerated it as a result of like repressed trauma in the brain.
Lamau.
Like without realizing it, and it's just like this is worse than it should be.
Yeah, it turns out it was all psychosomatic.
Yeah, which sucks, but you know, is what it is sometimes.
Wow, Sammy. Your parents had to work so
It was a
hard.
skill
Chase.
issue.
What
But
would your
yes.
sister have as a partner though? Sound Birdmon? Demi
I'd have
Devimon?
to, I have to dig through that. I have to look at some potential partners.
Completely fair.
Also, like Zoe and I talked about this a little bit,
Yeah.
but Gary's perception of his sister isn't particularly accurate. Like they're just not very close.
Right.
So like Gary's upbringing with his parents was like fucking you're lucky to be born. Henrietta's you were born. Like, fucking,
Zuko and Azula.
yeah.
Ah, we love that.
Basically, but there's like a
Jesus.
massive age gap between them. So she's like Sammy's age and in Sammy's class, and is like
And-
taking full advantage of daughter of the mayor of the town. And Gary's like, don't perceive me. So they have like wildly different kind of attitudes about their parents' role in the town that they're in, and Henrietta is kind of doing like a lot of kind of forced mean girl shit where it's kind of expected that she's gonna be like a big deal and like a hot shot and like fucking the popular girl and like cutting people down and being snippy, but just actually wants genuine friends and has trouble finding them because her position tends to scare people away. So I remember we wrote a thing for Sammy to have like a good genuine interaction with them to kind of plant that seed of like Gary shit talking his sister all the time because she's horrible to him.
But in actuality, it's
and-
like it's a facade.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
it's like I just want fucking love from my sibling, and I think that probably a lot of that fixes itself when Gary starts to like become who he wanted to be all along. So I think they probably have a much better relationship past the epilogue. But
Completely
yeah,
fair.
Henrietta's got a lot of kind of in a gilded prison kind of stuff going on at the beginning of the game. So I'd have to do some thinking on who her partner would be.
Completely fair.
Fandlemon.
A couple of things before we
Schumann.
move on to the next questions here, for the most part, because we can't sit for too terribly long.
Yeah,
One
yeah.
is shout out to Cyber Robert for gifting 20 Abridge Alliance memberships. Good
Oh
God.
my
Damn.
god.
Wow.
And for two, a thing that actually is a very good reminder on things, a donation from Bad Sage Advice. They tipped $5 and said, "Token to Red. Did y'all switch over servers or did y'all forget?"
Yeah, we did forget.
we forgore. So we're gonna jump over now to the Schmucks community server, so that way we can be in the stream side of things. And after we get through another question, we'll try and start bringing some of the people in who are our lovely patrons who are sitting around waiting to ask us their burning questions. So let's do that.
I will
jump
say,
now.
okay. And then I'll answer like what I think Liam would have gotten.
Fair enough. We'll jump over now. See you guys over there.
Oh.
Badoinks.
And we're all here now, mostly.
Grim.
Yeah.
Okay.
Grim.
Grim is the only one.
Grim
who's-
was-
Oh, I think it was AFK.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
Here he is.
I'll go
Oh,
get
hey,
him.
there he is.
He lived. It's okay.
Oh, we got him. Don't worry, guys. We didn't leave him behind.
I'm back.
No
Crisis
man left
averted.
behind.
No man left behind. God dang it.
I think if Eos' brother came in, because I was AFK when this conversation started,
Right.
I don't know what the hell he would have, so I just think it'd be funny if he had Neemon.
Oh, that'd be very funny. Be pretty great.
Either that or Ludamon.
That'd be a good one. But yes, so let's get through one last question here. That'll at least get us through 10. Christ. And then we'll start pulling in some of our people in the stream waiting room. This should be a very easy question for me to answer. It's a question from Spark Drake, and their question is, did Red Herring destroy his Digivice in order to get Andromon over to High Andromon? No, he did not. He hacked the server. He quite literally used his multiple resources and the amount of time he spent working on the secret project of the Purge Protocol to essentially boil down what like the server's limitations were. And one of those was that the Digi-Destined, who owned the server, could not get past ultimate level. They straight up were just like, at least the system was like, hey, no, not allowed, banned. And good old Red Herring said, let's find a way around that shit. And so he found a loophole while still maintaining the rule, as it were, for the server. Basically, he gave himself higher level admin privileges, is the best way I can describe it. So that's about it. But yeah.
We don't know what happened to his Digivice, though. You said it wasn't. At least Grayson couldn't see it on him, so who
yeah.
knows whatever happened to that.
My assumption is that it's quite literally was just in a suit pocket. So no, it was never
Who
destroyed. It was just he
knows?
had it on him. But who's to say?
The bad guys. Who knows?
Exactly.
Who knows where he hid it?
That said, let's go ahead and let's see if we can bring in one of our first people from the stream waiting room here. So if we'd like to go ahead and bring in whoever would like to bring in our first person here, feel free to do so.
Eeny, meeny, miny, this one.
Excellent.
Surprise.
Hello, hello.
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 You have been wrangled if you were not.
Hello, Neon the Fox.
Hut, 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 hut.
Ah,
Yeah,
there he is.
hello. Howdy, howdy. Glad you could join us.
You have won the Eeny Meenies and the monies of Moe's.
Woo! Yes, well.
So, that said, you've got 3 lovely questions to ask us because, as being part of the lovely Patreon, for those who have joined us on either the, I believe it's the $7 tier or $5 tier. one
Oh,
of
we
those?
never read that.
Yeah, well,
Begin the reading!
nope, it's too
No,
late.
we already got so much shit to go
We
through.
already have a lot to
Basically,
go
if you get the go to the Patreon, sub to the $7 tier, you get some bonuses. This is one of them.
Look, I wrote a whole recap that didn't get used, okay?
Well, it sounds like
Move
you
on.
Oh yeah,
guys.
Yeah, I
well,
wasn't
here's an
here. That was my
outro.
bad.
So that
Yeah,
said,
that's fine.
if
That
you'd like to go
happens.
ahead and feel free to ask your questions, then we'll try and get through them.
Yes, I guess the first question I wanted to ask is if there was anything you would have done different, both for both the players and the DM, if there was anything you would have done different or had planned different or...
I would have included Weasel and Zoe from the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Maybe so certain character seeds earlier for Grayson.
Mm-hmm.
I would have leaned a bit more into Eeyore and Strike Dramon working on the anger. I like what we did, but I feel as though I could have done more to be more proactive and working on it more visibly throughout the campaign.
And I would say on my end of things, a thing that I'm trying to fix going into campaign 2, side quests. Fucking putting them in there. Like, giving you guys more shit to do that isn't just, hey, there's a big looming danger threat. Like, hey, let's go do a fun quest for somebody.
I did nothing wrong as Maggie Mon.
I was
Indeed.
perfect.
Nick's like, oh shit, Sammy fell into Witchel Knee. You gotta handle that now.
Good luck, have fun, bye.
Have fun.
Sammy is in her magical curl arc.
I mean, Sammy with magic, that would just be chaos for the realm. I don't know that she would actually be in any imminent danger.
Yeah.
She
She is the danger.
Sammy is already broken enough. That would just make her godlike.
You know?
Sammy's weakest attack is continental.
There's a reason that Leica voices her and Mon Mon.
Correct.
Yeah, see, the thing that happens with the Sammy shooter is Sammy doesn't move. The whole continent shifts and she stays in place. And she just moves everything on that continental tectonic plate over to her to kick it.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah. That's
It's
why
just
the
that's
simplest
what the skates
solution.
are for. The skates allow the continent to roll underneath her,
You know,
unnoticed.
it's the whole. It's why the knee kicks are so powerful.
Exactly.
She's the only one that can harm Eeyore.
So you better not cross me.
Uh-oh.
Eeyore may have a D4 brains, but he's not that dumb.
To answer your question, I would have talked more as Lady Devimon.
Fair.
Yeah.
I also wish we could have done the partner swapping with you two earlier as well before Mega, so you could have had more time as Digimans.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been fun if
Yeah.
Weasel was Lady Devimon.
I agree. We would have had a lot of fun with that.
Oh, no, we
He
would have had a
absolutely
great
would
time.
be.
Oh, 100%. I would have loved being Lady Devimon. Are you kidding me?
I would have loved to hear your take on it.
Please be Erica from your Precure series.
I can't anymore. I would destroy my throat.
Oh no, I love that portrayal.
Why do you think Heartcatch kind of like went dormant? It's one of the reasons because I can't do Erica's voice for that amount of a long time anymore.
Oh, curses.
Yeah. I would say that the thing that I would have liked to change would have been actually have Diogo more figured out before going in, because I really feel like okay, yeah, I came up with a base, and then I just kind of winged it essentially.
That's kind of par for the course with D&D like this, man.
If there's any constellation in Weasel, when I made Grayson, I was like, okay, here's X, Y, and Z, and I'll figure out the rest as I play the character.
Yeah.
You're literally changed during our session 0 because I noticed that we had 2 people who were like more of the delinquent types. I was like, okay, 3 is a bit much. Time to make a himbo.
And we are so grateful for our himbos.
The world's not a place with the EI.
But the difference is that you guys were going to be, in the long run for the campaign.
Fair.
And I was going to be here, whether you like it or not. I already knew I wasn't going to be here for that long. So
Still made to
now,
10.
yeah, true. But looking back, it would have helped if I had his character figured out better. Because when Nick came to me, he was like, "All right, tell me how he got into the digital world, and now." Tell me his epilogue. I was kind of like, he's there. Yeah.
Yeah.
We did it, everybody. That's how writing works.
Good job, everyone.
So
Saved
yeah.
this town.
So yeah. I think I can already say that yes, I'll be on campaign 2. Not just saying what. But I am trying to get that way more like organized for campaign 2 so that I know what I'm doing and I can also help others help me do the things that I want as well.
Well, yeah, I hope that answers the question. So you've got 2 more for us, my friend.
2 more.
If you don't have 2, that's okay.
I mean, I know you guys have a lot of writing questions, so I'll probably just do 1 more and then make a comment, and then.
I had an answer.
Totally fair.
Oh,
No.
Grim Hat is back.
Oh yeah. Oh, dude,
Grim is
check this
alive.
No longer allowed, Grant.
Yeah, I was just muted. Yeah, I wanted to cook more.
out.
I want to do 1 more cook-off like we
Let
did with the
him
Veggie
cook.
one.
Yeah.
I'll take it
There's
back.
still
Take
the
it back,
one
kid.
shots.
Why not cook out 1 shot? Here we go.
Come we need to cook.
Who's this we I keep hearing about?
Call him El Diablo Grande Supreme.
Who's this
The
they I
big
keep
supreme
hearing
devil.
about? There are a lot of we's and days that I've never seen before.
But that was mine.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah. Hell yeah.
The next question, this will be a bit of a weird one. This is kind of coming off of a weird question that came from Ruby. What would, and this includes the DM, your character's favorite Sonic character?
Knuckles, because he's just as dumb as Eeyore.
Poor Knuckles.
And voiced by Travis Willingham in one version.
Yeah.
I
That's how you
think
know it's
Grayson wants his favorite to be Shadow, but it's Tails.
That sounds 100% fair.
It's like, yeah, this guy is really cool. He's all dark and lonely, but really, it's Tails.
Okay. When did this take place again?
2023, 2022,
2022.
If you want to say an Archie character, I'm okay with that. I'm.
This year,
No, that's the thing. Okay, so this takes place in 2022, like current year then.
Yeah.
Okay, then I can tell you one thing, it would be Whisper.
I was really hoping you were going to say Big the Cat.
No. No, it would be Whisper from the IDW comics. Because he can kind of relate not being able to really talk a lot. I don't know if you read the IDW comics.
Oh, I do. I know about Whisper and Tangle.
There you go. Also, he's an artist. Of course, if he's a Sonic fan, he's going to read the comics.
That's fair.
Anyone else?
I think I'm stuck for Gary. It'd either be Sonic himself, which is pretty basic, or SBO, probably. 'Cause he likes the disappearing, the ninjaing.
He's also kind of chuny.
Yeah, exactly.
I
He
think
gets to Naruto run canonically.
I love
Exactly.
that. I think Sammy's would be the Chows.
Mm.
Because they're
Very
cute.
valid.
Just the chows in general, that's cute.
Yeah.
That Sega doesn't want $85 trillion to not make a Chow Garden game. It's
Yep.
crazy.
You know.
You know you messed up when a fan made a Kickstarter for a fan game based off the Chow.
Mm-hmm.
I
They
think
just
I have to
don't
change
want
my
free one.
answer.
What's your answer now?
Manic.
Okay.
Manic.
There you go.
From Sonic Underground, because
Oh,
no one
boy.
likes Sonic Underground.
Oh no.
Ah, damn it.
Yes.
Heck, their mother would be found.
Drama.
Oh boy.
Okay, I misheard that. I thought you said Mike for some reason.
No, I said Manic, the drummer.
But Manny,
I thought-
but Mighty is also a meathead. That's the thing.
Graham, did you say yours?
Reiner like Chef Woody.
Who?
You guys aren't real Sonic fans.
Oh well.
I have to go.
I have to check the wiki.
I have to go
Chef
now.
Woody?
You say that name again?
Chef
Oh, he's
Woody.
from Sonic Boom.
Yeah, yep.
You guys aren't
Oh,
I
there
don't
you
know
go.
him.
All right.
real. You guys aren't real.
Given my answer, Omega. or if Omega's not allowed for whatever reason, and to just throw you guys for a loop, storm the Albatross.
Behold.
Actually, he
hero.
asked the character's favorite character, so you would have to say Geordie's and.
Oh, then Simon's is most definitely Omega.
But which one likes the bat?
I'm
No.
gonna go with a character that hasn't been introduced yet.
No, Rush has been introduced a very long time ago, okay.
I mean, they've at least been, mentioned in game, but we'll get to them later. But yeah, hopefully that answers all questions, I believe.
Before I skedaddle off, I just want to say I want to apologize about the grief I gave to Duskmon.
It was justified.
Yes, Rumble Arena.
Duskmon deserved to be taken down a peg both from Rumble Arena and everything about Duskmon. So it was deserved.
Well, I should
That's why we
skedaddle
have
off.
Tournaments.
But no, thank you very much for your questions. We appreciate you so much.
Yeah, and best of luck with the other questions.
Thank you.
We are going to do our best. We have to get through a lot
Thank
of them.
you.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Later, bye. Alrighty. I'm going to try and burn through a couple other quick questions before we get our next person in from the stream waiting room, okay?
Yes.
Rapid fire.
So let's see if I can rapid fire this real quick.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
We're just rapid firing some questions.
Okay,
The
what was
90
before that?
question.
All right, so rapid fire questions. First up, this person did submit a name. They asked, is there anything non-spoiler like that you can share about the one-shot or for Season 2? Season 2 takes place in Earl Vista.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all you're going to get. As for the one arc, Red, anything you'd like to say before we move on?
I rewrote the damn thing 3 times.
So, there you go. If anything, it just shows that Red is really putting in his whole ass on this one.
I know part of that was my fault.
Let's see. Actually, part of the was my initial thought for the one arc was I misunderstood the adventure program and thought that our partners were reused for it.
Nope.
So initially, I was going to have it be Hagurumon and Gotsumon as partners. And then there would be one other, and it would just be 3 of you voicing the partners and 3 of you voicing humans. And Nick would get his own custom partner.
But
then Nick set me straight on that.
Yeah, then I set Red on the right path, and I said, actually, here's how it really worked. And he's like, damn it.
Like, this one arc has become much more expensive. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Also, I joined.
That
but let's see, anything non-spoilery.
There will be Digimon.
Oh God.
I know.
yeah.
You're kidding.
Digital monsters. I'm afraid of them.
I mean, some of you have force-fed me to have forced your way in and have forced a certain character to show up.
Don't worry.
Don't say who it is.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure everyone who's responsible know.
Oh no, yes, but don't say who it is either.
Of course not. I'm not going to spoil that Gigimon. Oh fuck!
Well, before he became
You guys are
CEO.
being really mean about my inclusion in this campaign.
I have a name, you know.
I know you guys are trying to ditch me, but come on.
All right, so moving on. This one is also a quick question that I can answer very easily, which was question from Zodiac Damien. What were the Digimon partners up to during the year they were apart from their human tamers? Did they become leaders, join groups, or train? What did they do? You'll find out when we get to the one-shots, baby!
Fuck around and find out.
You'll learn what they were up
Oh,
to.
yeah.
You guys got to be more crafty if you want to fool us with these questions.
Of course.
Exactly.
Our next
Allow me
question...
to explain everything loudly and in great detail.
Very well.
You want to hear the backstories, do you?
Quiet, you're not here yet.
Damn it!
Our next question comes from Kristen Cream, and their question was, what music track used was your favorite, if you can remember them?
Jesus Christ.
The Mistymon digivolving to Archmagismon.
Yeah,
that
that one
slaps.
slaps so hard.
It was so good.
Dude!
It has no right
To
to
be that
slap
epic.
as hard as it fucking does. I'm gonna get the full credit for that really quick.
Yeah, no, that was all on you.
Chase, do me a favor. Pick the Digivolution music for my mini arc.
Can do.
I-
Spoil all of it for me so I can
I
do
will.
that.
I was gonna pick Rapid Mons, but goddamn, that Archimagus Mons track went so hard.
Yeah.
Also, other thing that I liked a lot was my pitch for Metal Edamon.
Oh yeah, no, that was great.
which was
Balls of
by,
Steel.
Yeah, Rimclang soundtracks, Balls of Steel.
Very, very good.
Was great. So I'm triple checking, making sure that this is the one that I'm thinking it is. Making 100% here real quick.
You can listen to it. You're not streaming.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, I
so-
unfortunately am streaming, so I can't listen to it.
I have listened to it. I have it. I have produced it. I'm gonna post it in the chat. What it was, because it's hard to spell. So it's Hampus Nasalius Alpha Squad. So the name of the song is Alpha Squad. Artist is Hampus Nasalius.
Bless
Fucking
you.
obliterated it. God damn. If y'all can find that on your own outside of Epidemic Sound, I highly recommend giving it a listen. It's so fucking hype.
I did find some of our Digivolution tracks on YouTube. I add them to my playlist, my workout playlist.
Mhm.
So
Oh yeah.
by all means. Also, we do have intention on doing a Digivolution video in full. We'll make sure to list all of the tracks in the description.
Yes. Speaking of which, one of my favorite tracks at the very least, Storm, Gaiomon's theme, which I believe is called Nevertheless She Persisted.
Wait, is that what it was called?
I think if I'm recalling it correctly.
Let me double check because you actually sent it to me for the short.
There's a lot of tracks that I use that were just good in general. It's the one that like it starts off like kind of
Dun,
like slow,
dun,
and
dun,
then it
dun,
then
dun,
it
dun,
latter
dun,
end goes into like a Final Fantasy VII music is what it sounds like. It sounds like RPG battle music.
I remember I was talking
Hell
to Nick,
yeah.
like, I definitely want something with like a samurai hint to it, something like a Ronin, and we land on that. Like Nick sent me like one, maybe two things, as I recall, and we like.
I mean, there's a reason I designed the thumbnail for that one shot after Ghost of Tsushima.
Correct.
Hell yeah.
I'll be honest, when it comes to like looking for tracks on my end of things, I usually will type one or two keywords, and it just like within the first 10 songs, I get something that works.
I'm bad at it then. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing wrong.
I mean, you're just
Yeah.
not putting in like the vibe. You need to put that in, and it works.
We feel the vibe check.
You gotta try believing.
But I keep typing in murder my players and it just doesn't give me what I want.
All
Anyway,
I
this
ever
is supposed to
find
be
is
rapid fire.
Yes.
Murder
Oh,
My
shit.
Players by that one band.
But yes, so unless anyone else can think of any immediate songs that they were like, yes, this was really, really good.
Not to
I
toot
think
my
I
own horn,
remember-
but
Yeah, go ahead.
Anubimon's evolution
Oh
song
yeah,
was, like,
Anubimon's was great.
Yeah.
that shit slaps. I couldn't
Yep.
stop like bouncing to it when I found
We
it.
all
I was
thought
like,
you were going
"Oh."
Beal Storm on. Is like, why is this have like Egyptian vibe to it? That's weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, it was so good when we got to pull the wool over everybody's eyes and being like, psych, losers, it's not Beelstorm.
He got punked.
You sent me two for Gaimons. One was A Million Upheavals
Oh, that's a good one, yep.
and Materialize.
Oh yeah, both of those are pretty great, so. But I think they're, yeah, that song though that is in there, the Nevertheless She Persisted, that is a good one as well, so.
Yes.
That said, moving on to the next things other than, hey, Grim, the stuff that we got to use, Cutie Pie for Umbermon was fucking beautiful. And the song you also submitted for Beelzemon.
Yeah. Sucks we only used it once. but yeah.
It
I guess
is- hey,
everyone
we're gonna use it
once.
again. We got the
Yeah.
one shots.
Go get Digivolution video.
Yeah, we got that too. Next question from Night of the Wind. What would
I mean,
be-
I didn't answer, but
Oh,
okay.
sorry. Oh, I apologize. I'm so sorry, Weasel. I'm so
That's
sorry. Go
fair.
right ahead.
I don't remember the name of the song, I'll fully admit, but I think I still really loved Lily Mod's theme.
Oh no, that
It's
song
still my
was
favorite.
so good. It was absolutely beautiful, and that moment in general was really good because I also got like pretty emotional for the most part when I was just like who knew you could pull at a girl's heartstrings like that line.
Oh.
Still one of my favorites.
But yeah.
Well, yes.
Sadly, I just don't remember what the song was called. I
That's
don't remember.
totally okay. I'm sure I have like the full list of songs somewhere. It's in Roll20. It'll tell me what they are. I just need to go re-listen to them. But yes, moving on to Night of the Wind, who asks, What would be the reaction of your characters at the start of the campaign to meeting your character at the end of the campaign?
What happened to my sleeves?
Where's your laptops, Grayson?
I think Grayson would be in awe of the person he became. Like, you mean you're not scared all the time now? What the fuck?
I imagine that's a lot of people's general thing
Yeah.
at the end of the campaign.
Wait, you talk to your mom?
A weasel's only reaction is, "Wow, I got some really cool shades."
I mean, I would say that Diogo would just be like, "Huh, I feel more confident now. That's weird.
High five.
Okay, let's roll."
Just Diogo meets Diogo from the end of the campaign. Diogo from the end of the campaign begins immediately shaking him. Don't forget about easygoing. You can draw stuff on the tablet.
Diogo
I swear to God.
invest in sneakers.
Interstellar
What?
moment.
Yeah.
What the fuck is easy go?
God damn it!
Oh no!
When the
This
time
cryptic
comes, you'll
message
know.
from the future that I can't decode.
God dang.
Also, that literally my track was slow motion.
Oh, slow motion.
Umi.
Ah, yeah.
Slow motion part 2.
Yeah. Nick sent me a bunch of the tracks already because I am preparing.
I said a lot of things. Did anyone else have any thoughts about like their past meeting their future?
Yeah, I think Sammy would be like, "What do you fucking mean we're healed? What do you mean about that?" And then would just immediately break down and be like, "Oh my god, there's a fucking cure,"
There's a light at the end of this tunnel.
you know.
Holy
I
shit!
mean, there was a cure.
Just imagining Reiner being like, "Why do I look like more of a punk?" Thought I avoided.
You
this
mean
for a
I
reason.
become gold?
Yes. Unless anyone else has any other like last minute thoughts, we'll try and move on.
Yeah, we can move on.
Very well.
Past if Endgame Gary beats up past Gary.
Oh no. It's like, don't worry, just take your lumps, it'll be fine. Let's see. Next question comes from Zero, and they said, "I would like to know more about the admins if possible, such as their names or anything else about them, and maybe what they look like." I can tell you what their names were because I did actually already like say this information in game. I'm pretty sure, but I can go ahead and do so again anyway. So, starting from the top, we have the first three that we all know and love, hate, are neutral about. Simon Reddington, aka Red Herring, whose original partner was Hagurumon and eventually went up the line into Hyandramon. Lucia Yi, otherwise known as Yeehaw, whose partner was Magimon before.
Oh, it's no Sophia, apparently.
I was gonna make a joke about that.
I beat you. Yes, I finally beat you.
I was gonna wait until the end of the list and be like, I can't help but notice I didn't hear Sophia be mentioned.
Why is it? What are we on
Who
about?
was Lucy?
I kept saying her name wrong.
Oh my
so
god!
many times, and it became a joke of my special OC, Sophia.
It was the eighth
everyone
admin.
Forgot about. Yeah.
Yeah. How she stabbed CJ.
Oh,
yeah,
good god.
Just showed up out of nowhere and.
Yep, that'll do it. Jordan Hedgewick, Stonehenge, who had Gotsumon and then all the way up to Meteormon. But then the
And
Yes?
to be clear, it's Stonehenge, not the proper Stonehenge.
yes, it's
right?
Stonehenge, correct?
Off of Hedgewick.
Yes,
It's intentionally incorrect.
it
Trim
is
those
intentionally in. Yeah, it's wrong on purpose. Next up we had Devin Yoma, whose username was Devil Soma,
God.
who was Impmon's partner.
Devil Soma.
Guys, you have to
Sounds
understand, when
cool
I wrote
guy.
these, I was being dumb as shit. So,
That
Correct.
sounds
Sounds
like
real
teenagers.
cool.
Also, there was like no intention
love-
to ever meet half of them.
yeah, there was no intention to meet any of these guys, and now they are apparently, like, now people really want to know about them. We have Harry King, otherwise known as King Maroon, who had Flamemon as their partner. We have Sylvia Cooper, whose username was Spinsylph, spelled Sylph, like sylph, like a fairy of sorts. And they had Terriermon.
Yeah.
And then Abigail Gray, otherwise known as Dragon Abbey, who had Monodramon.
That poor woman.
But yes, that's the old crew basically. As for what they look like or anything else about them, I can't say at this time.
Yeah, who knows?
Who's to say? Moving on.
Who's to say?
Question from Jam. How do you determine if a custom strength is too strong or too weak for a Mega Digimon? It's all a balancing act and just lots of years of DMing to figure out what should be good and what shouldn't be, and also communicating with players.
You do your best, and then you find out you oopsie-daisied it.
Which
in
happens a
one direction
lot.
Or the other, and then you make adjustments after the fact.
It's always
Another-
okay to adjust after the fact. It's
Yes.
always okay.
Right.
Yes.
In
you
other
can always
words-
say, go for it.
In other words, fuck it, we ball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like, you can always retroactively talk to your players afterwards, or talk to the DM and be like, hey, I think this is too strong, or hey, I think this is too weak. Can we work sharp here? Like, we updated tactical munitions to battle to roulette battle.
Yes, we did.
A bunch of our stats and abilities got buffed near the end because
Yep.
we were playing with the system.
I mean,
Riposte got
also there's-
changed. Cross counter got changed a lot.
Within the first 5 sessions, Nick allowed us to respec our stats after we got like a sense of how the system worked.
Exactly.
Yeah, I only got to use my ability once.
Yeah, which is why we had to change a lot of stuff towards the very end. So now going into this one, we're going to try and make it so, hey, it's an ability that if you pick it, let's see if we can use it more often. And if it's not, then let's see if we can change it out later.
Because that was a thing that, yeah, as just was stated, we sought out 2 of Reiner's powers, like
Yeah.
right
Just-
before the
yeah.
very end for new abilities that would actually get used.
Correct.
Because there was nothing wrong with the ones we picked, we just never used them.
So
they
if
weren't,
you'll...
like,
It's like
underpowered or
choosing the
overpowered.
actor feat in D&D. If you're in the right campaign, that can be very versatile. That's just not the game we were running.
Correct. Just happened to be the case.
Exactly.
But yes, I'm going to try and get to 21 on our list here, so that way we can answer some of the questions as well from that came
Bad
from
Sage?
donations, as well as from Bad Sage, yes. This question comes from Kurokochi, which actually is in relation, I would say, to Nicholas Black's donation that just came in for $3, so thank you, Nicholas. Nicholas was asking, hello, I just ate a whole baguette. Congratulations, proud of you. Way to get your
Proud.
carbs in.
Good job.
What were
Did
some
you chew?
Digivolutions that the players considered? One per person if you want to speed it up. And in Kurokochi's thing, they said, now that everyone's final forms were revealed, what were some of your like original Evo lines before changes and customs were later put on? So any ideas for like other things we were thinking of?
None.
100
Monojamon stayed. Oh, sorry. You go ahead, Storm.
So, just the only thing I can comment on I 100% was gonna go with Mega Gargomon for the longest time, and then I changed like a few months before we ended up selling on things. And as mentioned, Gaiomon was originally supposed to be Emperor Greymon, but I felt the Ronin vibe was more thematically appropriate.
I was the most predictable one in the group. I was always going down the vanilla canon Monojamon to Justimon line. At one point, I did consider a recoloring of Justimon X, and I also briefly considered Brigademon, just because people were easily guessing I was going Justimon. But I decided I shouldn't just change just because people were guessing it. I don't unlike some people. It was just the thing. It was like, yeah, it's okay to be the one guy that's easy to guess.
How does
Everyone
it
else-
feel being stronger than George R.R. Martin?
Not George R. R. Martin, the guys who wrote the adaptation.
No, Andrew Dormont, he's changing things because people are now guessing.
Yeah,
I think.
everyone.
Oh,
guessed
shit,
the
fuck
ending,
you.
So he started just last second bailing on all of his ideas. It seems like.
What a shame.
Yeah, that's how you punish your audience that's been paying attention this entire time.
Mm-hmm.
If they can see the twist coming, it means they love the walk and that they're paying attention.
It means they're paying attention.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Nothing wrong with curveballs, but maybe don't wildly force an insane one out of nowhere.
Now, what are you
It's like,
talking about?
surprise, it's Marine Devimon.
Now, what are you talking about? Bellstarmon was never on the table.
You see, Monojamon Digivolves to Mega Gargomon. It makes complete sense.
Would have been great.
Listen, like I feel like with BL Starmon, if that was the route that it went, there was a lot of work to build up so that the line made sense up to that point. It's not a wild last second swerve of a thing to have gone to a Newbie-mon. It's not a wild last-second thing to go with Bielstarmon. They were both heavily incorporated, foreshadowed, and like thematic elements of the line. If you just suddenly were like Superstarmon, it's like, strange.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It would make perfect sense.
Have you seen
was
Digimon? It
really
just
good.
works.
It was originally going to be Bielstarmon because that was what was suggested to me at the very, very beginning when I said, pick a Digimon for me, please.
And
And
when
then
you gained
everyone
autonomy.
everyone guessed it immediately. Like, before I even hit Lady Devimon, people were like, it's going to be Bielstarmon. And I was like, fuck you.
Look, spite is a hell of a motivator.
I was like, I don't have art yet.
Look what you all ruined.
To be fair, I think it
could
worked out even better. Like Anubismon was
yeah.
just such a cool like encapsulation of everything Semi was doing.
For
Again,
sure.
like the entirety of the line.
Gotta say, Bielstarmon had the significance of Sammy being Reiner's sister.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nothing about who she is or what she's done or like her journey or motives or interests or flaws. Just we are related by blood. Here's the Digimon proving it. That it's cool, but it's shallow. And Anubismon covered so many more of the themes and fucking things that you built up, and it was such a solid, good choice.
Yeah, Return to
I was
Doggo.
very happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
Return to
Exactly.
Doggo is great.
So just for everyone out there, we all we're always watching the chats. We do see your guesses.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, we're always
I-
watching, guys. Believe you me, you are not like just sitting in the aether.
Not a day goes by that I don't lurk the spoiler chat. Like, I have read everything you've posted.
Look in there.
We walk
daily.
among you.
I take
I've
notes.
read everything you've posted, parentheses, this is a threat.
Yeah.
Just because we don't write doesn't mean we aren't watching.
Exactly. If the Magimon line had been full canon, like already existing, no customs, probably would have had Ghostmon, the little man for rookie, as the beginning. I believe his name's Ghostmon.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then go to Wizardmon, then Mistymon, then I would have probably had to bite the bullet and go Dynasmon. But I made Archmagismon before this campaign started.
Yep.
Like before we had a thing that even started this campaign, I'm like, I know what I want. I've had a personal agenda about this for years. I have a plan. I'm
This is
doing
when we
this. I'm
learned-
making it right.
This is when we learned that the only reason Schmuck screened this campaign was for Chase to personally fix the Wizardmon line.
Yes, indeed. My issues with it, I understand that some people think it's thematic. I don't have that much criticism of them if they feel that way. But I liked that it was wizard to wizard to wizard to wizard. That's what I liked that a whole lot. And instead, it's ghost to wizard with a sword to dragon. And like, okay, but the
Dragon
dragon's a
person.
wizard.
But
and
the
it's like,
dragon's a
no.
dragon wizard.
The dragon's a dragon. Like, don't give me that shit. Like, I get that you could go, okay, but Mistymon's a knight, and the knight that slays the dragon becomes the dragon in the end. It's like, yeah, but how's he a royal knight? Like, that's you're ruining the analogy. Like, why would the dragon get slayed if it's one of the people working for the fucking people running the place?
Chase,
Like,
what are your
it's-
thoughts? I remember after I took over for Magimon, like a week or two after, like there was a Digimon manga that had medieval Galamon become a mega for Mistymon. How do you feel about that?
I don't mind it, but I liked the wizard element. I like that it's like kind of like the branching path, so to speak, of like Mistymon is the pivot point. Like it starts with Wizardmon, and then it's like Mistymon is two things. He's a wizard and he's a knight. And Medieval Gallantmon is the knight, like, perfected. And, like, in my mind, Archmagismon is the wizard perfected. And you have both branching paths to potentially go down if you wanted to. And that's cool and fine. So, like, I like that. It's just I tend to have a problem with Digimon calling everything a wizard. Like, every fucking thing's a wizard. Like, Duskmon's a wizard, Agunimon's a wizard, fucking
I was about to say, yeah.
everybody gets magic and no one uses it. Like everybody has a cool elemental attack, but even the not wizards have a cool elemental attack.
Is
It's
Greymon
very
a wizard?
confusing.
He could be
Greymon
if you give him
especially
enough
is a
time.
wizard.
Give him some time, and I'm sure he will.
Numamon's a wizard.
Oh God. But yeah, so, I don't know if we had anything else to go off of on that. End of
Was
things.
if anyone else had different intentions for the Digivolution. I know Weasel.
Okay,
Weasel did,
okay.
yes.
I'll wait to the end.
I thank you for reminding me the question because I was AFK when the question was asked. My entire evolutionary line was as planned, except the Mega. Bancho Lilymon was not initially going to be my Mega. Initially, it was going to be Ceresmon Medium. Because that's always been what when Ceresmon was revealed for the first time, when she was, a thing, it made me so happy because it made my little girl Floramon feel seen. Because now there was an actual canonical line for her. Even though I'm not the biggest fan of the full line, I love that the rookie is Floramon and the Mega is Ceresmon. However, and this is, I could say that it's on me because I could have asked. I thought when I was going to come back to the campaign, I already had my Mega unlocked. And my favorite Digimon in general is Lilymon. So I thought, I'm going to come back and I'm not going to have Lilymon. I'm going to only have Lilymon for this very good moment, and I'm going to come back and Lilymon is no longer there anymore.
And then I pranked you, and I said, "Psych, loser, get back in."
Pretty much, although it would have been nice to know that, because then my Mega would have been Ceresmon Medium. That's the only thing.
Womp womp.
Because the reason why I went with Bancho Lilymon was because, wait a minute, there's a Mega version of Lilymon. I can just go with that. And that way I can have Lilymon for longer.
And the audience was very happy you went that way.
Yes, they were.
That's fair.
I would have been fine with Ceresmon Medium as long as it wasn't Ceresmon Spirit Medium, because then it's a fucking wizard again.
God damn it.
Also, we saw how Colo do Bancho Lilymon. I'm almost terrified to see what he would have done to Ceresmon Medium.
Yep.
So
honestly, when I saw the art, when I saw the art, part of me was like, man, I want to see Ceresmon.
We can still commission it. We can still make it happen. Campaign 2 is a thing.
I mean,
True.
I'm still gonna commission Colo for a Mega Gorgomon just to have the complete sets.
Weasel out here.
That's
Man,
fair.
I was robbed.
Low key, to be honest, if I knew that I was gonna hang out with Lilymon for a little longer, I would have went with Ceresmon.
Unfortunately, plans
By the-
change.
Yeah, but by the time I came back, the art was already commissioned. I couldn't change anything, and I was like, "Okay, I guess we're
Curse
doing
you,
this
Nick.
now."
I apologize for nothing.
Like, Weasel will make it happen.
But yes, Graham, you had your side of things as well.
Yeah. So my original one that I wanted, but I declined, was having Bielstarmon instead of Bielzamon. But the problem was we didn't have anyone that could probably voice a whole female role of characters, so I declined that and just went with Bielzamon. So
Chase, what would have your
Yeah,
Bielstarmon sound like?
Hey, it's me, I'm Bielstarmon.
Yeah.
I would have loved to just be like, "Hey, Bielstarmon, are you okay?" Just like, I smoke 37 cigars.
Yeah, just make her Dr. Girlfriend.
Take me, he fucking would have.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong, Grim, but wasn't at one point Balmon X considered before Umbramon was developed?
well, the evolution line is Antmon, Wizardmon, Balmon, and Bielzamon.
Oh,
So the problem is,
Too many wizards.
yeah.
yeah, we
It's
already had a
wizard
Wizardmon.
again. Look at the
Wizard
fucking
mod.
wizard.
And Reiner doesn't really have anything to do with magic and stuff either. It's like,
Ballmon, put on that book, you nerd.
I had talked to Grim about it like a long time ago, like before we unlocked Champion, and we were talking about it, and I'm like, it could be okay to do like I get Wizardmon and you get Wizardmon X, and then we get to see like the differences between these Digimon and like how like not all Digimon are even remotely the same, even with slight variations. There's like wild differences, and like that's cool. And it was basically like that's all cool at all, but I also want to like not have to share the stage on like everything, and it's very valid. Like just like having us have our own unique stuff is cool,
Totally fair.
and I'm about that.
it's it's like I want my character to feel individual and unique and cool with all this roster of characters. He's got a dinosaur, he's got a plant, and I'm gonna be a knight. What are you gonna be? I'm gonna be a knight that looks almost like your knight. It's like
Be a knight, but cooler.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick the X form.
You're gonna be a knight.
I'm gonna be a
the
knight
good
with a hat.
Well, I guess Ren I can't be Pawn Chessmon white and black now.
Ah, well.
Damn it.
Look, they were already in the
Ren, we gotta
campaign.
change our characters.
Campaign 2's gonna suck now. Oh well.
Yeah.
If evolutions were faster, which I wouldn't have recommended, maybe that would have been a more plausible scenario where it's like, oh, I mean, it's fine. Like, you're gonna be in for a second, and then you won't. So like, stuff like that came up that might have been a little bit different, but at the
that's
end,
also. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was saying at the end we just decided to go with Duskmon just because his hair was blonde. Same with Beelzemon. When you got, I think either Red or Storm, one of you guys maybe, someone sent it.
It was
like,
Nick.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I had sent the
Nick,
idea of like
okay.
Duskmon seems interesting at the very least.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
I do think that actually helped the rivalry between Agunimon and Duskmon. I think knowing that they both were going to be Spirit Warriors as a result of this pick, I think that kind of subconsciously sparked that rivalry between those two, which was kind of fun.
And it did surprise a bunch of people.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, that as the first Digivolution set the tone so well for like some of us might be canon evolution lines, some of us are gonna go crazy. You don't know what to expect.
Yeah.
And then everyone went with their canon champion.
I mean,
Digimon,
Digimon was a dark Digivolution.
Yeah, everyone thought that for a while, and then Strikemon never made an appearance for so many episodes.
Which, in hindsight, I fucking loved. I'm glad that we got one fight with all the champions together, and then never again.
Yep, never again. Not even once.
Weird.
I mean,
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Digimon in general. I mean, there's so much the most random, like from rookie to champion to ultimates I've seen.
Patamon to Angemon's the most out of pocket thing possible.
I'm talking about like
pack.
I'm talking about a crazy thing, like a bear can turn into a dragon.
Yeah, Baelmon becoming Triceramon in Tri.
A dinosaur. I think that's like with Digimon how interesting it is. It's not just Pokemon where it's like, okay, you get the evolution's there, but then maybe if you get a you get a Thunderstone, then he could be this. But like Digimon is just like, I don't know, man.
Spin the wheel,
Who
bud.
the fuck knows what you're getting? I'm Goemon. Now I'm fucking Thor.
Yeah, good luck. All right, let's try and get through the next two of these real quick, which I should be able to get through easily, and then we can grab Bad Sage in here, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on, Bad Sage. We're coming for you.
We're gonna get you, I swear to God. Question from Jagger, and their question was, can we get a blurb of what would have happened if Megidramon had succeeded? Campaign 2's Earl Vista wouldn't happen. And that's about all you need to know.
Have a different spawn location.
Campaign 2 starts in a post-apocalyptic hellscape.
Where the whole goal is to actually go and deal with Megidramon.
Megidramon, we've come to Borgen.
Exactly. Our next question comes from the Mystic Dory Cat, and also Megidramon related. They said, so is Megidramon like permanently dead, or does the CJ now have to go deal with this hungry child? Again, look forward to the one-shots when we get to that point. You'll learn what happened.
Uh-oh.
And then lastly, a question from Ash here before we get Bad Sage in here. How would the Vandals anticipate this saga going if they knew what was going to happen prior to being sucked into the digital world? Like, if you guys knew ahead of time, you're going to get pulled in here.
Gary would have called in sick to work that day.
Would have brought a second skateboard.
Would have brought a second pair of clothes.
So is this that we know this was real, or just like
Like if you
you're
knew
told,
ahead of
"Hey."
time you were gonna be like sent to the digital world. Like if
And
you
for
had,
whatever
Right,
reason, we
3
believe them.
minutes.
Okay.
yeah, like it's like,
Prepare
hey,
to
you
get
got
isekai'd. What do you do?
yeah.
Yeah, I would have just said no. Ryder probably would have said no still because he's got to do stuff for his family and stuff.
And then
So,
mid isekaiing, it's like, well, this is bullshit.
Yeah,
We
Yeah.
were
Honestly,
asking.
I wouldn't have thought
Yeah,
this was a
the-
dream at the start.
Mhm.
Still got the dream element in there. Yep.
Yeah.
Sammy would have texted Reiner to be like, "Holy shit, you're never gonna believe this."
I have been chosen. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, Sammy.
Second message from Sammy over the text. Also, where the hell am I? Why are you not here?
Yeah.
Diogo would have an existential crisis.
Yep.
That tracks.
Correct.
What do you mean?
Alrighty.
What do you mean I'm going to go into another world? What do you mean? What do you mean I can't stop it? What do you mean? Ah!
Is this hell? Am I going to hell?
Maybe. Depends.
Depends how
that
you
said,
deal with it.
Let's go ahead and we'll grab Bad Sage here, and we'll start going through our list of questions from Bad Sage.
Okay, bad stage, brace yourself, but you're on delay, so you don't have the ability to brace yourself. Boom.
Congratulations, Bad
Surprise.
Sage. You've been invited.
10,000 years will give you such a crick in the neck.
Yeah, that's obvious.
Jokes aside, thank you for inviting me.
Oh,
Or
of course.
Inviting me in.
But that counts.
Yeah, sorry for the delay.
I have a silly question, a serious question, and then not my question.
Fair.
The silly question should be fast. What is your character's favorite musical, or the musical they most relate with?
Shrek the musical.
Obviously.
Universal answer.
Oh, well, if that's everyone's, then.
I
Oh,
really
yeah,
want to
anyways.
I really want to do an inside joke, but I can't.
Don't.
Do
I
it,
know
you
which one
coward.
Yeah,
you're thinking.
don't worry, I'm not gonna choose it.
I think if Storm says this, we're putting our mom on blast.
Yeah, it's that one.
What? I know it's too. I can't.
Yeah,
say it
yeah,
out
yeah.
loud.
I'm not gonna.
I actually have an answer for this.
All right, go ahead.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles coming out of our show's tour.
Oh my god!
Incredible.
That's Eeyore's answer too. That makes the most sense for Eeyore.
Deep cut,
At
deep
least
cut.
Grayson's just choosing spam a lot.
There you go.
Oh, Spamalot's a good option.
Mhm.
That or
I'm just not saying spam a lot because I haven't seen it yet.
So, I think we know what Sammy's answer would be, which would be Zombie Cat on Ice,
Obviously.
which
Yeah.
was
Obviously.
also part musical.
You know, part musical, and she's only seen it through like shitty YouTube videos and like fucking
Slime.
Do slime
tutorials.
tutorials.
slime
the ice.
tutorials, like torrented and got a virus on the
Slime.
family computer because it like only aired once in like the early 2000s before the show was canceled. And she's like, you're never gonna believe it. I got it. I got the thing. This is the best one yet. It's from the front row.
And it's somebody just like shakily holding a camcorder.
Yeah, exactly.
I just imagine it's like the Reptar on ice. Somebody call their mom.
Beautiful.
Excellent. We got there.
What was the question?
Favorite musical for your character?
It could be off Broadway. It could be Cats.
It can't be Cats.
Why
It could
can't
be
it
Epic
Cats?
the musical.
If you've
Could-
seen Cats, you'll know why it can't be Cats.
No, not the movie. No,
We're talking about the musical, not the
I
movie.
said what I said.
The man,
Then, hold on.
just because
He's
the man
right.
is right.
They all booed me, but they knew I was right. You're gonna tell me what the lore of Scrimbleshanks the Railway Cat is here and now?
You
You're gonna
want me
fucking look
to?
me in the eye and
You
tell me
want
how
me to?
everyone trying to murder that one old cat to send her to the fucking moon or whatever
We don't need to
is
see
cool?
Mephistopheles.
How-
Yes.
A fucking what the fuck ever, the fucking
Shit,
touch
the heavy
elderly
side
cat.
layer.
Yeah, the fucking elderly cat who just wants someone to touch her is begging for death.
Oh God.
Listen,
Don't give me
have
that.
you not heard Montcalm, Jerry, and Rumpelteaser's song?
I'm sorry, Chase. You said Shrek the musical, therefore your opinion is invalid.
No, it makes
No,
it
actually-
completely valid.
The Shrek the musical rips. It's
Guys, I can't believe this question.
Inform you, Shrek the musical slaps.
It's
Like,
actually
guys,
phenomenal.
This
It's
question
actually
is tearing
so
us
good.
apart.
I can't believe that this is the question that breaks up the Schmuck Squad.
It's so over.
I didn't realize what power I wielded.
Listen, Spider-Man, turn off the dark.
Grim, did you have
No!
Yeah. Ratatouille on ice.
There you
Nice.
go.
Very good.
All right, there
Also,
we
Like
go.
the part where the guy in the rat costume, still with the blades on his feet, tries to climb the guy in the chef outfit.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this isn't my question. This actually belongs to Nightblade.
All right.
Is it? Wait, no. Where is it? Oh, I lost it.
Oh no.
Time. Gone forever.
Right. It was something along the lines of. So now that the Digimon are, if the Digimon ever come to the real world, which character would freak out the most about the damages?
Gary's dad.
Yeah.
Not even the main cast, just Gary's dad.
Gary's dad already made a whole speech about how this is their Independence Day, and then the aliens come in and start attacking everyone. Like he's the guy who's got to step up. He talked a big game.
Yeah, dude. It's like, you're the mayor now. Go ahead, do the thing you said you were gonna do.
We
Go ahead,
trusted you.
defeat him. Go ahead. You said you're gonna defeat him. Gary's dad, Stuart.
If that is your real name.
Listen. Have you tried Talk No Jutsu? I don't know what that is.
You're saying words, and I'm sure they mean something to someone.
I'm an elected official. I don't know how to use my words.
Elected official Gary's dad.
I don't use my words. I use somebody else's words. Why do you think I was able to win? I used the Independence Day speech. I didn't write that.
We need to find the young man that hacked me.
Grayson eyes.
Someone get me a ghostwriter and a teleprompter. I'll deal with this.
They just need a stern talking to. Someone write up a speech about how to give a stern talking to.
Grayson just puts up the speech from Return of the King. Death! Death! Além do O'Heron.
Oh, I think what would be really fun is if you pull, you do a deep cut, you pull from the new Elden Ring DLC, and just like, curse you, Bale!
Vile Ballman!
And I have one last question.
Certainly.
Where's Piedmon?
That's a good question. Thank you for
I'd
your
check
question,
inside
and we'll
the
see you
walls
the
of your
next time we
house.
do that.
I would have loved it if at that exact moment you disconnected.
Oh, I expected one of three things to happen. Either A, I was kicked from the server.
No.
I wasn't getting an answer, or Nick would say, "Well, here's the trailer for season 2."
Oh no,
You're
you'd be
about
removed from the
to
call.
find out.
You would be removed from the call. It'd be a very smooth brain thing to do to try and remove somebody from a call and accidentally kick them from the whole fucking server.
That's clearly
Oh,
never
this is
happened
great
to any of
drama.
us once. Good God.
But thank you guys from the entire community. You've always brought us laughs and sadness and great joy, catharsis. We really appreciate it.
Bad news, there's more on the way.
Oh no.
And this time Red's the one who's writing the check.
Oh
Yeah,
no,
so it's-
immediate panic.
So it's gonna be worse.
Oh,
Not gonna be as
boy.
good.
Or better.
Fueled with no sleep.
You made
Exactly.
all the crying worse. Worse or better.
But no, thank you very much for your set of questions, Bad Sage. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you.
Later.
Appreciate you so much.
Later, bye.
Bye-bye.
I'll remember.
And there he went.
Alrighty. God,
Off
now,
into the sunset.
now to try and see if we can burn through some more of these questions on the quick side of things. Good God, we still have so many.
We got
Nah,
this.
we're halfway there.
We can do it.
We are not halfway there, but
I used to
We're halfway
run a
there.
show-
Nick, we're halfway there.
We're 1 trillionth way there.
I mean, that's better than nothing. So,
I used to run a show for fucking Net19 where it was just a Q&A, and I'm like, only a fool would include more than 30 questions.
And here I am
Anyway, as
sitting.
you were, Nick.
Oh man, don't worry, Chase. I can tend to my own stab wounds while still running this show. So, our next question comes from Kurokochi. Their question was, how exactly did Sammy get the virus from the digital world into her system? She didn't. She got that from the real world. And to further elaborate why it was able to be cleared in the first place, is because she had spent enough time in the digital world, or at least in the server, that it started registering as a virus. Much like in the same way that how Wendigomon had like a altered form of the Purge program that had like been infected into her that was able to get rid of via the vaccine code that you guys had made for the most part. It eventually just registered as that of like, hey, this is a thing that's not supposed to be here. And the point of the vaccine code is to set things back to the way they were before foreign entity messed with a thing. So that's how it was able to clear Sammy's stuff. Hopefully that answers the question. Let's see. Hopefully we can rap fire this one. From Sophie Squid, to the players themselves, what crests do you most closely align with? If you don't have a canon one that you'd like and you have one that you want to make up for yourself, choose it.
For characters.
Characters.
I think character.
I've been saying for a long time I think Grayson would have hope, but it sort of dawned on me a while back that his loyalty ability is just the crest of friendship.
Yeah.
Fair. Oh my god, a crest of friendship wielder that actually likes his friends.
I know.
God damn.
That's so rare.
Man, we love it when
Wow,
the Lancer's
there's-
actually a cool guy.
I think for the longest time I view myself with reliability, so that's why I just defaulted with ER. But seeing how he's developed, I think maybe he would get hope.
Yeah.
He was always
think,
about
yeah.
mercy.
That's
Yeah.
fair. I feel like Diogo's as courage would be cool to show that he's overcome.
Yeah, that's what I
like fear.
That's what I was also thinking. The more I think about it, the more I think courage would be the one that would fit Diogo the best.
I like that we have, it shows like the growth behind it, that there's a spot that there's an absence of the trait that then becomes the trait.
It's okay
which
to
is-
not
is
start
cool.
there.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's not just like, I'm afraid of literally nothing, I'll slap punch God, let's go, is one way to interpret the
Learning the
crest
value of
wielder.
courage means you cherish it more when you have it.
Correct. And that's how things should be. Looking at you, Toei.
I can see
Get
Rhino
it
with
together.
reliability.
Absolutely.
He's got that big brother energy.
Yeah.
He's like, I am group dad. Allow me to elaborate.
Love, I feel.
Yeah, love also works.
Yeah.
Mhm.
What about for Sammy?
Mm.
Thank you.
Darkness.
I don't
That's
know
not
what
a crest.
The crest of miracles.
Yeah, miracles would be a good one.
Yeah, I guess.
Sammy's alive, it's a miracle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Essentially.
I was about to
that,
say
that tracks. That
I'll
makes
say
sense.
that or light.
Yeah, one of
Yeah.
those.
That makes sense.
I mean, she's our most powerful member. It has to be one of them.
Yes,
I don't
What
know
a-
what the crests are.
that's
so.
fair.
Oh, so
They
season
would.
one.
There were elements in the original show that allowed the kids to go ultimate level.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
They each represent a virtue: courage, friendship, love, knowledge, reliability, sincerity, hope, and light. Eventually, kindness, miracles, and destiny were later added.
I feel like Gary best fits sincerity.
I think
He
so.
becomes
Yeah.
true to himself.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I think that
Also,
makes
he was
sense.
I was
he was pretty real with everyone. He never bullshitted any of us.
It's true. It's true.
The only time
Facts.
he really lied in game was to the Digimon about, hey, the VHS, it was an egg, Shrek hatched. But that's like telling your kid, like, oh yeah, the Tooth Fairy came. Wow.
The greatest lie Gary ever told was convincing the Digimon that the egg had hatched.
But it did, Nick. It did.
Yeah.
The
What are you talking
Digimon, yeah, he lied to just.
It's going to happen in my one arc. Shrekmon will be there.
In the past,
He's going to violently sacrifice himself and become an egg.
Exactly.
Yeah.
he'll become a VHS egg. That'll work.
Exactly.
Makes sense. Yeah.
How do you think he got there, Nick?
Of course.
Everyone knows that VHS stands for Very Holds Shrek.
Thank you, Chase. Thank you.
Oh.
I love how fake that sounds. It just drives home even more to
What are you talking about? That's the most legit thing I've ever heard.
Yeah,
Yes.
kinda
Google it,
walks.
and this link I'll provide in a second.
Let's see if we can get to our next question, unless anyone else had any last minute thoughts on this one.
I'm ordering DoorDash. Who wants any?
Most
We'll
excellent.
be here for a bit.
So,
Give me something.
hey, Graham, guess what? You get to be on the spotlight for this next one, because this one unfortunately will not be quickly done.
Oh,
It's a
fuck.
question from Omega V, and they said, "Hello, Vandals. It's been a really incredible journey and really fun to watch. My question is about Umbramon. The talk with Impmon and Munchie to
boy.
combine forms as a Mega was by far my favorite scene, so I was curious, what was the inspiration for Munchie to be added alongside?"
The inspiration. I really liked Digimon like was it Minervamon or other form?
Yeah.
Minervamon.
X.
Yeah, Minervamon.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was
Minervamon
Minerva.
X. With
I don't
the
think it's
two-
No,
Is it
she's tiny.
It's-
it's- Oh, it's the tiny version?
Yeah.
The very, very tiny version? Yeah,
Yes,
that's X.
with the oversized
Yeah.
weapon.
Minervamon
Okay,
X.
yeah, it is X
And
then.
she has little two hair braids that are entities with names that aren't Digimon related. And I really like that a lot. So with Umbramon, I thought, okay, he's a shadow entity, so having him chained to an entity that relates to Gluttony, because I was planning to have him be Beelzemon. I just didn't know what form of Beelzemon, since we were going into this whole state of shadows and stuff past, with Duskmon. So I kind of wanted a medium form between that, so that we can make a different version for Beelzemon and make him more a variant. Can maybe goes a little towards the Gluttony and all that with his abilities and stuff and shadows. So yeah, Munchie was born
Yeah.
through that.
There's also like a cool element that I felt added a lot to Impmon's growth, is that he really started off as this guy who's like, I will be strong. Like, I am the strong boy, me. And not only did he grow a lot from being partnered with Reiner, and it kind of became, we'll be strong. It kind of came, like, Duskmon's mindset was like, I'm strong because of you. You are my battery, and you give me my amazing, awesome superpowers that I am super cool because of. And then the kind of thing that unlocked Umbramon to an extent, it's like, okay, we need to work as a team. I need to be a team player. So, there's other people besides myself that matter. And that was kind of just me and Reiner and the rest of the extras that formed the party.
Yeah.
And then with Umbramon Umbramon and Munchie into Beelzemon X is like, no, like, the little guy matters. Like, it's important to fucking be a guy that can guide everybody, and there's literally a guy attached to you that needs your help, and you're ignoring him. And that kind of fully actualized the Beelzemon line with that, to, like, kind of really extra emphasize the importance of, like, togetherness and teamwork in, like, a community within the Beelzemon line. That was cool.
And add a little bit of the sibling thing, since we were kind of like doing stuff differently with Sammy and Reiner and all that, so they're their own individual characters, not just one package in a way. So we kind of had Munchie just kind of have that kind of thing that shows a little bit of that, not entirely, since Munchie's more, animalistic kind of behavior and stuff at times, due to the gluttonous characteristics he became.
It's kind of like that time where you come home and you have a baby sibling, and they're just
Yeah.
a feral little monster.
Exactly.
Gotta take care of them.
Don't worry, I'll
was
take
just
care
like
of
that.
him. Holds up pillow.
But yeah, that was again, a lot went into this, And the main things were Reiner's moment would be when Umbermon was formed, and Itmon's version is when Umbermon had to work with Munchie and go to Mega. That was like my 2 moments I wanted in the whole show, and that was mainly it. Yeah, to dive into the question again, just how was Munchie was thought of, right?
I mean, the question was more so along the lines of like, what was the inspiration for adding Munchie alongside with the evolution to Mega?
Yeah, so I mean, again, there was another Digimon I really liked that had that thing. Wanted to have a gluttonous kind of element to Umbermon to kind of really go over between Duskmon and Beelzemon. And also, well, that's Umbermon. But those were the main components, and I think it just really worked out way better than thought. I think we were only worried about Munchie's abilities being a little too overpowered to let a player control him.
Which is why I took over the reins.
Yeah, all of us came together. Everyone in this call came together and was like, Nick isn't voicing enough NPCs. Nick needs at least one extra dude. We gotta help him out. Nick's not getting enough screen time.
Which is why it was the best thing
made
ever.
Munchie.
It was great because with Munchie, it was like, what voice do I give Munchie? I'm just gonna make noise and shake my face. That's just all I'm gonna do. But yeah,
that was basically it. It turned out really great. Everyone loved Munchie. That was even better.
Of course, that's
we
how
had
we
to
have
make
emotes now.
Everyone loved him so much we had to make an emote.
Correct.
I think Munchie's more popular than Umbermon, but I think a lot of people have put them as a package. But still, I think if you had to pick between the two, people would pick Munchie.
They are a little bit joined at the hip,
Yeah, but like if you had to pick, if one had to get cut off, it's like which one lives? I think a little more people would pick Munchie.
Before we have to fire that bullet, let's move on to the next question.
Yeah.
Some of these we can go through pretty easily. A question here from Millie C. Well, I know we can't ask about Campaign 2 spoilers, because I haven't written all of it yet. Give me some time. I do want to ask if there's going to be a van or van-like thing involved. I still want us to be the Vandals and the Vandom, and for it to make sense. I'm going to make this call out right now, and it's not going to happen, but I'm just going to say it right now. His next character is going to have a Vespa.
What?
That's the closest you're going to get.
When did we decide that?
Just now, and you're probably going to be like, no, that's incorrect. And I'll be like, yeah, it's fair. So,
I mean,
you do not have the Vespa, you are burdened.
I mean, here's the thing, everything just kind of evolved naturally with the van and all that stuff.
Yeah. So, we'll get a new mascot.
We'll see what we have next campaign.
I know.
Fine, Mike. I was gonna say, fine, my character gets a Vespa. Don't worry about it.
There we go. Well, yeah, when I was first designing my ideas for Gary, I definitely wanted to have a central hub of some assumed safety for the group. A place where we could potentially sleep, because we were randomly brought into the digital world and nobody brought any survival rations or anything like that, like you do in D&D when you're planning stuff. You don't get to buy a tent beforehand. So I was like, I kind of want to have a spot where we could all have a little makeshift hub to gather around and have a spot. And I remember describing to Nick what I wanted with the van. It's like, Nick, I'm bringing in a van. I don't even always want it to run. I want it to be a difficult trek to even turn it on, so that it's difficult to travel around in the early parts of it, because giving your players a big armored vehicle to drive around everywhere kind of makes things hard to balance encounters around. It's like a group of rookie Digimon shows up and I rev the engine. And
that actually happened in the server. One of our DMs told me how one of his players actually brought a van with him and actually ran over, I think it was Gazamon?
Yep. Love that.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's like, you're free to bring what you want, but, consider balancing.
Yeah.
Everyone's bringing something with them in the one arc, and everyone's brought unique, interesting items so far.
Well, yeah, I'm like, I don't even know that I want the van to be able to turn on. I expect it to be randomly stuck, and like we have no idea how to get it out. Like when we first were in the forest, and it's like, well, there's a big ass log, no one can remove it properly. It's just kind of there. I guess we're gonna have to leave the van behind. I expect that to be really common. Like I expected us to have to like, all right, we got to go walk back to the van if we want a place that we won't get rained on tonight. So I guess here we go. And then, like, I also wanted the van to spontaneously manifest out of nowhere. Like, wait, I left you in the forest. What are you doing in Data City? I did not drive you here. Like, just random disappearances and appearances. And I definitely did not even remotely expect the van to be as big of a mainstay as it was, but I'm very happy everyone loved the van.
Things worked out.
Everyone attached to the van so quickly. It was surprising.
The van got more donations than Grayson.
Yeah.
I told the Something Witty Nat 19 guys about the van, and they were like, so it's the pillow fort. I'm like, what the fuck? And they're like, yeah, way back in the day, we had a thing where we made a pillow fort, and it started getting hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of dollars in donations out of nowhere to make the pillow fort more powerful. I'm like, so this happens a lot then.
First time?
The audience will always decide to put their collective brain cell together and be like, for the meme.
It is the nature of humanity to start a cult.
Oh, naturally. So
You're not wrong.
So for everyone here,
Penmon's sitting at 20 tokens.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But for everyone else, they're just like, Vanmon is my Oshi.
Kamioshi Vanmon.
I can't wait for her 3D debut.
Oh, it's gonna be great. I'll try and move on to some of the next questions here. Some of these we can get by pretty quickly. Question from Sly or Slemony. How did the Shrek stage play go, and who got what roles? The stage play went great. You'll know who the roles were in the one shot.
Damn it! I have a list for this.
We have a list of some of them, but you'll find out in the one shots.
No, I have a list for everything for this. Damn it!
Well, too bad.
Be gone and whatnot.
Question here from Ponky Kong.
I love that name.
It just says, hey guys, thanks so much for taking us on this fantastic ride of the campaign. Thanks for being a big bastion for Digimon content. It's really inspired me to get back into Digimon myself. Even being one of the largest things inspiring me and driving me towards creating my own long-form fanfiction writing. What I have to ask is, did you have any more, like, scenes prepared for if any of the Digi-Destined had died, and what would the plans have been for those characters moving forward? No, I just hoped shit worked out. I really just hoped shit worked out, and thank God it did.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be fully real. Whenever I play, I'm a long-standing veteran of tabletop RPGs.
You introduced the twins.
I've been doing tabletop RPGs since I think 2000, somewhere between 2006 and 2008. I'd have to double check exactly where it started. I know it was in high school for me, but I know it was also before I graduated. So those are the most likely years. So an average of 2007. That I've been doing D&D nonsense for. And also when I was in college, we played 4 times a week for like 6 hours a day. Like,
I'm so
it
jealous.
was insane. Like we were broke college kids. It was the middle of rural Michigan, so there was nothing to do, nowhere to go, no one to see, and $0 to do it all with. So we would, like, run around Goodwills and try to check the book section for if anyone donated, like, particular books of anything that we could, like, grab and try to figure out how the fuck to do it.
Yep.
And just played with the same 3 guys, including myself, all the time. And that was just fucking it. That's all we did. We just did that. And we had nothing else to do. We had no other goals or motives, just like, fucking, get through college, sure. So some weeks will be busier than others. But generally speaking, we're just fucking sitting here vibing, trying to fucking play D&D, because even cable's not even that great, and there's no streaming services or on-demand shit, and we can't afford fucking DVDs.
Right.
So whatever the fuck we're doing is just D&D all the time, I guess. So I had such a wealth of D&D experience very, very, very early on. in my career of doing D&D nonsense. And that led to me having, in one campaign in particular, 17 character deaths.
Oh my
Like,
god!
I
Jesus
just, like,
Christ.
every other session, I was playing a new character, and I would hand draw them myself, because that was the best I could do. So it'd be like a sketch on the back of my fucking D&D sheet, and some of them looked real fucking scrungly. Especially because I wasn't expecting to die a lot of the time. Be like, this guy will come up in, like, next campaign. And then, like, nope, he's coming up tomorrow. So I'm gonna fucking figure that shit out right now. Here we go. There was one time I died, like, hour 1 of the campaign. Like, of that particular
Oh
thing.
my god.
And I had made my guy set him up. I was a level 1 wizard. I have 5 HP.
Oh, that explains it.
And I just got fucking... a stiff breeze showed up, and I died instantly. So I spent the rest of the session making my second character.
Oh my god.
Everyone else played the campaign while I played my second guy. While I made my second guy, because I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I was like browsing, like every so often the DM would be like, "Hey, give me the book. I need to look up a rule," and be like, "Yeah," and then just sit there quietly waiting to get any information to make my character with, because we didn't know this shit like the back of our hands back then, and there was no way to Google it. So
oh
just
my
had
god.
had backups on backups on backups on backups on backups. I had 700 alt accounts back in the day, and I never made a single one for Digi-Destiny. If Gary died, I was gonna panic. I had no backup plan.
And
at
Gary was the
all.
one that got stabbed.
Yeah.
I haven't had a character death, thankfully, yet, and I've been playing remarkably less than Chase. Chase actually introduced me and Storm to Pathfinder in 2017.
I nearly lost my first character in like the first combat.
Yeah,
Thanks,
That was
Paladin.
a fun treat.
but I even didn't prepare a backup character for ER. The guy who is designed to be stupid and to fall into trouble. I just didn't even consider lethality being a problem in this game. And the
Certainly
first thing
so.
that happens to him is this Digimon shoots a laser beam from his chest at you. What do?
Oh!
Kickflip over it. Kickflip over it.
Yeah.
Kick them.
Guess I'll die.
Proceed.
Yeah. Literally.
I
I was like, guess I'll die. Okay.
my thought process was, but I can't die. We bought art.
Nick, we spent money. You can't do this to me.
You guys better not fucking die in the first hour of my one-arc, or so help me.
The company can't afford to replace me. Nick
Challenge
wouldn't
accepted.
dare kill me off.
Just literally just Norman Osborn from Spider-Man 1. Just like, you can't do this to me. Do you know how much we spent on this?
To be fair, not me, but I almost saw Floramon die in the one shot, which would have made
Yeah.
one hell of a time. Time.
Hey, Dio,
What am I
here's
looking
an
for?
egg.
Paradox.
Here's the paradoxes, yeah.
Paradox. Yeah, there you go.
Floramon dies in your arm, you just hear from behind you, "Oh no, my twin sister!"
No,
I hate to
what
be
would have
that
happened
guy,
is...
Diogo.
No, what I probably would have done if that had happened is I would have just been like, I'd play the Metal Gear sound, and then I'd just put on my best Colonel voice and just be like, Diogo, you've created a time paradox.
What do you mean? I created a time paradox?
Roll better.
Yeah, for those who aren't like fully in the know, the Rite death was planned just for a mental health break. Wasn't a biomerge. It was like, okay, no, this is just a temporary thing for the player.
And just
But-
became a permanent.
Yeah,
then
it became a permanent
And
thing.
then we just moved along.
Yeah, so
Shit
we
happens.
had to adapt.
We adapt, improvise, and overcome.
I did have a backup character.
God damn it.
I didn't tell
Wow.
anyone about it. I just was like,
Wait, is it your character for the one arc or for campaign
No,
2?
it's a
So you haven't
completely-
repurposed.
it's a whole other character that I haven't even like shown anybody because I was
I
like,
need to hear
this
about
might-
this once we're off stream. I'm so curious.
Yes, same. I want to know.
We'll get to this. We'll get to this bit later. For now.
We'll figure out a Digimon for this character that never
Turns out
came to
Laika's not the
fruition.
only. Turns out Laika's also here with some secret lore.
We'll interrogate her later.
But of
That's
course.
what you think.
So help me, I will fly to Canada.
Graham, did you have any thoughts on this at all?
Well, I didn't get the question.
Oh, basically, just people had asked like, "Oh, hey, did you have any other like scenes prepared for character deaths, and what would have happened if a character had died?" And my response was just, "Nope, shit worked out."
Did you have a backup character or anything, or nah?
No, if you
Yeah.
died, I would have thought of something interesting, but yeah.
No, if Reiner had died, I would have the very next day gotten a very strongly worded email.
Reiner's a ghost.
And then suddenly I'm not the DM anymore.
I wouldn't have mind if he had died at the end. Like,
no, I know. You sent me the message
so
about it.
I was like,
So
hey,
there's-
man.
You know,
scared?
there's Reiner, and then he passes away, and then we have Einer, and then Reiner, and Dreiner, and Vire.
I mean, it makes sense that he would cook so much and become a dino.
Ah, damn it.
Aw.
Damn it, we got there.
And of course, then he would commit fraud and he would become a finder.
Ah. Before this bit goes any further, we'll move on.
Yeah, as a reminder, we have more questions.
Snuck one last one in there.
Yeah, smack it in.
Red Beast, I will be sending some funding your way to torment the individual who has a rod in their leg.
Excellent.
I will
nails
not,
it down.
I will not name any names moving forward. Our next question comes from my dog. Did Meteormon find out about the data reorganizer? And if so, how did he react? Poorly. Those things are expensive to make, and you threw a bomb at Meteormon.
It served a good purpose.
The only other one that exists, I'm pretty sure, is Meteormons, to my knowledge.
And we broke that too.
And you broke that too. So there's none left, meaning they have to go build a new one from scratch.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
Guess what?
Yeah,
Guess
no,
what Meteormon was up to
ridiculous.
for the last year, building a new data reorganizer.
Okay, but lol.
But
Lamaui.
But Nick, have you considered haha funny?
We committed an oopsie doopsie.
Hey guys, in our group chat, I'm just gonna post what Terriermon did when Datamon told him that.
Just eto bleh.
But
Oopsie doopsie, aka a very mild war crime.
Just a little bit. Our next question, they didn't put a name associated, but it did ask, what are all the Digimon and Tamers pronouns since Salamon kind of spins around all over the place? Look, Salamon is gender fluid at most times, okay?
You consult the chart.
They are whatever they need to be at any given time.
Powerful.
I think Terriermon mostly just went by he, him.
Yeah.
I think Magimon and Flamemon mostly just presented as masculine in he, him for the duration of for their time.
Impmon is he, him until he hits Beelzemon, then he goes by the Royal We.
Of course.
And then he goes he, ha.
Nah, that's Belstarmon. Belstarmon goes yeehaw.
Fair enough.
Diogo would go as he, him, and Floramon goes as she, her, 100%. That is a small lady.
That's a tiny little gal.
And then, of course, Justimon goes as the hero.
Justimon actually goes by Justice.
You can't put a limitation on justice.
You really can't. You can't put any.
Identifies as a virtue.
Yeah, you can't confine that. But in the words of Batman Brave and the Bold, the hammer of justice is unisex.
Exactly.
Our
I can
next,
always think of Amelia Sayru.
of course. Our next question comes from Terrier May. Very easy question to ask. Diogo, how old is Diogo?
19.
Excellent. Moving on.
Woo! Good job.
He's one of the few adults in here.
Yep. Here's another question as well from Terrier May. Are we ever going to see Jordy and Meteormon's Mega?
Are we?
That is there is a potential for that. Potentially.
One arc, maybe.
Maybe during the one arc. Maybe it'll also happen during the during some of the one shots. It might also happen going into campaign 2. Who's to say? But yeah, you know, if a Mega
Shock and
existed for Meteormon, it would be really cool.
Mm-hmm.
It would be very cool, and you all would be so excited to see it if it existed, which clearly it probably doesn't.
Of course.
Moving on.
Yeah, Meteormon's Mega is actually product placement. It's Weediormon, and he eats his Wheaties every morning.
Correct. Next question as well from Terrier May. Are we going to see Lopmon in the Grayson Golden Rapidmon one-shot? Potentially.
Hopefully.
Tune
That'd
in
be
then.
neat.
You gotta wait and see.
Here's another one as well. They didn't have a name on here, but what would Vanmon's voice have been? Good thing I planned for this, everyone. Behold, Vanmon's voice. For those who can't hear the Discord call, I played the same horn that we play for all of the stream stuff.
Gosh.
So
I thought you
Stream
was about
able
to
get
play
it better than I
Peter
could.
Cullen.
I thought you were playing Optimus Prime.
I thought the joke is that we're not gonna listen. Is that we were not gonna hear it.
Oh no, it's great.
I have it.
Oh, yep, that's it. No. But our next one, also from Terrier May. What were the exact ways that everyone knew each other before they met in the digital world? We did have a write-on about this, and I'm pretty sure most of you all have your connections still.
Yes.
No, I can start. I knew none of these people.
Thank you,
I
Diogo.
was Portugal.
Thank you, Diogo.
In hindsight,
Yeah.
she was meets like a foreign exchange student in town.
I'm
Most
new
of
in
us
town.
didn't. Most of us didn't. We were aware of each other mostly just through school. I think ER's only. What?
But how did Sammy know Reiner?
That's a good question.
He's just a guy that lives in my house.
That sounds right.
Yeah, ER didn't know anything about
Just the
Sammy
guy
or
that
Diogo.
lives in my house.
Oh, I should mention that ER knew Gary because Gary was friends with ER's older brother Liam, and the only interaction ER had with Rhino was going to his food cart, and he also saw him once just slashing tires, but ER thought that was like, oh man, he's slashing tires, he's such a delinquent. Completely misinterpreted a situation. His buddy had flat tires and they're trying to get them off.
Very fun.
That was one of the things that we developed in our Session Zero.
Yeah,
Grayson-
that was something that I felt was fun in Session Zero, and then did us dirty in every other session. Is
Yeah, we
not knowing each other and having very loose bonds and connections meant that we had no pre-established character chemistry going in and no reason to talk to a lot of each other a lot of the time. Like, we had to find reasons to go out of our way to interact with some of the other people in the party. 'Cause there was just fucking nothing.
So
It's like
going into
every
campaign
stranger
2, we're going to try and
on
fix
one
that.
time.
Yeah.
Jeez.
We love seeing all of
like-
the flaws from the past and being like, let's fix that for the future.
I didn't know so many of the people with Gary. Like, Gary didn't know so many fucking people. I had Reiner, quote unquote, works, quote unquote, at a soup kitchen because I rolled that I didn't know him and heard an incorrect rumor about him. So the rumor wasn't even true. And Gary thought that Reiner just worked at a soup kitchen instead of owned a fucking restaurant and worked at a family restaurant and stuff. I thought he just volunteered a lot. So
Fair.
that was zero connection at all. Just no reason to talk to each other ever. The most we get is heard you work at a soup kitchen. Nope.
Okay, thanks.
That's actually
Dang,
something funny
crazy.
for me because for Grayson, Grayson knows Rano because he was the guy who introduced him to ramen, and I sort of had in my head that Grayson probably spent all of his allowance, so he didn't have food, and Rhino hooked him up once, and that's part of the reason Grayson was so ride or die for the Takeshis.
Aw.
Oh.
Yeah, because
That's a great example of having a strong bond.
Yeah.
Which we didn't really, again, we're fixing that going into campaign 2 with
it was
better
also
things.
a quiet example. I wasn't as, and I didn't really announce it very well.
But that there's moments for that to manifest in a way. There's even if it's not text, there's a lot of subtext you can add in from that as a thing. Fucking when I was going for knowing ER, like what Gary knew about ER, didn't know dick about fucking shit. I just rolled Red's guy is cool, he never stops eating shit. And Red's guy sucks, he never stops eating shit. Those are my two bonds, is that basically the same the same exact thing twice. Of
That's
just
your
like,
relationship with Red.
yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
I didn't even write down ER. I wrote down Red's guy. Like, that's still in my notes.
Oh my
God damn.
I think I was still in your notes as Reese.
Possibly.
Because
That-
like
Yeah.
that was Grayson's original name before we had 3 people with like strong R names. So it's like, this is gonna get confusing. Let's change this.
Let's fix this up a little bit.
Yeah.
And I just had ER easy to get along with everybody.
Yeah, just worked
Yeah,
out.
that was the thing, is like I on both of my roles, I didn't have any connection to you. I just heard that you kept nearly dying and getting back up from the hospital visits and keep on, like, you just kept on going. That wasn't like any bond of any kind, of just like, oh yeah, he just does stuff. He's crazy. And then when it got to your turn to make bonds with my character, you added in that I was friends with your brother. Like, I just had nothing for anyone, like, except for Grayson. That was pretty much it. Because we made up that story about Grayson hacking the speech in the backstory thing.
Yeah.
That, like, Grayson was the one person I knew, and I didn't even know him. I just knew of his actions that directly affected my life a whole bunch. It's like, you should at least have that. But I didn't have anything else like that with anyone else, so I was just kind of the odd man out with connections and had to, like, work real hard to establish some real ones in the game, because I didn't...
We'll
come
fix
free
that
back
next
to the game.
campaign. We'll all know each other.
We'll all be siblings.
Yep.
There we go.
There you
This
go.
is Stan. This is Tyler. He's our Puerto Rican brother.
Mhm.
Portugal.
Yes.
Oh, God.
I heard something else. Wow.
I heard he's from the UK.
Weasel, are you okay?
Portuguese.
What?
I was making a joke. Are you okay?
Are you okay? I'm fine. Don't worry.
Goddamn. But yeah, no, going into campaign 2, like we rolled the dice on a lot of those things. I think going into campaign 2, while those are nice, like using the book from Kids on Bikes, like that was the way that we helped to like establish those bonds. Because again, this is our first time running a Kids on Bike style game. The fact that it was so successful, at least in the terms of like it being a good game and everyone having fun, and we finished a campaign, like we've learned a lot from that. So I think going into campaign 2, it's going to be less of like, let's randomly roll to figure things out. And it's more going to be like, hey, tell me how you know this person. Let's just go down that list and whatnot. And once you say something and like, that's the connection, that is now locked in. Then just go back and forth with it.
It's fun to have the randomization, to have an opportunity to tell a story you might not have expected. Like, I enjoy the fun element of like, hey, yeah, we get to go fucking, oh, that's fun. I never thought about that. Like, there's a lot of instances I can think of for the one arc with a lot of characters that we came up with fun stuff for that y'all will find out about.
Right.
But like, that's with us knowing, oh, hey, yeah, this loose system does not work. Add more. Like, add so much more whenever you roll stuff so that you have actual stories to rely upon.
Yeah, and to be fair, Kids on Bikes is based on the idea of, like, this is, like, a group of kids that are all, like, they're supposed to be, like, a small group of kids friend group that all know each other, and here's why they're all more connected in some ways of one versus another
Here's why we're the
versus the way
Losers Club.
we did things. Yeah, like the Breakfast Club.
Yeah,
I was the Losers Club, but that's fine too.
Yeah, it's literally based around like, hey, you're in a small community. You're either friends or a part of a friend group. Like, one of the examples in the book is like, you're the mom of one of your fellow players' friends.
That's just a thing you could just do.
Exactly.
But yeah. So going into campaign 2, we'll try and like have that a little bit more fleshed out, because there should be a reason for you all to be like, I know this person, other than just from down the grapevine. It should be like, I remember you from XYZ thing that we were both involved in.
Also, not to like belabor this point at
Yeah.
all, but like I recall when I was talking to Grim about stuff, because he was like, I feel like I don't have very strong connections to like fucking anybody, and we like went over his stuff, and it's like, oh, You do, but the people you have strong connections with aren't leaning into them at all.
Yeah.
So you don't have anything. You're right, and it's too late to retroactively add shit. So I guess we're just gonna have to fucking figure it the fuck out. But then we got Sammy in the group, and things started improving with that a little bit. But like, yeah,
I think that's why we
a
pushed for
while-
something like that. It was like, let's, Sammy was supposed to be a character that just came in and wasn't going to be around, was
Yeah.
the potential idea. And then we made, like, let's just make her a thing. Like, yeah, it works.
And it just worked out.
I didn't know that the idea was
Double.
for Sammy to be temporary, and if I was told, I would have been fighting tooth and fucking nail to keep her.
Aw.
I tried my
She's
best.
fun.
I tried my best to make sure that that Leica could do whatever she wanted. Like, yeah, the name Sammy, like, if that's okay, we can maybe like change the name. We could retcon anything if you really don't like it. And, like, nope, I'm fine with anything. Like, okay, but you have free will. You could make this character whatever she wants.
The other thing was that I had already watched up to the point where you guys were at in the series at that point. You'd said her name.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
I was like,
was
we could retcon it though. I was like,
and I was like, no, it's canon.
You already locked it in.
You said it out loud.
Oh.
But also, Sammy's a fine name. There's nothing wrong with it.
Her name's Gruntilda, but she doesn't like it. So we call her Sammy.
Could have been a thing where it's like that's what he calls. Like, no, I don't go by that name anymore. I go by
Turbo.
by Olaf.
I could have been
Barbarian
Turbo.
Wait, you mean to tell me?
But yeah, so
Reiner, stop. I'm known as Bilbo Bargains.
hopefully that answers the question on that end. But let's see. Moving on. Next things. Hey Red, question for you.
Oh god.
Because you actually have a date on this one. How long are the shorts expected to go on for campaign 1?
Oh god. So we are going into 2025 with just through episode 36. And we have shorts planned. If opening my project file, it looks like we're going to be getting maybe 11 shorts out of the final episode. And they're mostly just the battle.
Yeah.
I didn't want to reveal too much of the fight for those who only watch the shorts, because you're going to want to watch the full fight here.
It's a good fight.
So if let me see shorts.
I think you would tell me that it would take us in like
Potentially into
January.
February.
Yeah. So that's a lot of shorts, guys. We got a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
We did a lot of things.
I know next week is going to be fun because next week we're starting on the Gaiomon one shot.
Oh yeah, we do.
Which means that's going to be a short every day next week.
To get through the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah, and
Oh.
that has the most. That's actually going to go through the weekend.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
And it's going to lead into the first short that has a Mega Digivolution sequence.
Ooh, there we go.
So you get to see what those are going to look like.
Yeah, Red worked
Boy,
really
how
hard
did
on
they look
making the
good.
mega sequence look really good.
Yes.
So many hours of rendering.
Yeah.
So many hours.
Took 11 hours to render the first version of the effect.
Christ.
Dear God.
But yes.
Yeah, and then I wasn't happy with a camera movement, so we did it.
Again and again.
Yes.
And again.
So if 11, so.
Oh, yeah, I should try and change this back to rapid fire questions to see if we can get through some of these.
It's going to take us through the end of January, and then we'll be done with Digi-Destiny shorts
Alrighty.
from campaign 1.
Most
Oh,
excellent.
nice.
And then we'll have to deal with all of the stuff for the other
one
one
more.
shots we'll have to do once we have the once we have that fundraising stream. But we'll get to that point when we get to that point. For now, question from Vex here: is it going to be the same crew for campaign 2? Yes.
Basically.
Yes, I believe all of us are returning.
Yeah.
Everybody's coming back in some form or another.
I'm double returning, okay?
Yes.
You're
Yes,
double
that actually-
returning.
That means that
We've
Grim is
cloned
voicing
Grim.
4 characters because he voiced 2 this time. So
Yeah.
We've cloned him.
yes, we did. So say hello to Grim too, Electric Boogaloo.
Yes. Double returning.
Also, question for at least all the human side of things. Every character's official heights. I believe we did say this at some point,
Yeah.
and there's a chart somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we retconned Eor's height at one point because originally he was shorter than Grayson, but then Storm and I was like,
That doesn't
Eeyore
feel
cannot be shorter than Grayson. It doesn't feel right.
right. Grayson's like 5'9", 5'8".
Eeyore is 6 feet.
I think I remember Gary was 5'10" off the top of my head. I think it was around there.
1 second. I'm on the wiki. I think it's on the wiki.
So yes, it's on the wiki. We've got that there at the very least. Moving on.
Check the wiki.
I know Rhino is canonically the tallest.
Yes.
He's 5'12".
He's
I
5'12".
wanted to be 5'12". I wanted that.
6
to be
foot,
a
by the
joke.
way. This next question is from Chicken Biggle. Very funny name. I dig that. Question is, it seemed like the Purge program knew about the current Tamers before being released. Did he absorb Hyandromon's and Simon's memories? And how did the Purge program hack Hyandromon at the end? Well, yeah, definitely absorbed all of their information at the very least to kind of get a basic understanding of things. The Purge program as well, at least in bits and pieces, was around and saw what was happening with all of the other interactions they've had with the Purge program. From the Digital Forest to Data City, everywhere. Every time they encountered a Purge program incident, they were there. Now, granted, most of those were purified as a result of, the Digivices and turning it into, other data that could be used. But still. And as for how the Purge program was able to hack Hyandromon at the very end, much like how with Wendigomon, Hyandromon had been augmented into burst mode via an altered form of the Purge program. Being brought down to very low health means it didn't have enough ability to maintain its consciousness and fight back against the Purge program, meaning it got taken over. Next question here. Red might be able to answer this one potentially.
Oh no.
Potentially. I don't know. What was Hagurumon like without the influence of the Purge protocol? Because I think we talked about this.
Yes. I believe Hagumon was kind of if I remember correctly, you described him to me as friendly, much more amicable than Simon was, because you kind of described Simon as
Simon was
very
much
smart but very cold.
Yeah, Simon was very much so I'm right and here's why. And it was Agurumon's job to basically boil down to hey, let's maybe say this in a way that's kinder and doesn't make us sound like we want to hurt someone.
Yes, you are correct. Yes, you have the better idea right now, but you're phrasing it in a way that makes people hate you.
Yes.
So he would kind of be his emotional translator, his liaison to be hey, no, you don't want to say it like that. Kind of like how Gary was for Wizardmon.
Yes, which is why it's very funny that we get into Andromon as the evolution, becoming more robotic, humanoid-esque, and becoming colder, which then leads to, the downfall, unfortunately, that happened with Agurumon. From going to this, hey guys, let's, try and, keep the peace, as it were, to I am now an emotionless being.
Yeah, I think you described him as becoming more compliant the more he digivolved.
Correct, yes.
Aww.
So yeah, very very sad, unfortunately, with Agurumon. Our next question here comes from I Am Egg. Congrats on reaching the end of the journey, everybody. Now for the fun part of post-game content. What kind of after-story adventures would you guys like to experience now that the world is saved?
One-shots.
All of the one-shots. We have so many of those to get through, which boils down to fixing the server in various ways, everybody on their own time, and then, one last little fun huzzah in the form of the Mega Cup to see who
We
will
have
reign
so
supreme.
many fun concepts for one-shots.
Are
Exactly.
we allowed to say any, or do we want to keep them close to the chest for now?
I mean, the main one that we can probably reveal, which we already talked about a little bit earlier, was the Grayson and Golden Rapinmon one-shot, and that specifically, Golden Rapinmon's going to be able to do something they technically haven't been able to do all campaign. If you'd like to say it, Storm, or Red, one of you two.
Heist!
Thank you.
Good job, buddy.
Proud of you.
Heist.
The prophecy.
It's
We're talking
going
about
to be
he
fulfilled.
heisted the hearts of everyone.
And now he's actually going to steal something for reals this time.
I will have to
Reels
address
for
one.
reels.
There is one question that I just saw in the comments that I need to quickly address.
Sure.
Will Gaiomon be in the Mega Cup?
That depends. Does Gaiomon want to participate in that? Or
I mean, we gotta sell the rematch,
We-
right, Chase?
If you want that to be the
True.
opener to the Mega Cup.
Objectively true, yes.
Goddamn.
Yes.
Hey guys, welcome to
That-
round 1. It's again the rivalry.
That
It's a-
either has to be round 1 or the last round.
Yep, which unfortunately means you both have to win.
We'll see.
I think round 1. That way we can get the best one out of the way first.
But of course.
Mhm.
Ne-
That's
Give the people what they paid for.
Although
Yes.
it will be unfortunate when Gaiomon wins and I have to fight Orc Magismon. I'm fighting myself.
Goddamn.
Bold assumption of that victory there, but yeah.
And yep, all right, we're back at it again, boys.
Here we go again. Missed this.
Missed it so much. Our next question from Azure Cloud. How was the golden Digi-Egg intended to be obtained, and were there other armor Digi-Eggs that the players could have used? It was never meant to be obtained. That thing was a fake. It was absolutely not real, and Terriermon becoming gold was a manifestation of want.
We just didn't believe hard enough.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
But Terriermon
Reminder,
believed hard enough and
as-
became gold.
As Storm said, the intention was to go with Mega Gorgomon, not Golden Rapidmon at first.
But that changed.
So all of this was initially just intended as a little joke at Nick.
It was
Like,
absolutely
oh, Nick,
a bit.
we're totally going to get this powerful artifact, right? It's like the Paladin asking the DM for the Holy Avenger at the first session.
Exactly, and I'm just like, that's
So,
very
like,
funny. Keep rolling your dice, funny man.
What's the deck of many things, Nick?
Keep rolling your dice, funny man.
Ultimately, it was just worked out because Speed Blitz.
Yes. Our next question here comes from Backwards Pig. What happened with the holographic Digi-Eggs near the end, and did Eismon come back? That's a good question. Look forward to Sammy's one-shot. Someone has to fix the egg system.
Eggs, eggs, eggs.
Hey,
It's not gonna be Digimon.
Would you like an egg in these trying times?
I would.
Here you go.
if the Schmuck Squad is known for one thing, it's the fucking egg zone.
But of course.
It's true.
Our next question comes from Supreme Lord Ender, and they asked, what did Simon's company do, and what happened to it now that he's disappeared? Well, the CEO is quite literally just not showing up. They're just going to replace him with somebody else. So somebody else took over that. And my assumption is...
Grayson will take over. I understand you're begging.
And my assumption is that Simon's company was mostly a tech company, because as I stated with Earl Vista in general, like the point of Earl Vista was that they were a small town slowly developing into like a small Silicon Valley, like trying to build up in like the tech range in the Midwest and doing their damnedest. So Simon's company would have probably been the leading factor on that end of things. Which, you know, led hand in hand with his messing about with the Purge program. But that would be the idea for his company.
Hell yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. A question from Nicholas Black here. What are some major mechanics of the system that you want to change? We have a lot. We have so much.
The list goes on.
We have to change how powers work. We have to change like where limitations are on that end of things, of like what level things can be allowed. Making
We
new...
are going to make certain things restricted to certain levels. Like detonation is not able to be taken if you're just a rookie. That is a mega tamer power. Don't
Yep.
do that.
Most definitely. And again, just reworking a lot of things as well. I want to add some new mechanics on top of things that I think will be useful. In the grand scheme
will be
of
getting a
things.
buff where if you spend 1, it actually counts as 5.
And Terriermon specifically is getting a debuff that says they are not allowed to steal. Any thoughts will immediately put them in digi-jail.
What the fuck?
I mean, we are buffing loyalty then. Nick, I took it back. You can say psych now. Nick, you can say psych now.
Our next question. Our next question comes from Booklooker, and I believe I did answer
Say
this question.
psych, funny man.
Psych. Which was, how did Simon be able to reach mega level while Jordy didn't? Because Simon straight up cheated. Like, he straight up went into the server's rules and said, I'm the exception.
He went into the source code.
Basically, yes. A question from Cephalopod. Was there anything in the epilogue you wanted to share, but for one reason or another you didn't? I mean, I did talk with
Saved plenty of
everybody.
stuff for the one arc.
Yeah, all the
good
stuff we planned.
one-shots.
Yeah, all the stuff we planned for the one shot and the one arc. I had told everybody to write epilogues, and they also wrote epilogues for their partners. But I figured that, hey, like going into the epilogues at the end of like our final session, it would have been better to focus on the human side of things and save the Digimon stuff for later because, again, the one-shots and everything. But for 2, we had already been going for a while. And it also was nice to just have a nice big reunion of everybody after everything was all said and done. Granted, in the timeline, they had all seen their partners again before, like, that meetup where that photo was
the first
taken.
time in person.
Well, it was the first time with the whole group together with everybody.
Oh, right, yeah.
Because Jordy still has access to the server. He would have just needed to fix shit, which would have taken at least a couple months. Not the full year.
Oh.
Just would have taken time to get everybody there. Mainly Diogo.
And Gary. Gary probably left town.
Potentially, unless, I mean, Gary still would have been getting
True,
stuff
depends on
together.
the timeline.
Depends, yeah. The whole idea basically was that year meetup at the very end was supposed to be the point where everybody's off getting ready to go off to do things, where ER and Grayson would have been going off to college, where Reiner would have been going off to culinary school, where Gary would have been heading to Vegas, Diogo would have been going back to Portugal to go and finish his college career and everything else like that, and Sammy getting ready to finish another year of high school.
One day she'll grow up.
One of these days.
She goes away to a boarding school.
Oh no.
God, can you imagine what a menace she'd be at a boarding school?
She'd run that place like a prison.
She's the big capo of the boarding
She'd
school.
To
have
quote
Ari
Chase, I don't ever want to see Sammy at the sleepover. She's a menace.
Yeah, boarding school is just a forever sleepover.
Exactly.
She just ended up becoming the Thief Lord.
I didn't teach her any of this.
It just happened.
You're damn right. I taught her everything she knows.
Shut up, you did it.
All right, friends.
Yeah, I'm so proud.
With the amount of expediting I've been doing, we are currently at question 51 of 92. We are getting through it. We are zooming
We're
through as
getting
much
there.
as I can.
They go through.
This one is a very easy question for me. Question from Stego Shark. What fan theories came close to figuring stuff out, and what were your favorite theories? I can tell you what theory I hate the most. Get your Wizard of Oz bullshit out of my goddamn game, I swear. The fact that it kept happening so many times.
It started too early too.
It started way too early, and it was a self-fulfilling prophecy that I couldn't
Guys.
stop.
I remember you came to us for the Sammy one-shot and for suggestions on what Digimon to include, and I suggested Nohemon just because I had just recently rewatched Tamers and I thought he was neat and niche. And that's just where it spiraled from there.
So it was you.
I didn't.
It was
I
our
didn't-
fault.
Hey, you.
I didn't know Leomon would be there.
We've got we've got
You
the
picked Kodo.
we got Toto there. We've got Leomon as our scared lion. We've got Noemon as our scarecrow. We had Meteormon as our Tin Man. Like,
Who
What do
was
you
the
mean?
heart
It
of
was
everything.
great.
I hated that theory kept coming up and kept being accurate.
And all she had to do was come to see the wizard.
And click her heels together.
Yeah. Grayson, known for wearing green, or you could say emerald.
Oh my god.
I can't. Look, if we start campaign 2 and somebody says, "Isn't this just X other film or X other story from some
Oh,
place?"
cool! Return to Oz. Nobody named their character Wheeler.
Oh, cool! I can't wait for Homeward Bound.
Oh God.
Oh no!
We finally make the one shot of Terriamon and Grayson doing the heist. Hey, isn't this just Die Hard?
This is just Ocean's 11 with less people.
No, it's just a completely different genre.
Oh God. But yeah,
Freddy vs. Jason.
fan theories that ended up working out. There weren't a lot that I saw that were like, yes, you got me. Because I'll be honest, I don't think anybody saw Megidramon coming. I don't think anybody, like, when I was looking over stuff, nobody saw it coming.
You asked me for the digital hazard, and I was still in denial.
Yep. Yeah, no, absolutely. You were like, well,
Also,
clearly he's going to do Mirage Galgamon.
I saw that, and I was like, oh god.
Yep.
I will say, I did like seeing Cyber Roberts. Some of his theories were really interesting.
Oh yeah.
I love how they were convinced that Jordy was somehow going to be like a heel turn.
Oh,
And reveal
absolutely.
himself
Just
to
like
be a mastermind.
this motherfucker's too nice. I'm like, can't people be nice? Like, it doesn't always have to be a twist like that.
Grayson's whole thing is just being a nice guy. That's my whole thing, IRL.
Completely fair.
Some people are just nice guys. Don't overthink it.
Just works out.
Yeah.
Watch next campaign.
These
Jordy's gonna have
guys
the
were
heel-
Digi-Destined for a reason.
Watch next campaign. Jordy's gonna have the heel turn like Rhinox and Beast Machines. It's gonna make no sense.
I also love the somebody had said like, oh hey, Hyandramon is a bad guy because he killed his tamer and or his partner, and then later when the when I released some of the admin logs of Simon just going insane, people were like, maybe not now, maybe now it's not the case.
The longest time, I thought maybe Simon was being held hostage by Hyandramon. I was like, oh, did the partner go rogue?
I thought that the partner corrupted the Digimon. Like, Simon, I can't believe you're forcing your partner to do this. And then I was reminded, oh wait, some of our Digimon are kind of gremlin little monsters that are only kept in check by us.
Uh-oh.
Maybe the Digimon's not the victim here.
But yeah. So I didn't really recall any other theories that come to mind for the most part, unless anyone else had any that they recall.
Not really.
Excellent. The silence is deafening. Moving on. Question for the Digi-Destined here. What was your favorite part about how your partner was portrayed?
Red and I had one meeting about Terriermon. He was spot on. The only note I gave him was, hey, do more crimes. And he continued to steal Goblimon's clubs.
Yes. I had a bit where I... sorry, I was AFK for a sec. IRL stuff came.
No, you're
so
good.
sorry,
No
I was
worries.
AFK for a sec. Beyond that, I was a real big fan of Storm's portrayal of my partner. I was a big fan of that. That worked really, really well for me. I was a big fan of portrayal of Magumon. Huge fan of Wizardmon's growth from being a little butthole to being an okay guy. That was real nice.
Yeah.
Fully about that.
I remember,
Yeah.
like, a session or two after I had taken over, I asked for feedback, and you were just like, okay, you're working on the whole not being a butthole, but we need to slow it down a little bit, and we can't get there too fast.
Yeah, you can't just suddenly have an epiphany and stop being a dick completely. We gotta seed this a little more, but you're going in the right direction.
But I wanna.
Oh no.
But I want to be nice.
Gotta seed it a little bit.
See, this is the problem with Storm, is that his first instinct is to be not a dick. Ever. In life.
Yeah,
Boy,
that's the
howdy, am I going
problem.
to surprise you next campaign?
Such a problem. Have you ever thought about how you not being a dick really hurts other people?
I should be more considerate. Oh, fuck, I'm doing it again, aren't I?
God, you're such a monster.
Look at this man. We can't keep letting him get away with this.
Yeah,
Yes.
no, we gotta put him down.
Put another rod in his leg.
Grim really, the only real description I gave Grim going into the game was, yeah, he's just like Marjamon is supposed to be Scrappy Doo if he wasn't annoying, and for his evolution, I kind of wanted to explore the Ash and Charizard relationship, how he was hard to control at first, and holy shit, Grim just made Marjamon just so endearing with his fear of elevators and just that his little wide-eyed optimism and confidence of being able to, like, I can take on any champion or ultimate. I'm the strongest rookie. I just love that his positivity. It was so cool.
This guy sounds cool. I wish I was like him.
I know, right? I wish that was my friend.
Man, that guy you're talking about sounds real neat. I'd love to shake his hand one day.
Yeah, man.
I'd love to smack my skull against his.
Small unironic fucking side note thing. I go into a fugue state every time I act anything out. and I just forget every single fucking thing I've ever said. And the bloopers come out, and I'm like, man, that guy's funny. Like, genuinely 1,000,000% forgot literally everything that I said. And I'm like, God, I wish I could be funny like that. And it's
Dude, that's why I love editing the shorts, because it gives me like a round 2 to remember everything.
Oh, it's great.
It's that sparkly brain.
I love watching the shorts and being like, oh, I did say that, didn't I?
And they got me on camera,
got it
man.
On the record.
I'm way more unhinged than I remember.
Attack your friends.
Whoops. I did say that. I also said hit him with your car.
He's just a guy. Hit him with your car.
It's great.
Whoops.
Again, I don't want to see Sammy at the sleepover. She's a menace.
But of course.
With all of us gone, she's going to be running Orvesta in a semester.
Oh boy, we had a little bit of a lag spike there. Oh boy, I hope my internet is holding.
On Discord, it's fine, but who knows on the stream?
The stream looks good.
Maybe it's just my internet's having a fun time.
No, I saw like a quick buffer, but we're good. We're still alive.
Fair enough. Sweet. Glad to hear
that. No, we never dropped.
Well, that's good at least. So, I guess like a Weasel, any thoughts on like things that you enjoyed about portrayal of your partners?
Yeah, it was my partner is a bit weird because I had 3 separate people play my partner.
Sounds normal to me.
Now, who was your favorite? No.
Obviously myself, idiot.
No. Oh God.
When I
not go do that. Not go do that.
Oh my God. But like, no, I really enjoyed the parts of my partner that like stayed the same through all 3 of us, like voicing them, and then also the different things that we brought to the role. I really enjoyed how they were just sassy the whole time.
Of course.
A little bit bitchy.
Just at all times. Salomon just being like, I'm the smartest rookie in this room, and I hate it.
Yeah. Just being like, you know, one of these days. One of these days.
One of these days, Hitmon, pow, right in the kisser.
The thing that I tried to make with the Nibimon is that he's still sassy, but now there's like this regalness to him because now he's, you know, this big jackal kind of creature.
Yeah.
So yeah, but he's still, yeah, he basically got a covenant.
I can back it up.
Yeah.
Can't back it up. This is a kid's show.
YouTube
Actually,
changing everything to made for kids would agree.
That's the bit.
Yeah, I was halfway through my bit when I realized, oh wait, no.
Incorrect.
We need to say more swear words.
According to YouTube, this is a kid's show.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We might need to start cursing in Digimon Abridge again.
Traumatizing the young people.
Just saying fuck twice ensures the comments stay on.
They're out here saying the naughty words like dang it.
Fine, I'll say a bad word. Tax evasion.
Ah.
Oh God.
Oh man.
How dare you?
God damn it.
And now we're never getting monetized. Weasel, your thoughts?
My thoughts. I still remember when we were about to start, and I told you, Nick, what I was thinking for Floramon.
You gave me a personality,
and all
you did not give me a voice type.
Exactly. So the accent was all you, and I found that so funny. Because all I told her was like, oh, she's a little bit vain. She's like, she feels like she thinks she's the one that knows the best, but she doesn't. It's just her being overconfident. And then you decide to add that accent, which only added more to that personality.
I don't know why my brain was like that, but it was probably like at the time my brain was like, Nick, you've already done a like using your own voice, high pitched voice for Salomon. You can't copy that. You have to make it unique.
Yeah, but I really like
was able to take it to the next level with Boncho Lilimon.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. I really like what was like brought in as well. The only thing they said is that we didn't get to do each other's partners for longer. I feel.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
that was real sad that that happened in the last second because it was such a good idea that worked so well.
Should have thought
Maybe
about
for
that.
the
Yeah.
Digivolution video, you guys can voice each other's characters for that too.
Yeah, that's
In
awesome.
fact, I could probably say two things.
Yeah.
With this. First of all, I know we said it when it happened, but now I will say it. Also, one of my favorite. I'm going back to one of my favorite things about the entire campaign. That was outside the campaign, which was me pulling Leica into a call and being like, "Okay, you just told me that Nick is going to be a Newbie. What if I was a Newbie and you were a bunch of Lily?
Yeah, the week before that session too.
Yeah, the week
Yup.
before they both came to me with this idea, and I all I said was neat. I don't have to do work. All yours approved.
Exactly.
How would you like to learn an accent, Zoe?
I have to be so clear. I'm terrible at accents.
And yes,
The
here we
only
are.
accent I am capable of recreating
Threaded the
all of the
needle.
time is Russian. And so that's why Bancha Lilymon is Russian in the last episode. Sorry.
That's fine.
That's fine. She's supposed to. Her accent from this is my interpretation. It's just somewhere European.
Yeah.
It's nothing like
UK,
Defiant.
yeah.
Even normal Floramon. I believe you told me this, Nick. You told me that you weren't thinking of a specific accent.
I
It was
really
just the
wasn't.
first thing that came to. Yeah, it was just the first thing that came to your mind.
Floramon just happens to have storms and my speech impediments.
Shit just works out.
The one that makes them sound vaguely European to people.
Exactly. She's just vaguely European. Where in Europe? We don't know. She's somewhere from Europe.
I don't know, like throw a dart at that side of the world and you'll hit something.
She's a plant
Vaguely
lady.
European.
It was even funnier when we told this to the rest of the group because I already knew everyone's megas beforehand because since I wasn't present in most of the campaigns, me and Nick, when talking about like organizing stuff, I actually decided, like, hey, is this a problem if I ask? And he's like, yes, but I'll kill you if you tell anyone. And I'm like, yeah, I know, don't worry about it. So I've already knew that a Nubimon was gonna be Salomon's mega a long ass time ago. Like when I was already in the group, I already knew essentially. And then it was that moment when Leica told me, "Oh, Nick is gonna play a Nubimon." That to me, like, wait a minute.
It worked out.
It was one of the greatest
Yeah,
hear
it
me
worked
outs I've ever had to deal with. So it really worked out in my favor more than anything else, but it also was just a very good like turn at the very end. Again, wish we could have done this earlier.
Yeah.
But,
Also,
yeah.
I've read in the chat someone asking how would Lady Devimon would sound if she was voiced by me.
I don't know what would Lady Devimon sound like if you voiced Lady Devimon.
The first thing that comes into my mind is something along these lines.
Excellent.
Probably still too
Oh.
deep because I'm still because the person voicing is still a man, but you know.
I love just the scoffing, just the ch, like just turning the other cheek away from people.
I can't believe Lady Devimon is Lae'zel.
Oh yeah.
Incredible.
Most excellent. I suppose we'll try and move on from here so we can get through some of these.
Yes.
Stick sounds derogatory, but I'm gonna take it.
Our next question here is they don't have a name associated with this one, but what would you have done if your characters were sent back to the real world if Jordy didn't stop Simon? Jordy didn't stop. They all worked together on this one, and if Jordy hadn't stopped, like at least the via the hacking, they would have lost their memories. They would not have been involved in the plot.
Oh no!
So we
My first thought was
no
like,
real world
well,
orc?
yeah, I was like, oh man, that would be real world orc, but that was the memory tunnel.
Yeah, you guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
the putting you on the platform and sending you home, like the ploy that he said from the beginning of just like, hey, this will send you home. Go home. If you guys had taken a step on there, you would have been returned home with no memories of what happened.
Whoop.
So.
Could you imagine if someone actually decided to step
Oh,
in?
I would have laughed so hard.
It's okay. I made backups. of my own
I
memory.
saw someone in the chat while we were streaming, like at the when Mickey Digimon started to form. Someone shouting, "Run to the portal! Get out of there!" I was like, I don't think that's gonna give the result you want, bud.
Yeah, nope.
Don't worry, guys. I'll step through the portal and get us help.
Ah, jeez, I'm late for work.
I've been missing for 2 days and have no idea where I've been.
Man, wish I had an explanation for that. Uh-oh.
The boss isn't gonna
Oops.
like this.
That's the kind of stuff I'm worried about for when I do the Wyrm arc. It's like, oh man, I have this very clear thing that like I hope they avoid. Oh shit, they stepped in it. Fuck.
I mean, the whole thing that I had with the platform was, again, like, that's the way that it was set up. However, after Simon was dealt with, Jordy was reprogramming some shit. So, basically said, hey, let's turn the memory wipe off. That's a thing that we should do. But yeah. Our next question comes from Mr. Anime Fan Guy. We love doubling up on, on all these things. Their question was, what details would you change or add for a Digi-Destiny the anime? Also, what intro band would you guys want for your badass intro?
Gojiwara.
Maybe
Dun,
just,
dun,
yeah, I
dun,
was
dun,
gonna say
dun.
maybe it's just me, but Creepy Nuts would be fucking great.
Yeah, we were just talking about them before the stream.
They've been on fire so far. If we could get them basically rapping an intro to Digi-Destiny, it'd be great.
We get Creepy Nuts to sing Digi-Rap.
Did you see? You to know what's coming. They are so fast.
With a Pikmin on the beat, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I suppose if we were gonna make any changes, I mean, I would definitely have Sammy and Weasel in the beginning. Like that would have been a thing, to say the least. Like having them
Also,
involved.
Not
early
Diogo,
on.
actually just Weasel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just me, guys.
We all know that Weasel and Diogo are basically a 1-to-1 of a sort. It was stated earlier.
Also, I know we covered this a little bit before I jumped in, but like, probably would have made a full, complete plan for Riot's arc in the game if he's there in the anime. Like, would have probably had some plans around that instead of, hey, IRL stuff, figure it out.
Right.
So like,
Yeah.
yeah.
We could have set up the start of a redemption arc, and then that happens.
Yeah.
So
Could
it's
have
like,
been.
hey
I saw
guys,
someone-
we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, and then I snuff that out like the monsteroid.
I saw.
Also, we didn't choose for that character to die. It was the player that
Yeah.
chose
Yeah.
for that character.
That was
die.
Pao's idea.
But yes, so that
Also, I saw one comments like, oh man, like it would have been like a good solve. Again, they don't have all the info. If he actually was like tempted to the dark side, it's like, oh, if that was like established in the content of the show beforehand, like a falling out, maybe.
Also,
But-
that just wouldn't work in like a D&D type of setting.
Yeah, like
then
it,
just,
it,
like-
it would be a good way to explain their absence, like during a long period of time.
Yeah.
But then we have to address like, okay, is this player coming back with the same character, and are we going to figure out how to redeem them and like get them out, or are they coming up with a new character to replace the one that fell to the dark
Yeah.
side?
Like as an example of what works really well in a TV show is like Matt being tempted by the dark side in 01, like with like
That was the
puppet
comparison
mods
they
and
were
stuff.
making, yeah.
That works really well in not live entertainment where it's scripted and timed and like you can cut back and forth very easily and quickly to stuff. In a D&D game, it just means one guy fucks off for 2 hours and then shows up for a little bit of screen time and then fucks off again because like we can't tell the story cohesively anymore because someone off-screened themselves for the sake of character development. And that isn't fun in a D&D game, but if it was an anime, then we could talk about that. It's just a whole thing. You gotta know the medium when you're figuring out that storytelling element, because it
One
does
thing-
shift things wildly.
One thing that Storm actually pitched when we were joking about this is we get to the Duskmon evolution. Everyone has like a group hug, like, yeah, we'll survive this. We'll get through this so long as we stick together. The camera pans up to the sky. Then it pans back down where Sammy is just sitting on a rock by herself, knees to her chest. And she's like, Rhino?
It's like,
Help!
I hope my brother's okay.
Like tell those parts of the story sequentially instead of
Yeah, like Sammy's a B plot some episodes, sometimes she's an A plot and we're the B plot. But basically reveal from like episode 3 or 4 onward that like, no, Sammy's in the digital world. Who is this kid? Why does she know Rhino? What's going on?
Exactly. And then also, going in with Diogo as well, just being like, wait a minute, we forgot about that beat that was happening over in the digital forest on the other side. And then we do the C plot of Diogo.
Behold, Diogo.
Diogo is the sixth ranger. He only joins the group later on.
Hell yeah.
But it's absolutely necessary.
Of course. I like to imagine
think
that's
would be
Diogo's
fun.
entry.
He's already foreshadowed throughout the entire show from the beginning, but he only joins the group in the middle of the show.
Yeah, I do think it would, like, I liked the introduction where it was in the narrative of, like, there's 2 dots, what are you doing? And then it's like, oh no, what are we gonna fucking do? We gotta figure it out. And then, like, showing, like, some of the sequential stuff around there of, like, Diogo figuring out his fucking shit retroactively in, like, a flashback of, like, yeah, so all this shit happened a week ago. Here
Exactly.
we go.
But yeah, so that would be a fun thing we'd like to do. If we could ever, do an animation of things, it'd be fun.
Hey,
Toei would never let anyone do anything with Digimon, including the Digimon team.
Essentially.
Never say never. My uncle works for Bandai.
Man. How is your uncle, by the way? Is he still have a job?
I'm sorry.
He was
for
in the
your
gaming
loss.
department.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Moving on, our next question's here. Is Campaign 2 going to follow new characters? Can we get some are we going to be able to expect some cameos from the Vandals? Yeah, completely new characters. So, because we did talk about the time skip on things. I can't tell you what their names are because we're saving that for later. As for cameos from the Vandals, there might be references to them. I doubt they're going to be showing up. And
We've established at least 3 of them are in college, 1 in culinary school.
And 1's in Vegas.
Yeah.
Yep.
The only one who might, keyword might, get referenced is Sammy. And even then, that's a stretch.
She might
She'll be a shitty teenager by then. So
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
Question from the Fae Corgi. Just wanted to ask is if the Digi-Destiny did not get Digimon partners, but instead Spirit evolved like in Frontier, what would everyone's Spirit be?
Ooh, interesting.
let me Google that real quick.
Wait, what? Ask that about.
If we've got spirit evolutions instead.
Yeah, if you did Spirit
if we had
evolutions from
Spirit-
Frontiers instead of getting a partner.
No, like I'll drop images of all of them.
Yep. And it doesn't,
Okay,
and it doesn't
here's-
have to be a Spirit evolution of like the one specifically from Frontier, but just like, hey, if you were going to, what would you change to?
As a base to go off of.
I
Yeah.
guess you already know which one mine would be.
Oh boy, what would it be, Grim? Enlighten
Gee,
us,
I
please.
wonder.
Ice.
He would be
Yep,
Icemon, obviously.
Rhino and Sammy, Dark and Light.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sure.
Just Lobomon.
A female
I-
Lobomon, that'd be cool.
I would guess Diogo would be wood.
Yeah.
Ooh, that'd be interesting.
I mean, simply because Floramon, plants, stuff
Completely
like
fair,
that.
yeah.
Now, every ounce of myself wants to say Earth because if we ever did an Abridge of Frontier, I would want to voice Grumblemon so bad. You help me find Beast Spirit. I just fucking go full Gollum.
Yeah, just get really all up in there.
That's 100% fair.
But I think y'all would either be Thunder.
Yeah.
I'm leaning towards Thunder because of like how Beetlemon is essentially built like a football player.
Right.
Mhm.
Or Ice.
Yes, there we go.
Yeah, or Ice because of Kori Kakumon. But I think it makes the most sense to go Thunder.
Very well.
I think
Yeah.
Gary'd probably do Steel. There's a lot of like kind of magic-ish elements in there with like
Yeah. to his
tactical
muse.
reflections of things and like perceptions of things and
And
like
Sakakumon alone.
yeah, there's a lot of
there's a lot of like solid stuff that in my opinion makes sense for Gary being steel.
Man, I can't wait for Gary to turn into like 8 balls connected by tubes.
Yeah, that's his final form.
Good old Cephalopod.
The old ballin' tube.
I thought Grayson would be either light because of Golden Rapidmon, or I guess if Sammy's light, then Grayson would be wind.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
A male Kazamon.
Yeah.
That would work out. Why does my brain immediately go to like Zephagamon and like that kind of line of sorts?
Oh, yo!
I very much get it.
That would actually work pretty well.
Work with the Skeleton Skim too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty, moving on. This is a fun one from the Mystic Dory Cat. Since it's Spooky Month, guys, what would the Tamers and Digimon use as costumes for Spooky Month?
You already know. For Sammy.
Yep, Zombie Cat.
Yeah.
Third year in a row for Sammy.
It is, yeah.
Full
it's the full
fursuit.
thing.
Air conditioned and everything.
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's got like the water tube like set up so she can just pump ice water through the damn thing.
You've got a Camelback in there.
You know, exactly. And actually, she's not the one who wears it.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
She makes a newbie wear it so that she can like be like, "You're my best friend, Zombie Cat."
Say it back.
Say
it
it back. I'm your best.
I said this in the server, but Eeyore would go as a mummy, not because it was his intended costume, but because it would be a full body cast, because he would have gotten into an accident the week before.
Yep.
That tracks.
Like he was like on top of a parking garage or something, trying to do a trick and just fucking fell off the parking garage and fell 3 stories.
That, or like right before you showed up to the party, you're like, I don't have a costume. You crash through a window and you're like, well, I gotta use all this gauze to cover up my wounds.
Like he's walking up to Gary's house for the party. Hey, cause I'm here with a foot, and he's hit by a car.
Oh, no.
I'm good. Just give me some gauze.
It'll be fine.
I want to say Grayson goes as a scientist and Terriermon as Terriermon assistants.
Oh, that's
Yes!
adorable.
That's a fun combo.
And Grayson and Terriermon 100% just assumes Grayson is going as him. Like, of course, we get the same costume.
I'm you and you're me.
We're like-minded people.
I see. So you just walk up to them and tell them to give you things, and they will, because they know you'll steal them later if they don't. Trick or treating makes sense.
Trick or treating is just a polite heist.
Weasel, what about you and Floramon for costumes?
That's a very good question.
I have an easy out for you, but it's also too easy.
Do you? I'm actually drawing a blank.
Bob Ross.
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, I guess Diogo could
and then
go.
Floramon is just your happy little tree.
You know what? I love that. Yeah, let's go with that.
Beautiful.
Really good.
Oh man. Grim, Chase.
Thinking.
That's okay.
I regret to inform you that Gary would probably cosplay from an anime.
Hell yeah.
Why
you
do
show
I...
up and he has the Akatsuki cloak?
No, I know what it is. He would do Edward Elric from Full Metal Alchemist. He would get Maggimon, but like put him in a small suit of armor.
Just teeny tiny little Alphonse.
Nissan. Am I doing it right?
Honestly, that would be pretty fun for like Gary to go as Alphonse and then Maggimon to go as Ed, so that they have the massive size difference.
And it works out.
Yes.
He's just a chibi Ed.
Yes, I am short. Am I doing it right?
I have to clap my hands together to do magic, but I can just pull it out of my hat. Why do I have to clap?
Equivalent exchange. Something, something, something.
Gary,
Stuff
name
like
something on the
those.
periodic table. I don't know it.
I can do this. There's iron. And iron.
Doing good so far. Doing good so far. Keep going.
Salt.
Almost.
I mean, you're technically true. Those are two.
Peppers. Ketchup.
Right. No, we're getting
Mustard,
no,
I'm
bread, milk, eggs.
That is
I mean,
grocery list.
I'm imagining him like trying to count the elements on his non-existent fingers.
Blue, green, purple.
Those are colors. we
Very
love.
cold. Very cold.
God dang.
It's just that for the next 20 minutes.
Yep. Grim, do you got an idea?
Probably like Shokugeki with Soma.
Yep.
Just scream metal.
Oh, of
Scream
course.
metal.
I fully imagine you would put Impmon in like a costume that's like a I don't know why, but it's just
He be my Megumi.
I'm Gordon Ramsay, a real chef, and you're Bobby Flay, whatever the fuck that is.
Oh man,
I
the
make
Food Network
Impmon dog.
community is gonna be so upset with
Dude,
us.
oh my god, but Impmon with the Guy Fieri costume. the
That would be
polo
so
shirt with the flames. Fuck yeah.
powerful.
Does he still have the eye patch?
I assume so.
And
going-
the sunglasses.
We're going to Taste City. Did I say it right, Raina? Uh-oh.
Listen, you donkey. No, wrong guy.
Should have just made you the donkey.
Don't
from
disrespect Donkey like that.
Fair enough.
Donkey is integral to the plot.
They ran out of Shrek costumes because
I
of the
was-
Shrek rave.
I just want to say, I was going to say Flamon as like a samurai, but Flamon got the last kid-sized Shrek costume.
Yes.
God, before Impmon.
You're a bastard man, and I'll kill you.
I can't hear you.
You're dressed as my hero doesn't mean that I'll forgive you.
I can't hear you from my swamp.
You
Alrighty.
got a swamp?
moving,
You got swamp?
moving things along a little
Oh,
bit
I got
for
some
us.
flavor with that.
Easy question to answer on this end of things. Question from Digital D. They said, how would a real world arc similar to Adventure work within Digi-Destiny, and could it have worked within Season 1? Unfortunately not, based on the plans that I had. It would have been fun to have made it that, hey, Magidramon like got into the real world and they had to go deal with that. However, given what I have plans for currently with the way things have happened for Campaign 2, it would not allow for the fun that I have planned for Campaign 2. Because people would just be like, oh yeah, Digimon are a thing now. Like, that would have been pretty easily established and could not just be hand-waved away. Jordy's only so good at using the memory wipe system, and not on that large a scale.
It's not.
We're not the
Kolioko's
Men in
return-
Black.
It's not Kolioko's Return to the Past now.
It is definitely not. So, unfortunately, while I would have loved to do a real-world arc, instead, you're getting a real-world campaign.
Oh boy. That's actually part of the reason why I had Grayson's mom be kind of like not in the picture, in case we needed like a home base. Grayson's house could have filled that role.
Oh, absolutely.
Because no one would have been around.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, would have been a very good home base. Our next question from Wallfly1563. Nick, do you plan to incorporate any other Digimon mechanics from the games or TV shows in the next game, like Digimodify or Digicross? I would need to go and sit down and watch the season with Digicross to understand how that works.
Sir.
As for Digimodify, potentially. I mean, you know, based on the way that we have planned going into Campaign 2 and whatnot, and the start of that with the crystals that I introduced in Campaign 1 with like the modifiers on those attacks. There's a potential for Digimodify. It might not be a card slash, but it might be something similar.
Also, I see Demonics saying, "Do not watch Fusion." I'm gonna.
I mean,
I'm gonna watch it dubbed just because you all
can't
tell me
stop
not
me.
to.
Spite is a hell of a drug, and by God, you cannot stop us.
I will say, as someone that watched both Cross Wars and worked a bit on Fusion, yeah, if you're gonna have to pick Cross Wars.
I'm gonna watch it all. I'm gonna watch the first 2 seasons dubbed and switch to the sub because there's no dub, and I'm gonna do a book report on why I love it.
Guess what, guys? We're going to do a full. We'll watch together in the server. Fuck it.
Yep, that'll teach you.
I'm gonna enjoy it so hard.
Was this weird
who-
about?
Who's this?
Who-
Our next question coming in from Christopher Ramos.
Okay.
Is they are essentially making a fan-made Digimon story called Digi-Destiny Alternate EXE. They wanted to know if they if the fans in general could use the name Digi-Destiny as long as it didn't coincide with any of like our characters or storylines, things like that. Or should they name it something else to be safe?
I mean, that's not even like our thing. Like the
Yeah.
Digi-Destiny are a thing from the show.
Yeah.
Like, we just called it a thing that was a reference to the show. It's not ours.
I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
we
just
as
just
for
use
like the
it, have fun.
Digi-Destiny itself, like I don't even think we're the first ones to really do that. I think there was like a attempted fan film that went by that also on YouTube. So we're not even the first Digi-Destiny.
yeah, we didn't copyright it, so
It also, like, as far as
I'm
I'm
on it.
concerned personally, do whatever, man. Like, I've always have that philosophy on everything. Like, coming from the days of abridging is like, just because I did an abridged series or you did an abridged series or whatever, it doesn't mean someone else can't do another parody of the same thing. If you want to write a fan fiction that's got Gary in it, go for it, man. Like, have fun. Like, our stuff's here to make people happy and be entertained and have a good time. Like, who are we to be like, no, my OC, don't look at him.
Your fun is wrong.
your fun is wrong, and here's why.
Well, I'm glad you all came. I have a PowerPoint.
Oh, excellent. But yeah, I mean, yeah, like Jay said, it's pretty short, sweet, to the point. Feel free. Like, we're not gonna hound you about it. Enjoy yourself.
I mean, I feel as though the only asterisk there is like, if you're gonna like reference us, be respectful.
yeah.
like,
Yeah.
That's all you need to do. But yeah, we're not gonna like hunt you down because you also happen to use the same terminology we do.
No, we're gonna hunt you down for other reasons, and here are all
Exactly.
of them.
Yeah, just be respectful. Not like, hey, and here's the Digi-Destins. These assholes.
Exactly. But yes, question for Chase actually here
Aw, dip.
from the guy who asks. I think we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, but I don't know if we had locked it in. What Digimon partner would you give to Henrietta?
I did give it a think. Let me pull it back up.
They did provide a list as well as a parallel to Sammy.
Okay, well, what was the list?
They
Command
said
Jimon,
that they would
give her
have
a gun.
Tsukaimon as the rookie, Witchmon as the champion, and then Anguish as the ultimate.
Interesting. Let me see if I can find them again. I had them on the list and then I closed it because I was like, the time is come and gone.
But luckily, we're nearing the end,
Elizamon.
friends. We're getting close.
I think she would have an Elizamon.
Oh yeah, from Liberator, right?
Yeah. Cause like I feel like her arc is kind of coming into her own, like figuring out who she is as well, outside of, just being the daughter of someone relevant to the town. Like, that's not really a character trait or a personality. That's just like
Yeah.
a thing. So like I think Elizamon as like it is, without further thought, if there was a human being playing this character, then they would probably be able to put much more thought into it.
Right.
But like the Elizamon line as well kind of goes from like a cute little guy into like a whole horrid monstrosity thing. And I'm like, yeah, that's fun. That's cool.
Do
I'm
that.
about it. Like turns into a Stegosaurus or some shit, like immediately.
Yeah, we don't know what the later forms are, but we'll learn eventually. We'll get there.
Yeah, I'm about it.
Yeah. Our next question here from Fallen Wolf is a question for me. It says, hey, Nick, can you list some of the voice effects you use for people who want to use them in their own campaign? Certainly. Let me see what I can pull up in my good old voice box and what's favorited. Let's see. Custom Pitch is one that I messed with a whole heck of a lot. It's what I used for Lilymon. It's what I used for Sistermon Noir. It's what I use for a lot of different things, like most of the female voices. Magic Chords was Metaletamon. Easily done.
Oh,
Let's see. 8-bit I think I used for a couple of things. I don't recall. Deep was Genkumon. I didn't mess with Deep in any way, shape, or form, other than maybe turning off a little bit of the reverb. And it really sold Genkumon as this very powerful being. Proto I think I used for the twins that attacked ER.
yay!
I tried using Radio Demon, and that was what I was using for the audio logs until it broke on me. So, at least for stream, it broke for me. So, real shame. The Demon is a voice that I used for Megidramon, and I had to mess with that one a whole heck of a lot. And then for Hyandramon, I used the Doctor, which is supposed to be a reference to that one character from Doom, like Doom 2016.
There was one more. I think the Visitor was the purge.
Yeah, the
effects.
Visitor was the purge program. Like when it was specifically like a being is infected by it. That's the one. Yep, that's the one. Thank you. And then when I used Digivolution, I used a thing called Engine. So it just gave my voice kind of a nice little like low rumble. But yeah. Hopefully that helps out for people who have voice mod that are using that for their own games. If you're not using voice mod and you're just looking for other like effects, good luck. I don't have much else for you. Hey Storm, question for you. If Storm is here.
He's
hopefully.
AFK.
Storm.
I can't believe he's dead. I'm
Question
the new
for you?
Storm.
Okay.
I'm back.
Tell me
What
all
happened?
about
Welcome
it.
back,
Never
Storm. We
mind.
have a question
He's
for you.
the old Storm.
Question from Spark Drake. Did you forget you had the electric nut launcher in the final battle?
No, I did not forget. I just couldn't see an opening for it.
Completely fair. Also, McGeedramon is massive.
I was going to tangle up his wings and make his mouth stay shut, and I do all these amazing things. I'm sure the dice would have really been amazing there. No.
Also, we dropped a bond on him. I think our contribution to the fight was done.
Yeah.
Opening move of Telegram from Mongo was kind of
We rolled a 63. I'm happy with Terriermon's contribution to that fight.
65 with tokens.
Yeah, Grayson's
Yes.
to whom it may concern.
To whom it may concern. Fuck you.
There was a letter inside with, I hope this bomb finds you.
Not well. Not well.
Just, I hope it finds you.
Exactly. We're nearing the final stretch, everybody. We're in the last 20 questions. Let's see if we can
Oh,
zoom
boy.
through. Question for Red a little bit.
Oh, fuck.
Any familiar locations or faces to look forward to?
Oh. Yeah, it's inevitable that we're going to get a few familiar faces and familiar locations. I did actually take a specific effort to go into locations we didn't see for too long in the first place, in the first campaign.
Right. So look forward to seeing a lot more of the coastline and a lot more of the forest.
Yeah.
We're going to see that environment from before we left the digital world.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the transport tube.
Yes.
The fucking data highway that I called it.
Yeah.
Yeah. We look forward to that. And then as for campaign 2, I mean, you're going to see a lot of Earl Vista. As for
That's right.
the server, well, there's going to be a reason why the server is not very involved in campaign 2.
The server is now the enemy.
Yeah, naturally. Let's see.
It has
If
a mind of its own.
Question from Ica. If the original admin partners, excluding Simon, were able to get to Mega, what would they have gotten to? Well, gee willikers, I think we kind of got into this end of things. Flamemon would have been Emperor Greymon. Like, that would have happened. Magimon would have gone to Wisemon, and then from there, I think... God, where would Wisemon go from?
Ancient Wisemon?
It could be Ancient Wisemon. That'd be a pretty decent one, I'd
Because
say.
Dynasmon doesn't really feel like a good fit. For...
Yeah, that's also not an Evo off of Wisemon.
Also,
Oh, yeah, that's a good
Piedmon
point.
would not be a great one as well, so maybe don't do that. Because that's supposed to be the next...
Lamau, though?
would be funny.
Honestly, Ancient Wisemon kind of feels like the best pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I googled it and it said Shoutmon X7 Superior mode.
Damn it.
Okay.
Well, well, naturally, that's the next step. As for... Oh, boy. As for the rest of them, I think Monodramon would have gone into, like...
I'm Googling it, and they don't exactly how
A good-
Gigadramon doesn't have a...
Would Machine Dramon work?
I think Machine Dramon would be the best.
That's about as good as we're going to get there.
Which is weird, because, you know, that's kind of high-end Dramon's territory, being
Right.
a machine, but also still the best option we have.
Right. Impmon. Impmon probably would have...
For what?
For
I was going
Impmon.
back.
The original Digi-Destiny before us, like what
Oh,
their canon of
What
Evo
their
lines
Mega
would've
would have
been.
been.
Yeah.
For
Didn't
Impmon,
we
probably
joke
would have
it
just...
was the original.
Yeah, the
thing?
original Beelsmon.
Or I'm not the original. The newer one.
Yeah.
What, the one that's got like the robot
Heavy
body?
Metal Dramon.
Yeah, Heavy Metal Dramon.
Oh, Heavy Metal
Didn't we
Dramon.
joke that was it?
That could be it, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be funny given how Devin is as a character.
Yeah.
Let's see. Terriermon, I think probably would have been Cherubimon.
Yeah.
Probably.
Pretty simple and explanatory on that one.
But would have been the Vice one, which is really confusing.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just like, wait a minute.
Terriermon's already in Vice mode.
Fair enough.
At all times. Who are we missing at this point?
We covered Magimon, Monogimon, Terriermon, Impmon, Flamemon, and...
Hypothetical question.
Yeah.
This is probably going to result in the same thing. What about Hagurumon, assuming Simon didn't get involved with the Purge program?
Assuming that they weren't involved in that? Well, let's see. From Andromon.
Would that have changed anything?
That's actually a good question.
Andromon's default is High Andromon, but...
You might have like gone a different route instead of Andromon, maybe. Hypothetically,
True.
who knows?
Imperial Dramon.
Imperial Dramon. All right, hard turn.
Yeah, I'm just making a joke.
That would have been funny if his mega would have been Craniumon or Alphamon or whatever the one that he picked that he wanted.
Oh yeah,
Ooh,
because he wanted Alphamon, so yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe either Breakdramon or Brigadramon?
That could be an interesting one, yeah, for the Digipolice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't worry, guys. He's not evil. His partner's a cop.
And
Anyway.
Oh wait, no, Darkdramon for Monogimon.
That makes so much more sense.
Oh yeah, Dark Dramon would have been good. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah.
Because that's what some people wanted too. We can just say that was Abby's mega.
Oh yeah, completely fair. Yeah.
I was gonna say like Dan Devimon for Impmon, by the way. I kept forgetting what his name was.
Daniel Devimon.
Daniel Devimon. Yep.
At some point, I need to talk to Carlo about getting all these guys out of the alternate ultimates. Just
a little bit. Yeah, it'd be nice.
That's a treat.
Yeah. I think that's everybody. Yeah.
So what about Gatsumon's
What
mega?
about Gotsumon?
Oh.
Find out.
Find out later.
Fund the one shots. It's
Find
up to
the
you,
one
chat.
of these.
And like that, the Great Pirate Era began.
Hour,
Of
almost
course.
an hour. This was-
We're getting
knew.
close. I'm
We
trying
knew this would happen.
I'm trying to get through it.
We're
as best
burning
we
through
can.
it.
We're almost there. Our next question comes from Delta. Hi y'all. Firstly, want to say thank you guys for all the memories and the stories. The series honestly holds a special place in my heart, but with all the sentimental dumping out of the way, my question is for the crew in general, which is, what are Digimon from the main adventure you want to see in the future for potential one-shots / campaign 2, as well as what are some new Digimon you just want to see in general?
Ooh.
Just what Digimon from the actual series we want to see show up,
Actual
or
series.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
what from the which Digimon from the show would you like to see, as well as just what Digimon in general do you want to see moving forward?
As a
'Cause-
glutton for punishment, Lucemon.
Excellent.
As a glutton for punishment, Dipenmon.
as a Glen for Punishment, Chimeramon.
Oh fuck.
Any-
That one's actually scary.
Anyone else want to be a glutton for punishment?
It's
Weasel?
not
Batman.
it's an original Digimon, but like Umbermon's non-X form.
No, non-Umbermon X.
Yeah, but for an actual Digimon, what was it? Maybe like the Musketeers.
Ooh.
I don't want to see that all
Oh.
the Three Musketeers.
That's fair. I did say, I'm pretty sure I mentioned this a while ago. If I haven't now, congrats for getting it. I did want to involve the Three Musketeers in campaign 2. I just need to figure out where to put
Oh
them.
my god!
So
Please have them be cool with me.
I-
And my character
Just
have
Please
nothing
let
to
them be
do
my
with them.
friends.
But I want nothing to do with them because sadly I don't have the character for that.
Nick, could they be
Let
my
them
friend?
be my friend and only my friend. All the others aren't yet.
I know my
Yeah,
character's
can-
not
can I
likable in
load
any
with
way, shape, or
Friend of
form, but
Dragons?
make them be friends with me.
Honestly, like the Four Sovereigns would be real cool to see in a game sometime.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah.
Agumon from the abridged series.
Goddamn.
It's just a bridge Agumon.
It's just the Bridge Dogumon.
Guys, I need help.
If you guys
I
head
have
to the
a
Bit
side
coastline,
quest.
you might end up seeing fucking Gomamon. Dragon breath.
Oh boy.
We just have a straight up crossover with the abridged version of the
He-
characters.
Help me get a PhD. Gomamon hits alternative mega and turns to Plesiomon and then hits him with his actually very real dragon breath.
Oh shit.
I did it. Joe's gonna be so proud of me.
What? A Gomon? Who's that penguin?
Don't worry about it. He's my friend.
He's stuck in a block of ice now. He won't be bothering us.
Joe, do not make direct eye contact.
He's known to say a lot of naughty words.
Hello, stinky human. Would you like to hear my backstory?
We leave. We have to leave. Otherwise, anyone else had any? Yeah,
I'd
go
like
ahead.
to see Angora.
Angora.
Oh yeah, Angoramon's fun. It's a good boy.
I don't know why the first one that's coming to my mind is just Renamon or anyone from the Renamon line.
Oh, alrighty, fair enough. I mean, we did see Talmon in the tournament arc, but I get it.
But
you
Weasel
weren't
wasn't
around
here
for
for that.
I know. I
Yeah.
know. I know.
I know.
Let's see.
But yes.
Hold on. I bet there's another one that I might want to see.
Chat as a glutton for punishment, Chiojimon. Guys.
More
Digimon.
Also, if it is actually, also if it's someone from the actual show, this is not a glutton for punishment. It's me being sleep deprived. Because I'm noticing I'm getting sleepy. I'm gonna be honest.
Nope, that's completely fair. If you need to tap out, like, do not force yourself.
Yeah.
If you need to sleep.
Yeah.
No.
I know we've been at it for a while, or I'm trying my best to get
No,
through it.
I'm fine. I'm pretty sure.
I
can
do want
take
to quickly
it.
throw out there that I think that we are discussing possibly starting the streams earlier for the next campaign.
Yes, if
Yeah,
only
there
to.
was originally a
Yeah.
schedule conflict when the game first started that no longer exists since
You're
life
right.
happened, and it's been several years.
So yeah, now that issue is resolved. Yay! We can start
So
earlier.
we may.
Uh,
So we think about 7 p.m. EST.
Yeah, so starting at least an hour earlier and seeing where we go from there.
So yeah, if anyone from the actual show showed up, it would be Ikari, but older.
Alrighty, interesting.
There
The
you go.
teacher from Tamers.
Yes, exactly.
That'll work.
I want a Leomon, but he has the ReZero thing, where he
Oh,
returns from death.
Oh no.
I-
Or he
and
knows,
he's-
but he
Oh,
can't tell
no.
anybody.
Yeah, and he's gotta get a future. Yeah,
Honestly,
that should be a whole thing.
I would love to see Saber Leomon.
Yes.
All right.
And then he
Oh,
dies.
yeah, that's
Aw,
actually.
Damn it.
He's my favorite Leomon.
He's my favorite Leomon that gets killed. Oh boy.
He's my favorite dead Leomon.
Oh no.
Don't hurt my Leomon, buddy.
That's a long list.
I am. So yeah, I'll do my
It's
best.
a long
to try
list,
and
but this one's
deal
my
with
favorite.
that.
You
There are many like it, but this one is mine.
I will piccolo myself in front of this Leomon.
Oh no. Moving on to our next couple of questions, just so we can try and expedite this a little bit. We're getting close. Question from Spark Drake. Hey Nick, in your professional opinion, how would Riposte and Battle Sense interact if a Digimon has both? We actually figured out that problem. They don't interact with each other because Riposte is technically a defense role. That said, we have a very good example of what does work on that end of things in the form of Archmagismon, who has Riposte and Mental Fortress, which is the other version of Battle Sense for defense.
True, it works very well.
It
is
works
the
that way.
answer.
So yes. Question from the guy who asks. I think we did talk about this at one point, but you guys may as well lock it in now. Hey, if the Vandals were able to get admin usernames, what would they be?
Oh God.
Can I change from the wizard?
I mean, I only have two examples that this the guy who asks provided, and they are not for Grayson.
I would still like to rebrand,
You are allowed
Sure.
to try and rebrand.
but everyone else can go first.
What are the two that he pitched?
They said Sammy would probably be called High Score,
Oh, I think I pitched
good.
that. I think I remember
That's
pitching
good.
that.
and that Reiner would be Hell's Kitchen.
Ooh,
Ooh.
those are cool.
Our
So,
code names?
Yeah, like if
if
you were
we
to
had
give it,
admin usernames.
you know, like how Jordy is Stonehenge and how Lucia
Yeah.
is Yeehaw.
God, what
To
was
attempt to keep
El-
it as stupid as the previous ones, I got mine.
What do you
You know
got?
what? El Diablo Grande Supreme.
Oh no.
Too many characters.
Too many characters.
I don't care.
Someone already has
That's
that
the
name
short
somehow.
version.
It would just say
That's
El
the shorter
Diablo Gra.
version, too.
That's all it would say.
Supreme just gets cut off.
We don't
El
even get the full
Diablo
Grande.
Grande sup.
God damn it.
I'm blanking on EO. I think I was joking for like Crash Test Dummy, but that's too long.
Ragged.
Ragdoll.
Oh, Ragdoll's a good one.
Ragdoll's a good one.
Ride or die.
Yeah.
You won't let me have. You all have mine, but you'll let that one slide. What the?
Because it's a quick syllable.
It's also within the character limit.
Diablo Grande.
For
We'll
Gary,
stick
I
with
went
Diablo.
What do we
with
have for
Gary, I
Gary?
went with gregarious.
Gregarious.
Oh, that's really good.
That's pretty nice. Weasel, what would Diogo have?
Diogo's admin name would be artist 123.
Oh my.
It's not Kono Dioda.
No.
Can I put something?
What do you got?
Tell me.
Gardener. Because there's like two different types of writers. There's the architects that plan everything out, and the gardeners who don't have like everything planned out and let like the story guide them. And since Diogo's a comic book artist, he like
He plans things out like a gardener.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, yeah, that's way better than what I said.
Double meaning.
Exactly.
And I don't know what I would change Grayson to. I just want to change it from the wizard.
Oh no, he would be Gardener 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh no.
Yes.
Okay, so Diogo's Gardener 1, 2, 3, 4. ER is Ragdoll.
Right now is Diablo.
Grande Supreme.
Diablo Grande Self.
Sammy is definitely high score.
That's pretty
You got
good.
gregarious, and I think Grayson could be like some kind of like hacking thing.
White Knight.
White
Yo,
Knight.
like the
Yeah.
white hat hackers. I like that.
Oh, yeah, that's a good one.
Chase, high five from across the states.
Oh, hit my face anyway. I didn't catch it.
Hot damn. There we go.
Second try. I high fived your cat by mistake.
I got you, Chase. Oh, that was the testicles. Fuck. Sorry.
That's how it goes.
Fair enough. Our next question here from Anka. Was the gang sucked into the server by accident, or did the system actually play a part in bringing them into the server? Oh yeah, absolutely. It was the system providing balance because, you know, when there is darkness, a light must be balanced in there for the most part, which means when there's too much light, aka the end of Campaign 1, something has to happen to balance that shit out in Campaign 2.
Oh no.
So yeah, the
Oh,
system is
boy.
a neutral party. It is not to be trusted. Oh hey, here's an easy answer for one as well. Hey Nick, how'd you get the digital hazard animation?
Hi, I'm Red Beast. I'm a VFX artist.
And can we get that as a downloadable wallpaper? We'll try and see if we can put that on wallpaper.
Yeah, I'll look
wallpaper
into.
engine.
Yeah, Red Beast made the design, and I did the impossibly easy task of looping it.
And
Took
I
like
did
5
the even
minutes.
easier ask of just asking him to do the thing, and then just it worked out.
For those of you who don't know, I'm a VFX artist. I do shit like this all the time for fun. And we can look into putting that stuff up on Wallpaper Engine. I actually have all of the Digivolution backgrounds as original elements I made. So
Yeah.
I can probably look into figuring out how to get those up on Wallpaper Engine too.
Yeah, we could probably make
Yeah,
a
hell
video
yeah.
on that and say, hey, here you go,
First
guys.
way.
But yeah,
Prepare for some very bright backgrounds for the Digivolution ones.
they're very good. Our next question from Fallen. It says, I know this isn't necessarily a question, but I just wanted to say to the Digi-Destiny, it's the first campaign that I've actually enjoyed. Very new to the channel. Friend introduced me to it. I hope I can watch the dives when I'm caught up. Thank you for making the funnest campaign that I have listened to.
Happy to provide it.
Thank you kindly, Fallen. We very much appreciate that. And going from a wholesome question to, just a wholesome comment, to cursed content, will Daipenmon be the big bag of the one arc? And will one of the one-shots be a flashback with the admins?
No, Divertimento was not originally planned to feature in the one arc at all. You all have forced a square peg into a round hole, and it is my job to suffer for it. This will not be a flashback to the Arctic War or whatever it was that the admins fought with him, and he's not actually the big bad. He will feature because you've all requested it and donated for it, but he is not like the primary threat of the story.
Most excellent. And I guess to counter that for you, Red, as well, to give you a little bit of hope. Question from Kusanagi. Where's the Triodramon fund to counter the Daipenmon Resurrection fund?
Oh my god. When will I...
You will never know, peace.
My shitposts come back to haunt me.
The question is, the answer to that is when you start donating to it, so figure it out, guys. Our next question from Kapow. Hey, Nick, when are you going to update the rule set for all the new things? Probably December. December is when I'm going to be working on it very, very hard to figure all that stuff out.
Yeah, we're all helping him out. We're all going to figure it out together.
Yeah.
Let's see. Question from Drill to the Heavens. If the party had successfully dealt a killing blow to Hyandramon, could they have saved Simon? No, because here's the thing. That final blow wasn't actually a true final blow. That's called a cutscene final blow. And when people die in cutscenes, it's much more traumatic.
And they actually stay dead.
Yeah, that's the thing. When I kill you in combat, you can be revived. When I kill you in a cutscene, it's over.
And he was a bastard man anyway.
Yes, he was. Unfortunately, he could not have been saved. It is a darn shame. Let's see.
I do have a question for you, Nick.
Sure, go ahead.
How did the other admins react to the news of Simon?
Not well. Not well. I mean, Lucy probably was the one who immediately knew and took it the hardest, given the history, which you may or may not learn. But basically, if we hadn't discussed it earlier, prior to Simon's corruption, there was a time where Simon and Lucy were dating. Like, were a couple for a bit. And then as a result of the corruption that Simon went through via the Purge Protocol, that relationship soured very quickly. Mainly because Simon just was not investing. It is a darn shame.
Oh, well.
But yeah.
Man, don't get involved with evil entities may have data. They fuck up your relationships.
Exactly. It really puts a hindrance on that stuff. But yeah.
Speaking from experience.
Oh no. A question from Polka to everyone, although this is specifically targeted to me as well. What was your favorite voice to do, and what was your favorite one to hear? No. Is that actually your favorite, Red?
No, it was easily Terriermon. It was Terriermon to the point where I had to go back to it after Rapidmon. I miss doing the Gremlin voice so much.
But I think you told me once that if there's one thing you could retcon, it would be keeping the Gremlin voice.
Yes. If that's one thing I would absolutely change if we were to do the campaign again. I would not try and do like what Lex Lane did in Hurricane Touchdown. I would try to just stay Terriermon, like the Gremlin voice, all the way through.
Gotta just say, Hurricane Touchdown sounds like a great water slide.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Chase, what about your favorite voice that you did?
Oof. Probably, I really loved all the voices I did for the entire Impmon line. I was a big fan of. Honestly, I think my least favorite was Duskmon, only because so much of the fun of Duskmon was the acting part of it, not the voice part of it.
Right.
Like the acting was there to offset how edgy the voice was, more or less. But it was still a very, very fun voice to do. And then I loved Umbramon, that I got to go back to Gremlin mode. Everyone loves the Gremlin mode, but Impmon obviously is the core of the entire line with him. I love doing the Impmon voice, the Impmon character. It's a great time. And Umbramon is just Impmon plus gravel plus cartoon physics.
Yeah.
So I got to do even more nonsense. That was very fun.
Very
Yelzamon was fun. I might have had more fun with him if he had more screen time, but that's what the one-shots are for.
correct.
I get you on that, Chase, because at first I had a lot of fun with Gaiamon, but due to how deep he is and where he is mentally, at least when we got to see him, it wasn't as much fun as doing Magimon and Mistymon and Orcmagismon. Like, Mistymon was a lot of fun because of his charisma. He was a showman. Like, I got to really have fun with that guy. And I feel the same about Orcmagismon. Like, would have been fun to have him for a little bit more, but the one-shots.
Hell yeah.
Grim?
My favorite to
Yeah, your favorite to
voice?
voice.
Like, I think it was really cool to do Monodramon, just because, like, you know, I'm always, you know, doing the voices like the deep, gruff characters here and there.
Right.
And those are fun because I get to, I think, improv more. But I just liked talking as Monodramon a lot. I thought it was fun.
He's
That's
just a
why,
dopey
you know,
little
it was also-
guy. We love him.
exactly. And then I think I would have loved to voice Justymon just because, like, I had voiced like that with like All Might in one of our parodies before, and I thought I was like, oh, this could be fun. But again, we hadn't had much time.
But hey, we got the
so-
one shot, so you'll have more Justymon time.
Yep. So yeah, I definitely
All
think
Might will
Monodramon.
return. Just not the way that you remember.
Yeah, I think if Monodramon then would have been Justy, then you know, Strike-Dramon and, you know, Cyber-Dramon kind of just, they kind of fit next to each other, but I think I liked being scratchy more than just deep. So I think I like Strike-Dramon.
There we go.
Right, as third, and then Cyber-Dramon, you know, fourth, just because I've done that voice a lot.
Right.
And then Reiner's bottom. I hate Rose.
Grim's next character.
Waspmon's on top. I'm sorry.
Waspmon's on the top end of the list.
Oh,
Grim's next
no.
character is actually going to sound like Mickey Mouse. It's going to be the highest he can go.
Yep. And I'll just be like, hey, Grim, are you okay after session 1? And he'll just be like, I need to go to hospital.
You don't know my powers. You don't know.
It's like, and now we introduce Giga Seadramon, even bigger than Metal Seadramon. Grim, take it away. Oh boy!
Do you underestimate Grim's power? Grim and Rille are two people that I've heard just fucking go nuts on the mic with screams. I'm just like, are you physically okay?
No, not mentally.
Right, you say this and you passed out doing Shizuru Heiwajima.
That's right, I did pass out the mic once.
That's how I found where the line was.
Yeah, you know, you got to know where it is. I haven't found
Then
it.
I was practicing in the car once when driving, and to go on in that story there.
Anyway.
Like onto an accident.
Like a Weasel, your thoughts on your favorite character that you voiced?
I really enjoyed Bancho Lilymon a lot. I dislike Sammy's voice. I made a mistake in going to a higher octave and then had to stay there. And was just like, oh, yeah, I have to do that again, don't I?
Well, hey, now you don't have to do that going into campaign 2, to my knowledge.
No, definitely gonna stick to a lower range for my next character. And I actually really enjoyed Grankuagamon.
Just being Rita Repulsa the whole time.
I didn't know I had that in me, to be fair.
I'm proud of you.
It was so good, we asked you to be in Tamers with that voice.
You sure did. Oh, good times.
Weasel?
I mean, I only voiced 2 characters.
I know, I get
one
that.
Is one is literally just regular ass me, and the other is Adobimon. So yeah, if I have to say which one I had more fun doing, it was Adobimon, because I wasn't just talking normally.
That's fair.
I was actually trying to do something, putting a performance and stuff like that, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
doing
also,
Adobimon.
For Leica, some time has passed for us for the one shot, so maybe you don't have to go directly into the same Sammy voice going forward.
True.
Yeah, it's true. Maybe she will grow, and then her voice change.
Run, I missed you.
Oh no, it's me,
Brother.
Samantha.
She's 14 now. Anything is possible.
Hello, Reiner.
She's voiced
My
by
name
Kronk.
is Samantha Takeshi, and
Reiner,
I'm
you came back
14 years
What's up,
old.
goose?
You came back from culinary school.
It's so good knowing that if like is sick, any one of us could fill in for Sammy.
Oh, it's
You
gonna be so
know.
good.
We all have such an amazing ability. We have the Marx Brothers talent of mimicking each other.
I love how we all share that one brain cell moment of just do the worst Sammy impression ever.
Of course. I suppose on my end of things, God, I had a lot
The
of
one
characters.
has the most options.
I do have the most options. This is true. However, a lot of characters I also had to use voice mods for to make them so dynamically like different. So for those,
who's your favorite character to voice, and why is it Vmon?
Fuck. Look, Vmon's fun because I just get to go like
Real nasally and just be like, "Hey guys, we got this." Yeah.
and just be all up in my nose for Vmon. I enjoy Meteormon so much. I enjoy that I didn't have to change his voice for his entire lineage. That's just how it is. He's just always up here, just having a good time, you know?
The second I heard that voice, I was like, will you protect this one at all costs?
And then we failed.
Yep.
Sorry, I
all
failed you, Master
failed.
He
Wayne.
came back. It's fine.
But he came back.
When he died, I was just like Alfred at the end of the Dark Knight. He rises.
Right. I mean,
I failed you, Master Wayne.
I will say, yeah, I definitely had the most fun with Meteormon, to say the least. But I got to do a lot of variety with various different characters. Like Salamon was very, very fun. CJ was very nice for me to be able to like sit in the older and smoother sort of voice for him and just sit here and be really tired of talking to children who are asking several questions I have already answered.
Hello, children.
Oh hell no!
This guy. He has a cool voice. It's very smooth.
Yep, but no, being Prophet Salamon was also very fun. You know, just being just like,
Do you have an appointment? No? Back of the line with you.
and then Gary throwing.
What if
the-
I fucking kill you again?
Yeah, and then Gary
I will
throwing
make
the
you
signs.
check the calendar.
Oh no. But yeah, no, those were some fun voices that I enjoyed. Our next question from Jeff Thomas. We're getting close to the end, guys. We're at like 6 left.
One of them now in show.
As the DM, what was the hardest thing for you to figure out to make the partner and tamer turns work? The fact that I had to make a combat system for a game that doesn't have a combat system. Probably the hardest it's ever been.
Kids on Bikes has a very soft combat system. We had to turn that into a hard system.
I had to make it work a little bit more for me. Give it a little bit more oomph and juice.
We benefited a lot by using Theater of the Mind for the maps.
Yeah, and I'm keeping it that way. I'm not doing
not
any
needing to
more of
worry
that.
about movement as a mechanic helped so much.
Yes. Our next question, they didn't have a name added on here. It said, are the admins going to show up in Red's game? I mean, they're probably going to be relevant at least.
Who can say?
Who's to say, really? This question, oh boy, I'm going to have to dissect this one because it's a bit of a paragraph, but we'll see what we can do. From Dusty Crow. Hey, schmucks, it's been a bit over 2 months since the last dive, and while time seems to have flown by, you most certainly have done a lot since then. So much so that there are some questions, and yet only one dive to ask them, so I'm going to do the only sensible thing in this situation, which is finding a loophole. Thank you, Dusty Crow. Nick, I'd like it if you could tell us some more about Simon Reddington, from character design to admin abilities that he never got the chance to use, and most importantly of all, what was it that the butler did?
Oh, you slut for mysteries.
Oh, absolutely. No, the whole thing with Simon Reddington is originally, like his original plan before he was corrupted, he was a fan of mysteries, but he was a bit of a hard ass. Like I imagine him more akin to like God, I'm trying to think exactly. Like a more serious Shotaro from Kamen Rider Double.
Oh, I see.
So basically, like, instead of him being like this stylish guy who's like trying to be hard-boiled, he just is hard-boiled. But the problem is that he doesn't come across as likable for being that way. He's just an ass. So his partner, Hagurumon, has to be the one that has to help, like, kind of lighten the load for him and be like, hey, it's not that serious. Like, you gotta relax a little bit. He was not the oldest of the group of, like, the original admins. I believe that still goes to Jordy being the oldest during their time and, like, working together during the, like, Y2K incident and everything. And as for his design, I literally just told Carlo when we were putting the design together, I said, I need you to make me a white man, put him in a white suit, so that way he looks like he's innocent, and his partner is Andromon. So he took the idea of putting gears on his tie, which I thought was funny. Really good.
Actually, quick little shout to Carlo, who for like all the art throughout this entire campaign, and I don't know if you knew this, Nick, Andromon is actually his favorite Digimon.
I did see he recently posted about, like, hey, here's me with my favorite, and it was him with Andromon, and I'm like, god damn.
He called, like, Andromon would be his partner, so I thought the inclusion of Andromon was really cool.
So I'm very glad that I asked him for a high Andromon burst mode, which made him just be like, all right, cool, I get to go so hard on this one.
Oh, yeah.
So, you know, it really worked out that I chose a Digimon that really just said, hey, the person who's making all of our art, I'm catering to you.
Oh, yeah. That was really cool. And honestly, just a big shout out to Carlo in general. The entire stream would not have been anywhere close to the same without his contributions with this incredible art of everybody.
Of course.
Very true.
Our next question from Twisted Wolf. If you had to choose one of the Royal Knights or one of the 7 Demon Lord Digimon, which one would you choose and why?
Criniamon. Literally, draft 1 of the 1 arc had him in it. He was gonna fight you guys, and then Nick has fight Gankumon X, and I was like, can't do that anymore. I don't want to repeat what Nick did.
I'm out here ruining other DMs. I'm so good at my job.
Nick fucked up my plans before he was even a player.
Damn, I'm good.
But yeah, Craniamon. I fucking love Craniamon.
He's great. He's a good
Grim,
boy.
that's great. Grim, I feel like you might be biased.
For what?
The question was, if you had to choose one of the Royal Knights and or one of the 7 Demon Lord Digimon, which would you choose and why?
Oh, okay.
Let's change it up. We'll just do Lilithmon.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
But why?
But why?
Oh, why? Because Lilithmon.
You know, that's a fair answer.
What
Moving
does
on.
Lilithmon have that Beelzemon doesn't? Moving on.
Address.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I'll see you later. Oh, man.
I love. What's the meme joke? I'd like to rephrase or something.
I'd
like to change-
apologize.
I'd like to.
No, I was like, I'd like to
apologize.
change my answer.
I'd like to retract my answer.
Yes, Skull Knightmon. Personality.
Yep, that's the one.
I want to say like Alphamon or Omnimon, but I really do love Gallantmon.
Yep.
Galamon's great.
Oh yeah,
Damn it.
with a very strong like. Hey,
Oh,
we can,
yeah, we
double
can
up.
choose the
Like-
same. You are allowed
Yeah,
to.
we're not
Ah,
saying
okay.
dibs.
Oh, okay,
Old
cool.
Force Veedramon is though a very close second.
That's understandable.
Yeah.
Weasel, your thoughts?
I mean, for Royal Knight is 100% Gallantmon. Gallantmon has been one of my favorite Digimon just in general for years since I was a kid. So,
Oh yeah.
so yeah. As for the 7 Demon Lords, not gonna lie, yeah, it's a toss up between Bozomon and Lilithmon.
Very fair.
Man, Creepy Mom.
Oh, I didn't
out
even
here
think about the
getting
Demon
left out the, Creepy Mom being left in the dust, guys.
Beelzemon's just so cool. He's
Yeah.
my favorite. He's my until Lugamon came around. Beelzemon was my favorite virus type.
Makes sense.
That's
Oh,
100%
Gallantmon.
fair.
Now I'm gonna pick Daemon, aka Creepymon.
of the
Thank you.
night, Mon.
Ah, champion of the sun.
For me, if it's Demon Lord, it's Lucimon, 100%. Love classic Lucimon, love Chaos Mode, love Lucimon X. I think the only one where it kind of falls off for me is the like Shadow Lord
the Chaos Satan mode where it's the massive
that
dragon one?
yeah, that's supposed to be a special one, so don't count that one.
Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of that one, but I do love me Lucimon. All the forms of Lucimon are great. And then for Royal Knights, it'd probably be All Force of Vitramon.
Excellent.
Hell yeah.
Also, for my reasoning, I just like Daemon's sword.
Understandable.
That's
Plus,
100% fair.
He's the fighter of the Nightmon.
Oh,
But-
that's right. Yes, that makes sense.
I will say one thing about Daemon is that I do like his design in 02 way better than his actual like real form design. To me, the 02 design is so mysterious, creepy, and cool.
Of whose design?
A Daemon.
Oh,
Yeah,
Creepy
yeah.
one.
his
Yeah, when he-
mantled form.
Yeah, when he's putting, he's got the hood, the cloak and everything on.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about his real form, I don't know, kind of loses it, in my opinion, but that's my opinion.
It's trying a bit harder, whereas this one's
Yeah,
it has the air of mystery.
Yeah.
yeah.
Also,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say I love how you and I were talking back when I was picking your brain for the one arc, and you were saying that Simon absolutely wanted either Alphamon or Old Force Vmon for the Royal Knight in the server.
Oh, of course, yeah.
And he just got outvoted because Jordy's just said Ginkumon first.
Yeah. They're like, well, obviously we should have the leader, and then like as he's saying that, Jordy's just like, I think we should get Genkumon, and everyone's just like, yeah, the cool guy, neat. And then Simon got outvoted.
Fuck it. For the next campaign, I'm getting a Lilithmon.
Yep, there we go.
Nick,
Congratulations,
correct
Grim,
me-
you get to live.
Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, but I get the feeling that either Jordy or Simon were like the leader of the last group.
I mean, Simon would have been like the one who has any level of like he would have been like a Boy Scout, very much so. So like he would have had some level of like survival skills in the digital world to help them out. And Jordy would have been the guy who is like just,
Practical knowledge.
a little bit of practical knowledge. I mean, this was before he became like a tech whiz. Like Jordy was a smart guy, but he never really tried. And like after his adventure, that's when he started like really trying and kind of like turning his life around a little bit more and got really into the tech side of things. And basically became that group's version of the wizard. But essentially he was, I would say if anything, he was more like Reiner in the sense that he was like the muscle. Because he's just like, I'm older than everyone here. I am tough and I'm able to deal with shit and whatnot. Like, it's fine.
Yeah, Gary. I ain't never said those words. Gary. I ain't never said
You have to
those
say 'em.
words.
You had to say it.
It's all over your face.
But either way, yeah. Our next question here from the Mystic Dory Cat, which is outing me for a comment that I made, and I get to now finally close this loop. So if Adventure 1 is canon to Digi-Destiny, not Adventure 1, Abridged Adventure 1, how do you explain what Myotismon pulled? He took over a good part of Japan for a couple of days, and somehow Jordy and the others didn't immediately put a stop to that. Here's the reason why, and all of you are going to hate me for this. The connection between Adventure Abridged and Digi-Destiny is that the server is an exact copy of File Island from Adventure 1 that was created by the system for the admins, basically, for them to just mess with. Where they got that copy from, welcome to the multiverse, motherfucker.
ENIAC strikes again.
I was just gonna go with Myotismon took over Japan. They live in the fucking.
Yeah, they also live. Yeah, they live in the States, so.
Gorillamon happened to show up in the real world around the same time Parrotmon came to Japan.
A lot of nonsense happened in Japan, and these guys live in Corn City, USA.
Also, New York is notoriously a very unpopulated area of the United States.
Yeah.
No one would have seen it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There weren't iPhones back in the day. It was covered up.
It was all word of mouth back then, and not everyone believed each
Exactly.
other.
There was a
Call
giant
San
monster
Diego
attacking Japan. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure, like
Guys.
every movie.
Here's the thing. even by the time of the one arc, YouTube wasn't a thing yet.
Yeah.
Listen,
Yep.
Carmen Sandiego could steal the Statue of Liberty out, and no one would have noticed.
It would have taken like a while for people to notice.
No, just one cutscene.
Yeah, it was a cutscene. It was just all the lights in New York City went out, and then they came back on. It was a very strange video game.
Fair enough. We do have a couple of donations to go through. First, one from Cyber Robert from a little while ago. Hey, here's a token for Trio Dramon.
Hell
God.
yeah.
Fuck.
And then a question from Fairy VB that just came in a few seconds ago. If you could take your favorites off of the Olympus 12 now.
Okay, let me Google the Olympus 12.
I don't know enough about the Olympus 12, unfortunately.
I think I know who my favorite Olympus 12 is, but I need to make sure. I
I'm
want
putting
to
a
see
link
the.
in the group chat.
I
Yep,
think I know
Weasel,
who
your
it
goals
is
now.
too, Weasel.
Yeah, Sarismon's there.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
is
So
Dynamon.
smart. Dianamon is like this my second favorite.
Oh man.
Minervamon. Yeah. Or, yep. Minervamon? Yep.
Yep.
Yep, good old Minervamon.
I do like Jupitermon. Jupitermon's
Yeah.
really cool.
That'd be my second.
Yeah, he's cool.
Just the guys in here just don't really, they don't call out to me much.
Mercurymon is neat. Neptunemon's kind of cool. But I think, honestly, Dianamon, I think, is my favorite of the group here.
What's wrong with the weapons? I'm sorry.
I mean,
Volcanismon? Oh, you mean the arms?
Yeah, he's the blacksmith one. I guess he's connected in making Beelzemon's guns.
Yes.
And all that. So that one's cool.
But yeah,
I'm sorry, Marsmon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I just wanna say-
Marsmon. Marsmon was the first one.
Yeah, he's got the head of Ikakumon.
I'm sorry,
I
go on.
think
Yeah.
I think I have to go to my boy.
I just want to say that I think I only like Dianamon just because of the Lopmon connection in the Cybersleuth games.
Yeah. That's also what I was kind of thinking of. Like, yeah, that's the reason why it's my second favorite. It's because it's a rabbit.
I know my least favorite as well is Venusmon because I played the TCG.
Yep. The Venusmon law.
What did you-
Rat fuck, and I'm taking her kneecap.
Sammy, kick her in the shins.
I like her design though.
She looks.
Sammy, get him.
She looks
What the
very
fu-
cool. I hate her in the game though.
What did she do?
She locks down your board. She's a control card that makes you not
She's
be able
a
to
yellow.
play the game.
Oh.
Just like, hey, how would
Oh.
you like to not play? It's
She
like, uh-oh.
gives all of your guys a thing where they attack for less security, and then anyone who has anything that affects their security modifier can't attack her. And she's also a level 6, and in the meta that she showed up with, all the level 6s had security attack +1 or some modifier to get it, and because they had a modifier, they couldn't attack her or fuck with her or target her or do anything with her, and they lost fucking Digivolution abilities sometimes. There's a whole thing. Yellow decks were an absolute nightmare to play against, and every time somebody got a Venusmon on the board, I'm like, alright, I might as well just scoop right now.
It's over. It's so
That's
over.
fair.
That's fair.
But yeah,
There's trauma in there.
This is why I stick with Alliance decks.
something happened here.
There was pain in that voice.
Yep.
Our next question here, unless we're good to move on. Unless
I just
anyone
want to
else has
say, I
last things.
remember seeing Chase in Michigan having a yellow deck ready to go based off things he's told me about the meta. And the entire drive to his place, he was venting to me about this one deck build that I happened to build. I was like, I'm not going to play that.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
he was like, it's so infuriating. It's cancer. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate
It's like,
playing
if
that so
you-
much. It's so much not fun. And Storm was like, I'm not going to let him know I have that with me.
If you had played it, I'd just be like, alright, so we're playing dirty. Alright.
We're playing for keeps. All right, then. Good to know.
All right, we're not kid gloves off then. Murder time. Think you're a big boy, do ya?
Chase would have murdered me in my. Chase would have murdered me in his home.
Just like, okay, I'll put
Oh.
away the fun deck. Let me grab the tournament deck. Let's go ahead and do that. You put
Chase-
Venus on
Oh.
a deck, the kid gloves are off. I'm
Chase would-
pummeling
Oh,
you.
look, we
Chase
have a
was-
funny mod. We have a funny boogeyman on the board. All right, sure.
All Chase would need to do is just call over Ouija and throw him at Storm's face.
Also, Chase, also the same guy who, as we were playing, was like, you know, your card does this, right? You know, you just won the game by placing that. Here's what you do. I was like, oh.
Oh, dang.
And then what?
Here's the
then
strategy you
win.
do to instantly defeat me. You do this, that, this, all this. Your card does this. It shuts down my board. You do that, and then you win. Good job.
You did it, Storm, all by yourself.
I'm proud of you. Way to go.
It was very much like playing with a controller with your siblings, but yours isn't plugged in.
Aw, dang it.
Chase is a good tutor.
Very good what he does.
Yeah, it was fun.
We're on our last 3 questions, everybody. Let's try and get through
Let's
this as
fucking
best
go.
we can. From Digital
boy.
Pocket. What's up? Sorry.
Just excited.
Fair enough. From Digital
Yeah.
Pocket, their question was, what would your Digimon partner's favorite anime be?
Oh God.
Oh, question.
Lupin
Oh,
the
God.
First for Terriermon.
100%, yes.
Like, he would watch the fuck out Lupin the First just because it has thieves, a charming rogue, and you get to shit on Nazis.
Excellent. Excellent.
Very good.
So sorry. Could you ask the exact phrasing of the question again, just to make sure I understand it?
So the phrasing was, what would your Digimon partner's favorite anime be?
I see. Okay.
I think Malajimon would love Bleach.
I'm sorry, what? 2 people talked at once.
Yeah, I can see it.
Malajimon would love Bleach, I think.
No, there was one with the guy who did headbutts all the time.
Oh yeah, there is something like that.
Chase, what did you say?
If it was a movie franchise, it'd be really easy for Imon, but that's not what it is.
What would it be now? I'm curious.
I'm thinking.
Oh wait.
Thinking.
No.
Why do I feel
Baki the Grappler, maybe? Oh wait, no. Demon Slayer. Because of Tanjiro.
Oh, yep.
Tanjiro hits everyone with his head.
Yes.
Why do I feel that Salamon would be into Death Note?
I could see that. I could also see Salamon being really into like Spy X Family.
Oh, fuck
Yeah.
What about Floramon? I feel like
I'm trying to think. There is something like on the tip of my tongue. Oh, okay, there you go. It's an oldie, but probably like a revolutionary Utena.
Oh, yes. God. Good.
I could see her enjoying that. Like, it's very pretty, but it also has a good chunk of action. It's like, yes, I feel seen.
most excellent.
I feel like Impmon would really like those the like schlocky like isekai of the week kind of thing of like I've been reincarnated as the demon lord kind of thing. That's just like wild power fantasy stuff.
So
it's like finally a realistic show.
Finally something that really encapsulates and speaks to me.
What do you think Magimon would like, Chase? Full Metal?
Yeah, Full Metal's... I feel like Magumon wouldn't like Full Metal that much because it's an incredibly dark, serious, sad anime about like war and loss and sacrifice and like...
You're right, it'd be fairy tale.
The initial elements of like, yay, we get to do magic is fun, but then it's like, they do what with the dog and the girl?
Yeah, that's fair.
A lot of sad elements there. But yeah, fucking...
Fairy Tail would be a good one.
Thinking.
Slayers?
Slayers, maybe?
Oh, yeah, Slayers.
Gorvy's Wing, or Greasy's Wing.
Gorsy's Wing. Never those.
I'm thinking. Doing a think on it.
Yeah,
But now to be one of the worst anime of all time.
Oh, no.
I'm trying to think for Flamemon while I'm at it.
There are definitely Digimon in this group that I think would very much enjoy the Ghost Stories dub.
Oh,
hell yeah!
Yes.
I actually got one of my coworkers into that, and next thing I know, I see one of my coworkers with the head of the entire department showing him a clip of the scene with the rabbits.
Oh, oh no!
Oh, no!
And my boss is, and he's like,
of course,
the biggest smile, just like, yeah, that's funny, but let's not blast the audio. Yeah,
Okay,
like,
I figured
Run!
out-
She's a ghost and a bitch.
Figured out that Magumon, Magumon would have Irumakun.
Oh, yes.
I don't think I know that one. Was it?
It's
Hey,
really
Aruma.
good.
Yeah.
Welcome to Demon
Ah,
School,
yeah,
Irumakun.
You need to read the manga. It's so, I don't know why they
A
haven't
lot of
done
people talking
portions.
at once, and I
Great.
can't Google it. What?
Oh, that's Welcome to Demon School.
Yeah,
Welcome to Demon School, Irumakun.
he's right, Aruma-kun.
Oh,
this one. Okay, yeah, I know of it.
I mean-
It's
really
got some
good.
magic, it's got some fantasy things, but primarily it's fun and it's about friends and it's about like, you know, having a good time and there's
Finding
not,
who you
like-
are.
Yeah, there's
Okay,
not a
okay.
lot of like because I was thinking about Fairy Tale and I'm like, but 3/4 of the show is fan service.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah.
very
I don't know
generous
about that.
number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That
There's
might
very
be too
little-
low, even with 3/4.
Yeah.
I mean,
Aruma-
Lucy's in a good chunk of it. Lucy's. and the
Whenever
rest of Lucy's in
Lucy
even more.
goes, anyone else is on screen, it's about fan service.
Juvia, whatever her name is.
Ju- yeah,
Yeah.
Juvia.
Anyone other than
Ca-
Wendy.
Gray, who is half naked.
I mean, he's fan service for the ladies.
Yeah.
Yep.
Natsu's never wearing a shirt. Gray's never wearing pants.
It balances out.
I gotta
Yeah.
read the Aruma creator. He's crazy and he's writing another. He's in Shonen Jump writing
Oh.
with the
my
artist.
God.
who did
Do you
Happy.
haven't read you haven't read Ichi the Witch yet?
I've skimmed over the first chapter and liked it.
Dude,
but I
read
haven't done-
read it. Read
I
it.
know,
I am
I know,
absolutely
I know.
loving it.
I love the Aruma's. I love it. He writes Aruma so much. So
I think
If-
Flema would just go with Naruto.
Pretty fair. Pretty fair. Can I tell you what Gotsumon would, and Meteormon would get?
Yes, but
Please.
one last joke.
Yeah, sure. What you got?
Magumon stumbles onto the daily lives of high school boys. And
Oh.
is like, wait, what the fuck?
Yes. That'd be so good.
That guy looks a lot like Gary for some
Freddie
reason.
Mercury. Is
Why
that the
do
Freddie
all-
Mercury one?
Why do all these kids look like
No,
Gary?
no, that's
No.
Cromartie. That's
That's the
Cromartie.
other one.
Give
Okay.
Cromartie.
Yeah, Cromartie. I
Just
got.
confuse those two.
I think.
Yeah,
I think.
I used one of the characters from Daily Lives of High School Boys for Gary's reference sheet when designing his outfit and his like,
Yep.
hairstyle. A lot about him. There's just a guy who just looks like Gary right there in the show.
What, was it Lex Luthor in the Superman one look like Gary too?
Yeah, kind of.
Yep.
And then there was another character we saw recently, right? Oh yeah, it was the wife, fiance. What was it? Yakuza's fiance. Remember? Like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
there's
yeah.
Gary.
Yep.
There's Gary
There he
being a
is.
creep.
He's back. Look at him go. He sucks.
I've got two for Meteormon. One is what I think you would really enjoy for action wise, which would be Gurren Lagann.
Hell
Yes.
Oh hell yeah.
But the one that he actually adores because he puts himself in the shoes of the main character is Don't You Know I'm Sakamoto? Where he just thinks he's too cool for everybody and just like gets away with everything.
Hell yeah.
We can just hear him in his little house humming the theme, just do 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 do.
I think that Haguruma may have been into G Gundam just because of the parallel of just like, hey Simon, check this out. This dumbass got possessed by this evil machine thing. Who would be so dumb to do that?
I don't know, Hagurumon. You tell me, bud.
Just watching Evangelion, like, uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh man, the congratulations scene hits way harder than it should. Congratulations, you failed.
Congratulations, you fucked up your relationships.
Exactly. All right, let's try and get the last two done here, okay?
Yeah.
Last question here. Second to last question here from Not That Vinny. Based on a previous dive, Nick said that weaponizing the data reorganizer is considered a war crime. How does Meteormon view Grayson now?
Hey, good news, Taylor. We get to add one to your list of crimes.
Yes! Welcome to the
We did it!
Yes, hello everyone, and welcome to the Static Desert Conventions. We're here to list all
I
the
have a
things you're not
special
allowed to
announcement
do
to make.
anymore.
I think we know what the heist is about.
Rule number one on the list, not that.
I'm going to commit various war crimes.
I'm gonna be one in every sector.
And then the last question here from Not That Vinny. is what would happen to Munchie if Umbramon de-digivolved, or if Vanmon forbid, Munchie took a hit and got deleted? Would he separate from Umbramon and become his own Digi-Egg, or what's the deal? I'm pretty sure we said that they're all, like, they're connected.
Yeah, they're intertwined. So
They're the same guy.
Yeah, the same
Yeah,
dude.
like how Repamon talks to his tail and his tail talks back, which ironically is also voiced by Grim.
Yes.
He talked to he own ass cheese.
He talked to he own ass, and he speak.
Wait a minute. I have a question after we answer this question.
Not completely fair. I mean, we basically just said that, yeah, they're, if Munchie, if there was a de-digivolving, then obviously Munchie goes away. Like,
Cypher Roberts, you mad lad, how dare you donate another 20 memberships?
Another 20, oh god.
God damn.
Nick,
He's
I
at it
want to
again.
say, I actually submitted a question and I didn't see it here.
Yeah, because I purged a lot of questions that I thought were either irrelevant or inappropriate. And
But I want to know if we leveled up.
No.
Inappropriate.
Oh man. That said, can I? One of the last things that I want to do, because we're done with the questions now at this point, is I did want to go over what I have written in what I have as quote my Mad Lad theory. These were things that I wrote down of stuff that I thought was interesting at the time, and you'll see if some of these came to fruition or not. You ready?
Yes.
Yes.
And I read one earlier, which was, but I never went into the full detail. But like the quoting is, Devimon/Lucimon is aware of past Digi-Destined. Only one that is aware due to avoiding updates and by going to the dark area. So basically, my whole plan going into Digi-Destiny with like the server and everything being shut down is there were going to be some admin leaders that weren't aware the D terminals were deactivated. Some were aware that the D terminals were deactivated but weren't aware of the firewalls. And then kind of a whole mix of that, basically. That never ended up really happening.
Interesting.
Based on one of the things I said earlier, clarifying with somebody about the connection to 01, the digital world the group is on is actually a copy of File Island from 01. It was transposed and uploaded to a private server. The server is where the bug was locked away, where Simon is experimenting on it before trying to release it worldwide.
Oh boy.
This was an idea I had before I scrapped it for the later idea, which was the idea that the Royal Knights are aware of the concept of previous Digi-Destined, but cannot recall exact names because they are copies of the original Knights. This later became the idea that, only one Knight got drafted into the server, and it was a copy of Genkumon.
Okay, so there was a time where you were considering all the knights being present.
Originally, yes. And then when I looked into the idea of, I'm using Megidramon as my final boss, which, by the way, that idea was from, ground running of game. I was like, well, I can't have Gallantmon here then.
Yeah, that was a small side thing that I recall when we had set up Huckmon with things building him up and all that.
Right.
I remember you having a comment, something along the lines of you'll have a royal knight that's not under the influence of Draysel or something along those lines, and I'm like, oh boy, I can't wait to see how that pans out. And I think that got changed afterwards, but I'm still happy of all the fun stuff we did with Huckmon and Genkumon.
Yeah, exactly. It's very nice. We'll see if we, get to see Huckmon again later down the line.
Yeah, or if he dies off screen.
No.
Maybe he'll show up in one of the one shots.
Right.
Maybe he'll become Jesmon.
The Digi-Destined have come into the world before, but their memories of the events are wiped by the admins after all is said and done. This was based on the idea of how the adventure program was supposed to work. Server updates will refresh File Island and completely restructure it. This was again when they were still actively changing things around during the adventure program.
I'd like to piggyback off of that real quick. If you see any inconsistencies with my version of the island and the server as opposed to what we ran to in this one, that's why.
Yeah.
There has been a patch between these.
They did do some patch notes, yes. Here's one of the fun ones from Mad Lad Theory that did get used absolutely. Magumon belonged to Lucia Yi, but was sent to Gary along with the other remaining partners.
There we go.
I wonder if that's going to pay off.
I hope it does.
I really hope it did pay off. I hope people enjoyed that bit.
Wouldn't it
I
be
don't-
crazy if we actually met her, Gary?
I just don't know who that is. The only person I remember is Sophia.
How dare you?
Who am I?
Let's
She's from the
see.
UK.
They're not going to be able to activate the D terminal in the static desert due to the influence of High Andromon. They'll have to move on to the server peaks where Sammy was warped in.
Yeah.
Let's see. The bug is the digital hazard, which has evolved beyond its main capabilities. The final boss is Megidramon, but ramped up to 11. That was written down very early on in my notes.
Yes.
Amazing.
And then the last thing on here is with every D terminal that is activated, the time dilation between the digital world and the real world lessens. It becomes fully 1-to-1 when all 5 are active.
Cool.
So, yeah, there was absolutely some time shenanigans I had, so which is why you were only in there for about 3 days, give or take, because when all 5 terminals were activated, you maybe had like a few hours pass in real time before everything shut back down again.
Fair.
Oh man, we missed the weekend.
Yeah, you really did.
Damn it.
Fuck.
But yeah, that is all the stuff in my Mad Lad theory and things like that. That is all the questions that were submitted to the dive form, which again, thank you everyone who stuck around with us throughout the entirety of the stream. Good God, we've been going for nearly 5 hours. Just answering questions.
Any last minute things you guys want to throw out in the chat though?
And yeah, any last minute things before we sign off and kind of put a nice little bow on most of the things for campaign 1, you know,
For
before
its
we
one shot, we'll have more info, like release dates, depending on things.
Exactly.
Yes, I will make sure to post a community post as well as at everyone in the server.
We
Maybe
will,
a trailer. Who knows?
We'll put out a tweet. Follow
Yes.
us on Blue Sky.
We'll put out a bloop on Blue Sky. Put out a skeet on Blue Sky. I don't know. We don't know a word for the tweet.
They haven't
equivalent
really
on
made a
Blue
word
Sky
for it yet.
Actually, they're going with this new thing called post.
Gross.
Yeah, very weird.
How old are the admins? I have that list if you want me to say it, Nick.
I believe I've got their ages in my. Yeah, I should have their ages in my.
Yeah.
I
have
have
them right here.
I have 3 of them, but you feel free.
I have
to
the
list,
others.
Yeah, feel free to list all of them. Go right ahead.
Jordy, currently 25. Lucia, 20.
Well, as of your game, they're that age.
Oh shit! Yeah, this is the 2004 ages. So add 20 to all these.
I have
Jordy is.
Jordy's
20
43.
Yeah, 43.
Lucia is 38.
38.
And Simon was 40.
Yeah, so that means that Harry would be 39. Devin, 42. No, 41. Sylvia, 36. And Abby is 38.
Exactly, yeah, there we go.
Beautiful.
Does Lucy have a twin sister named Sophia? No.
No, they're not twins.
You keep saying this name, and I don't know who you're talking about.
They're not twins.
Evil.
Twins.
Look, as a twin myself, I can say that we have not seen them at the meetings.
Yeah.
Evil.
Too busy stabbing CJ.
Triplets.
But of course. But yeah, well, I guess with that said, unless we have anything else that any other last things that you guys wanted to say before we call it a night.
Thank you all so much for joining us on this adventure. I don't think any of us expected it to, get this much attention from you guys.
It's been a complete joy and honor and privilege to play with everyone here.
We've been used to streaming D&D games to an audience of 7, so this is a marked improvement over that audience-wise.
Yeah. Legitimately, it's the amount of support that you've all shown this has been fucking astonishing.
Thank you all for loving Digimon as much as us.
Yeah.
Thank you for watching our characters grow throughout the campaign and giving us your love and thoughts on everything.
Your thoughts and bears.
And with that, I think it's time for a timely narration from the narrator.
I'm just going to sneak this in right quick because the audience asked for it and they're being very nice.
Fair
you
enough.
did well, my minions.
We'll get one last bit in from the narrator before we call it a night. So, Chase, if you'd like to sign us off for the most part.
Hey there, friends. Bet you didn't expect to see me again. Now, I'm sure you're wondering how I survived my harrowing battle with Karen in the Walmart parking lot. Doing battle against her and the child on a leash she used like a medieval flail until Josh, the regional manager, arrived. Huh? What do you mean this is a Q&A episode? What do you mean I'm just here for fan service? What do you mean I'm under arrest for kidnapping? She threw the child at me. It was a gift. I gotta go. Enjoy the dive. We'll meet again in the future. Next time on Digi-Destiny. I'm skipping along.
So that's the intro.
So that was
So now the stream can start? Finally!
Now
we can start.
Now we can answer your questions.
Now the real questions, okay?
Yeah, look, all the 90 questions.
These 5 hours, they were just a simulation. Now it's the real question.
Now we get into the real deal.
Yeah, who in the admins were dating?
And with that, we'll go ahead and call it a night. Again, thank you all so much for the love and support on Digi-Destiny, and we will see you all going into the new year. So until then, you all take care, Vandom.